Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. It's round 1.1 to be exact, and we're at the Ain Raceway, the international kart circuit, just southwest of Abu Dhabi. The weather is beautiful, as you would expect in the UAE. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me is my stalwart colleague, Henry Baudet. Henry, once again, welcome to Ain. About to kick off the 25-26 UAE RMC. This is a series, from my perspective, of a car championship that has really grown in stature, and it's become quite a feature on the international karting calendar, not just for the region, but internationally.
Well, good morning, Joe. Thank you once again for having me here on Karting Live TV. And yes, it is. This championship, I say, is going from strength to strength. It's been a gradual growth process over the last, I'd say, dozen years or so, that has ended up with today's entry of well over 100 drivers, but not just over 100 drivers, 100 quality drivers from quality teams, all aiming for a place in the grand finals. And this is the first of what I'm sure will be a number of action-packed, exciting rounds that we've got for you here on Karting Live TV and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel.
We've got our usual Rotax classes: Microax for the 8 to 11-year-olds, Miniax, slightly more powerful karts, the same amount of grip. But you mentioned there the Rotax World Finals, the Grand Finals. That's what it's all about, and that's what's up for grabs across this season.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.
As I mentioned, Henry, we've got our usual four classes: Microax for the 8 to 11-year-olds, the Minimax class for 10 to 13-year-olds. The 12 to 15-year-olds are catered for in the Junior Max category, and then we've got our senior categories, the Senior Rotax Max and the DD2s. But right now we're kicking off with qualifying. Qualifying, this, Henry, is where your weekend can go absolutely splendidly, or you're on the back foot from the very off.
Yeah, exactly. 5 minutes. It's not long. This is a nearly a 1,400-metre circuit. We're using the Grand Finals circuit configuration, so the layout that the drivers are on is the exact layout that the Grand Finalists used back in 2007 and 2011. 21 of our youngest drivers, our Microax drivers, are here. Last year, the Microax Championship went down to the last lap of the last race of the season. It was decided by 1 point in the favour of Benjamin Karachkovich over Ava Lawrence. Of course, Ava has moved on to pastures new. Benjamin has moved up to Minimax, but means we've got a whole host of drivers coming into the championship either for the first time. We do have a bunch of second-year Microax drivers as well, so it's a nice mixture of experience and new faces.
So if I was to say to you, with a clean sheet of paper in the Microax class, might be a hard one for you to answer here, Henry, but who are the drivers, who are the standout drivers that we're perhaps going to be looking for at the front of the field?
Well, of the returning drivers, you've got Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra, Adam Al-Sheikh, Vaibhav Ponna. They're the four names that instantly come off the tongue in terms of returning drivers. But I wouldn't, of the newcomers, Tayab Haroon, Amar Tabatsa, certainly one to watch. Tadeusz Prochaska, another driver, Alex Fryenstein as well. really, we've got a dozen drivers. If you threw a name at me at the end of the season, say, there's your champion, any one of a dozen, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight, isn't it? These 5-minute qualifying sessions, this is what we will form the grid for our first heats, and then going forward from the heats phase, we go into the pre-final phase, which forms the grid for the all-important final. All the way through the process, though, we're scoring points for championship positions, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
So it's all very, very important to finish well in the heats. Therefore, it is all very, very important for all that work that's gone on in the practice days to then manifest with the correctly set up kart, to correctly set up the tyre pressures, and then the driver, and it's a pretty early start here, it's 9 a.m. in the UAE here, it's a pretty early start for these youngsters, but they have to do the job, they have to complete the job and be the final element in the package.
Yeah, they do, and I have to say hello to everybody watching on the live stream. We welcome your comments in the live chat, both on Karting Live TV and on the UAE Rotax Max channel, YouTube channel, or already support coming in for some drivers in other classes. At the moment, Cameron Harvey is leading the way. Liam O'Hanlon is second fastest. Rudrapatrap Sekawat is third fastest. Now, one thing I didn't get quite clear is if we're doing best of 3 lap average or if it is the one single fastest lap.
Now, 2 weeks ago we were here for the Rotax Invitational, and
yes,
it was the single fastest lap.
It wasn't it?
Now then,
lap.
Henry is going to be scooting off down to the Parc Ferme area when he will get an opportunity to have an up-close and personal insight from the driver that clinches the fastest time. That's a research mission for you out there, Henry, to clarify that question that you just posed to yourself. Actually.
Yes, that was it.
With just coming up to the minute, I want to say good morning and good night to Gaz Bury over in England, who's just finished his nights. He'll catch up later. Gaz, our media guru for Karting Live TV, who will be catching up when he wakes up this afternoon. But for now, with under a minute to go, 3 laps completed, and it's Cameron Harvey. Now, his best lap is a 1 minute 6.5. Sorry, his last lap was a 1 minute 6.5. I'm getting the feeling, the way that this timing screen is filtering out, with a best lap of 1 minute 5.1 from Liam O'Hanlon, it might be that we're segregating these from the average.
Yeah, well, we've got Harvey, O'Hanlon, Adam Al-Sheikh, Rudrapatrap Sekawat, Samar Chopra, Fryenstein. They're your top 6. Amar Tabatsa, Vaibhav Ponna, Jensen Kelly, Enzo Falzarano, rounding out your top 10. Now, we had 21 drivers entered. I believe the Almina family have not shown up, which has taken away 3 drivers. 3 drivers for the CRG team.
They were the novice drivers, with Dad in DD2.
Yes. I believe that they have all pulled a no-show, which is a real shame.
We've got a checkered flag, Henry, and with what I can see, the fastest lap of the session is a 1 minute 4.592 from Jensen Kelly.
I'm not
down
sure
in 9th.
I'm not sure that the timing screens, they may be showing a race order, not a qualifying order. We will have to see, because certainly Cameron Harvey, I believe, was the first kart out of the gate, so to speak. But we will see what happens. But certainly,
at the moment, I'm not going to attempt to work out who is where in that session, Henry. Maybe you could send a message.
Yes, I shall do so.
But at the moment, the karts that have taken the checkered flag, Cameron Harvey across the line, Liam O'Hanlon, Adam Al-Sheikh, Samar Chopra, who puts in the quickest time that we've seen in that session, with a 1 minute 4.053. He's the driver that's gotten the closest to seeing a number 3 there, 1 minute 3, very close to that, 53 thousandths of a second off the 1 minute 3 mark. And it will be 1 minute 4.053 for Samar Chopra. He's the quickest time of the session. However, shown at the top of the timing screen is Cameron Harvey, Liam O'Hanlon, Adam Al-Sheikh, Samar Chopra, Alexander Freinstein, and then the rest of the field coming through to complete their qualifying session. We've got Miniax next, exactly the same size chassis and tyres. The Microax that you're seeing at the moment, they're on the Mojo C2 tyre. Exactly the same. If you're across in Europe and you're catching up early on this UAE RMC, it's exactly the same tyre that we are racing here in the UAE, even though the track temperatures are beyond 45 towards 50 degrees by the middle of the afternoon. Miniax coming next then, as the Microax field make their way back into the paddock and into Parc Fermé. Miniax coming next, exactly the same 950mm chassis. They're on the Mojo C2. The only difference is the weight. The Microax class running to 105 minimum weight, 105 kilograms minimum weight. The Miniax, which we're about to see go out on track, they run to 115 kilograms, and therefore 10 to 13 year olds also on the Mojo C2. The only difference, I'll get round to what I'm trying to say to you in a minute, the only difference is the engines. The engines producing a little bit more power with the Miniax, a bit of less air restriction both inlet and exhaust. Now, very interesting. Now, Nick, are we putting out the Gary Walker interview in today's paddock show? No, that'll be for tomorrow. So we're just going to tease you with tomorrow's paddock show. We've got a paddock show for you coming up in the lunch break, and we've got some new partners to talk to you about and tell you all about. But the paddock show, we mention and we talk about with Gary Walker tomorrow about what I'm talking about here, the restriction on the Microax and the Miniax, and indeed the Junior Max engines, which are fundamentally exactly the same through all of our classes. The 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine. The only difference is we heavily restrict the air intake and the exhaust system on the Micro and Mini, and a little bit less on the Junior, just to restrict power, just to make it a bit more manageable for those age groups. So Henry has burst off down towards the Parc Fermé. He will be picking up on our provisional pole sitter, who we will clarify when he makes an appearance. So coming next, we've got Senior Max will be coming next. Then the Miniax class will be out. Junior Max will follow up, and then we'll finally finalise and conclude our qualifying sessions with the DD2 class. So Senior Max coming next. It's perhaps our best supported grid at the moment, and with a lot of teams being represented, a few teams here that we will be talking about. The Mumbai Falcons, for instance, very, very well represented throughout the classes, and we get to talk to Mumbai Falcons in our paddock shows coming up this weekend, and a big insight and a big pressure on that team. They're representing a nation, the Mumbai Falcons. Hello to Paul Bateman. He's asking, I think that's a question, not a statement, Paul. Nice and warm. Yes, it is. It's a bit windy today here in the Al Ain. It's very flat land just on the Oman border, just to the south of the Abu Dhabi Emirate, and the wind very much up. However, it's not a Whitley Bay kind of wind. It is a very, very beautiful breeze, cooling, slightly cooling breeze, but it's still a warm wind. It's going to play a little bit of a role, I think, in today's conditions, because we're going to have dust and sand blowing onto the track. So we've got a very well rubbered track. It's been a very well used track in the last couple of weeks here. 2 weeks ago we were here for the Rotax Invitational, where we laid down a lot of Mojo rubber on the track. It hasn't really gone away. It's still there. We can still see the rubbered in line, but you do get a fine air of dust. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then. We've got Henry, who's there with our pole sitter.
What is single fastest lap, so no 3-lap average. Question number 2, this man, Samar Chopra, was fastest over a single lap. Samar, congratulations. New championship, new season, you start it. Top of the pops. What do you say? You say how wonderful you are. You say, number 1, I'm amazingly quick. Number 2, everyone else better watch out, because Samar Chopra is here to win the championship. And also, we say, who would you like to thank for this?
I would like to thank my parents, my mom, my dad, and my coach and mechanic, Danny.
Okay, so out on the track, how did the car feel when you were out there?
It felt like really smooth. How like I control the cart, getting toe of Adam.
Okay. And then what you can say is that, I'll tell you a little secret here, is that if you put your crash helmet down, just put your crash helmet down a second, and this is your very first interview, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the very first time you've been on pole position.
Yes.
Okay, so what the pole position holders are allowed to do, they're allowed to look into the camera and they're allowed to do this. Okay, so you can do that now. Go. There we are. Perfect. That's what Samar Chopra is going to be doing the rest of the field this weekend. Okay, well done, Samar. His very first interview, but it's not going to be his last. The Mateus Najem Motorsport team starting this season off in Microax with pole position.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Samar, who will start the Microax first heat on that pole position. It's a 3-lap average, so you really have to, with a 5-minute qualifying session, pretty much every lap counts. So just to give you an idea of the Microax grid, it'll be Samar Chopra and Enzo Falzerano who will share the front row of the Microax grid. Fabav Ponna and Adam Al-Sheikh will share row 2. Liam O'Hanlon and Ruda Papatap Shikwat will share row 3. Alexander Freinstein and Saif Al Khalifa are on row 4. Jensen Kelly will share row 5 with Amar Tabatsa, and then we've got Abdulaziz Al Saraf and Adrian Fawar Wignole on row 6. Row 7, Thayab Haroun and Evans Vornins. Cameron Harvey, Felix Souza, Jebjerg will share row 8. And we had a couple of non-starters there, Tadeusz Prochaska and Sebastian Storer, not posting any time there. One of the drivers there from the Ital Corsa Middle East and the Synergy driver, Sebastian Storer, not posting any time. So a 3-lap average means that every lap pretty much counts in our qualifying sessions. We've got Senior Max. This is the not necessarily the quickest class. That comes later in our gearbox class, the DD2 category, but this is our senior class coming next. They're on the Mojo D5. That's 162 kilogram minimum weight, which is pretty standard practice across the world for any RMC event. And we will have their 5-minute qualifier kicking off very soon, almost at the green flag point there. We've got the weather forecast, not much of a weather forecast here in the UAE. It's going to be highs of 38 degrees by mid-afternoon. However, that might change. That's the forecast. At the moment, the wind's keeping the temperature down. However, the track temperature is not affected hardly because the sun is burning down on that track and heating it up nicely towards the 45, 47 degree track temperature. And that will build, so the track is going to accrue rubber, it's going to get stickier, it's going to be a little bit more easy for the drivers to lift that rear axle and unwind that rear axle in the slower corners. We've got Aran Qureshi, Mumbai Falcons will win. That's a prediction there from Aran. Nice to have you along, Aran. Hopefully you will be with us for all day's coverage, bringing you all of this round 1.1. Round 1.1 is the first event of the 2025-26 UAE RMC, and it will be first points championship round today. All of the action being brought to you tomorrow as well for another complete race day programme, starting with qualifying, going through the heats phase, pre-finals and finals, exactly the same as what you're going to see today. So 2 days of pure racing karting action, as ever, what we've come to expect in the UAE RMC. Henry has made it back. I'll just let him get his breath back. Have you ran back, Henry? Because you are out of breath there, mate. You don't need to. Just get your breath back. There it is. Henry's.
I'm merely glowing. That's all I.
You are. You're a bit damp
merely
as well.
Glowing.
I want to ask you, how windy is it out there? Because we are seeing
it's blustery.
You can see by the flags on the screen just how blustery it is.
And do you know something? It's not going to be helping the setup of the karts. However, it is very refreshing if you are standing out there. It's pleasant. I think we can also say the temperature is pleasant outside. And yeah, I'll reiterate once again, it is the best single lap. It's not over.
Oh, it's not the 3-lap average.
It's not the 3-lap average. It is the best single flying lap.
So that screen there, just there to confuse me, is it?
Yep. It's
Right,
just
okay.
to confuse you.
So Samar Chopra's lap time of a 1 minute 4.053. That is the pole position lap.
That was the pole position lap.
Right.
Yes.
So we'll edit that bit out where I've just talked about a 3-lap average.
Well, no, it's absolutely fine.
This is live television, everybody.
Yes, things like this happen.
Yes, yeah. It's dynamic. It's moving. It's evolving. It's organic. So we are talking about the single lap. So you've got I was going to say the pressure's off. The pressure can never be off with a 5-minute qualifying session. You've got to get the kart into the session. You've got to ease those tyres up to their optimum operating function, and you've got to then produce that quality lap time where you will hit all of your marks, and you will indeed. I would have thought, Henry, you're looking for a tow with this wind on this long twisting straight here at Ain.
You are looking for a tow. What you're also looking for is to not be stuck in a group of about 30 karts like that.
Now, what's going on there?
Well, of course, nobody wants to be the first kart in line. Nobody wants to go around at the head of the train and sort of, break through the air and then give a tow to everybody following. Now, on your out lap, the race director, Ken Potter, says, okay, look, you can go out and you can get yourself in position. However, once you get about 3/4 of the way around your out lap, he wants to see you at race pace.
Once you've come out of once you've been released on track.
Because
it's dangerous.
Yeah, because it is dangerous, because you've got one driver who has shot out of the gate quite correctly, as is their right. It's a motorscape driver.
So what's he going to do about this then?
Well, he's already discovered the problem because, he's now come upon the back of the grid. They're all still slowing down and tripping over each other. This is now going to start upsetting people.
He's upsetting Ken.
It's upsetting Ken.
Ken Potter, our chief clerk of the course,
he's about to be upset.
He's on his radio button. He's about because this is not really once you enter a racetrack, you've got to be at racing speed because everybody out there is expecting everybody to be at racing speed.
Well, and already you've had one driver there, the second driver going through your picture there, that motorscape driver. Almost was driven off the circuit because they came out of the final corner and they came out at full chat.
The thing is, Henry, he didn't come out the final corner at full chat. He didn't accelerate until he got to the start finish. That's not where your qualifying lap begins. Your qualifying lap begins exiting the final turn, because that governs your straight line speed across that start finish to click the beam to start the lap. So you have to be optimised. You have to be showing green on your delta at that point there. He wouldn't have been showing green on his delta because he didn't press the throttle down until he got to the start finish line.
Yeah, I think he was the 4th or 5th kart in line. Now, well, here we go. Now everyone is up to speed. And, yellow, is that the yellow? Yeah, yellow flag waving. It's one of the Axel GP karts off at the side of the circuit. Now, there are 37, I believe, seniors.
It's 309, Henry.
It's the number 309 kart. That is Jagrat Detroja. Jagrat Detroja.
Now he's going to cause. Are we likely to see optimised laps then with that yellow flag? And he's not making any kind of attempt to clear the kart from the track. He's actually fiddling with the battery on the side. Now we get the recovery marshal in to clear that kart away just in time for the field coming down the back straight now, as the rest of the field on the infield. Still a lot of, there's the field at the front of the field, I should say. Now remember, this is a qualifying session, so we effectively don't have, it's a front of the train rather than the front of the field, isn't it?
Yes, Omar Ganoum, the reigning senior champion in kart number 301, was quickest. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Amani Kinua go quickest now. Nathan Kaplan, last year's junior champion, Moving up to seniors this year in cart number 351. Goes fastest, and it's changing. Yes.
Completely changed. Three purple sectors from
Mohamed Manaimne.
Brilliant lap that was absolutely optimised in every part. Now he's gone a little bit slower in his first sector time there. He's gone green, not quite purple, but he's still on it.
And yes, with 90 seconds to go, there's still time for a couple of laps, but it is, it's Manaimne, Ganoum, Hartman and Rayan Kairouz, your top four.
Look at where the XL team have put their tyre pressure to come in, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5 places at the moment on the timing screen, all XL, followed by M&M with 1, 2, 3 of their drivers down to 8. The Mumbai Falcons next. Now here comes George Gibbons Racing to spoil the XL party with GGM and Rian Damadasa, who we know how quick Rian is. He's gone second, not quite as quick as Manaimne, who's still there with a 56.005. That is an absolute blistering time.
Oscar Lambert now moves into the top 4. So it's Manaimne, Damadasa,
Damadasa, exactly the same time.
So it's going to be, Manaimne set his time earlier in the session. He set that time first. So it's Manaimne, Damadasa, Ganoum, Lambert, Jules Dumont up into P5. Then Louis Hartman, followed by Rayan Kairouz, Antonius Haddad, the notorious BIGI, Alessandro Biggie up into P9. Zain El Hamasani rounding out the top 10. There's another driver parked at the side of the circuit, at the inside of turn number 4. Can't quite see who that is. The checkered flag is coming out, Joe.
Checkered flag has flown and Nathan Kaplan has gone to the top of the screen. However, Manaimne has gone through as well. That's his checkered flag as well, and it looks like we've got a settled grid, Henry, with everybody coming through now. Majority of the field have taken the checkered flag. Some drivers coming in before the checkered flag. Their job is done. But at the moment, dare I say it, Nathan Kaplan, his best time of 55.730. That's his best lap. Then behind him, Rayan Damadasa, he kept the pace up with a purple sector 2, green in sectors 1 and 3. That got him a 838. That's put him on the front row. But Nathan Kaplan for Mumbai Falcons, that's the pole position time. Purple in 1, green in 2 and purple in sector 3 has given him the pole position for Senior Max. Kaplan and Damadasa will share row 1. Row 2, Oscar Lambert, a 55.962, and then Mohamed Manaimne with a 56.005. They are on the second row. So Mumbai Falcons, GGM, Mumbai Falcons and XL, that's your first 2 rows. Third row of the grid, Omar Ganoum and Alexander Bigi, and then Armani Kinua, Rayan Qureshi. Row 5, Jeremy Montgomery Swan shares with Jules Dumont from the GNKD and Telios teams. So the first of the GNKD drivers up there with the Jeremy Montgomery Swan. In fact, he's the only GNKD driver in the senior class. So that was it's a very healthy grid we've got for you today. 36, 37 karts. We didn't get Jagrat Detroya posting a time. He was the Axel GP team member who went off on the side of the track there with a problem. He was down looking at his battery. So whether or not the thing is just cut out and it's an electrical problem there, hopefully they will be able to rectify that and get... but as I was saying, as Henry and I were just talking about, qualifying, a 5-minute qualifying session that can really set you up for the weekend or put you on the back foot. I would suggest for Jagrat Detroya that he's got nothing to lose now. He's had a very, very character-building qualifying session, and he will start at the back of the grid for the heats. He's got nothing to lose now. It's all, the pressure is off. He can only go forward. Is a small consolation for that driver there who dejectedly has to bring that cart back into the paddock with manpower powering that cart rather than horsepower from that Rotax Max 125cc. So that's our Micromax qualifying done, and that's our Senior Max qualifying done. 6 minutes of qualifying for these drivers. Miniax is coming next. That's our 10 to 13-year-old category for drivers, that is, 10 to 13-year-old drivers, that is. We've got Henry down there, have we, Nick? Let's head down to Parc Ferme, where Henry has got Nathan Cappan, our pole position sitter for Senior Max.
Well, it's not a bad way to start your senior career. The last time we saw you, Nathan, you were sealing the junior title, as we get a mechanic who's just going to block. Oh, it's not a problem. It's only that's okay. There's a lot of mechanics down here, guys, and there's not a great amount of space. But Nathan, you found enough space on the track to get a clear lap in. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a bit rough at the start, finding the good grid position on track, leaving the space so we could get a good chase. Luckily, the last few laps we had a good chase, so we could seal the time with P1.
Now, obviously, you won the junior title last year. You've done a lot of racing in Europe. What have you done since we last saw you? World Championships?
Yeah, just been preparing a lot for the senior grid. I've been hearing it's quite tough, so I need to prepare for what's going to come next.
And how tough is it now? I mean, you watched it last year. Now you're in it. How tough is it?
It looks really tough compared to last year. It looks really hard, much more difficult compared to the junior grid. I just can't wait what's going to come.
But at least you're going to be starting your first senior race here, out of the pack, hopefully keeping yourself in front of it.
Yeah, definitely hoping to build a gap so we can seal our first win, hopefully our first race. Jim.
Brilliant, congratulations. There we go, Nathan Cappan starting this year's bumper senior Rotax grid from pole position.
Thank you, Henry. Nathan Cappan then will start on the pole position. We get our Minimax qualifying up and running. It's a 6-minute session. You've effectively got 5 minutes of lappery though. By the time you bring that cart out, the clock has already ticked by and time is already running out. I want to say hello to a few people joining us on our live streams, the UAE RMC live stream and the Karting Live TV live stream feed. Hello to Miser Ship and Ray. Let's go. Cheering for Pierre. Hello to you. That go-karter guy, come on CRG. And then G-Pops, go Oscar go. All good to have you along. Gina Marie, good luck everyone today. Hopefully we can entertain you, Gina, like we did a couple of weeks ago. And keep that entertainment going. So clock ticking already, like I say, under 5 minutes. So you've effectively got 5 minutes of running by the time you come round and start that fast lap. With Attica Mea at the top of the screen now, just going purple in sector 1 is young Attica, and we get a lovely interview with Attica. We talk about women in motorsport in general and women in Formula 1, and that young lady has certainly got a sight set on the top level of this sport. Starting here in the UAE RMC though is a good starting point for any young racing driver with aspirations of becoming a career race driver. This is where you have to start your apprenticeship, learning the ropes from very, very early on. Oliver Butchard leading the train of karts through, and it's Mea who goes to the top of the screens. Quickly deposed by Albie J. Stubbs. This is a timing screen that will be as organic as you like, with just under 4 minutes remaining. Currently, the provisional pole is a 61.659 from Albie J. Stubbs. Here with Sam Pollitt Racing over from the UK, and a big welcome to Sam Pollitt for bringing out some team members and sorting out Albie J. Stubbs. It's another British driver who will provisionally share the front row of the grid, Charlie Page. He's with Excel, And then we've got the two Axel GP drivers with Adegir and Rivandev Pritam. They are currently 3rd and 4th. 61.659, that's the target provisional pole. 61.815 per page. Adegir 62.018, not that far off, and then 62.3 nearly. And there it all changes again as they cross the line here to complete another lap, 2 laps of qualifying. And welcome to the party, Austin Gray for JNKD, who goes quickest with a 61.423 there last time by. Austin Gray, LBJ Stubbs went quicker, 61.485 for Albi, but not as quick as Austin managed there. So it's JNKD, Sam Pollitt Racing, Axel GP, XL, and then Synergy in the form of Butchard. Great mix of teams and drivers there. 3 names that have not posted a time now at the moment. Kračević, Rain Khan, Rashid and Kurt Ivanov. Benjamin Kračević not posting a time, still showing us in the paddock. So only 12 drivers coming out for qualifying, 15 drivers have entered. And under 2 minutes remaining, this clock absolutely just ebbs away from you. You really have to get on with the job with a purple sector time in sector 1 for Austin Gray there. As we see some slipstreaming tactics going on there out on track with this wind coming. It's a bit of a side wind here, so it's not going to help us on the long straights here. It is going to help on the long back straight though. There's a side wind there for these 2 drivers, so the slipstream effect not really being maximised there, but with the wind blowing, actually as I look out the window to my left and to my right, the wind looks like it's blowing in every direction, so I'm not quite sure where that's going to be. So the slipstream tactic will pay off undoubtedly here, and we see drivers there heading towards the final sector of the lap there through the long sweep of turn 13 and then the all-important turn 14 to finish the lap and then head down towards the checkered flag or the checkered flag area, the start finish, to complete that lap and start your next lap. That final turn is all important with Austin Gray still with the best time. He's gone quicker still, 61.225 for Austin. LBJ Stubbs not quite there yet, 61.485 was Albi's last time. And with Charlie Page in 3rd place, 61.647. Absolutely nothing in these times at the front of this Minimax qualifying, as we would expect. Adegir is in 4th place at the moment. She's in sector 3 at the moment, and she's gone yellow in sector 1 and 2, so she's not maximised this run. Paul Schutzman and Oliver Butchard showing in 5th and 6th. Rivandev Pritam up to 7th, William Mazzali up to 8th. And then we've got in 9th and 10th Gleb Obukov and Max Payton, Adam Fleury, Rafael Zagati, the novice driver. His best time 64.320. Look out for a really lovely interview with Henry for Rafael Zagati. Brand new first weekend of racing here this weekend. With the checkered flag flying, then that is Minimax qualifying complete. And unless Paul Schutzman, who's the only driver there not to cross the line, here he comes now across the line underneath me, the rest of the field making their way around, and it will be Austin Gray who will get the accolade of chatting to Henry Baudet and telling us all about his qualifying session. It's LBJ Stubbs who'll share the front row of the grid with him. Charlie Page and Adegir will start on row 2. Oliver Butchard, Paul Schutzman will start on row 3. There are their lap times there on the timing board. And then from 7th down over, Rivandev Pritam, William Mazzali, Gleb Obukov, Max Payton, Adam Fleury, Rafael Zagati. That's the 6 rows of the Minimax field. And then no time posted for Benjamin Kračević and Rayan Khan Rashid and Kurt Ivanov. So we'll see. We'll see what their problems were, as we will get that information to suggest why those 3 drivers were unable to post that time. Hello to Jamie McGill good luck to LBJ Stubbs from all at Chloe McGill Karting. Keep pushing, AJ. Well, he's started well. He's going to start on the front row. Didn't quite get the pole position. That's Austin Gray's. But Austin Gray from the JNKD team on the pole position then. LBJ Stubbs with Jamie McGill supporting there from very, very early. I suspect, Jamie, that you were in the UK. So it's a very early start for you. And with the wind still playing a factor here, I think. It's an element of that's going to play into things here. Certainly when we get racing and the slipstream effect will take place. And we're going to see how people can use tactically that wind with regards to how they go about their qualifying session. Coming up next is our Junior Max class, one of the most competitive and intense categories here, always filled with drama. So two more qualifying sessions to take place, both over 6 minutes. Junior Max next, and then we've got our DD2, the gearbox class, the 2-ratio gearboxes on the DD2 class. They will be concluding our qualifying coverage. So just waiting, will we have Henry in the park permit? Yeah, we're just waiting for Henry to gather up Austin Gray. Of course, the priority down there, just to give you an idea of why there is some delay, the process there as the carts come off the track, they have to go into technical inspection and have to be weighed before they even consider talking to Henry Baudet. I know there's an excitement about talking to Henry, but they have to be technically inspected to a point, and then once the cart and driver has been weighed, remember, minimum weight of 115 kilograms for Minimax, cart and driver. If they are under 115, and when I say that, if they're 114.8, that is not going to get you through tech inspection and will get you a disqualification. So crucial setting up of the weight of the carts, especially with these youngsters who weigh barely nothing. And in this strong wind, there's a chance of them being blown away, actually. They better watch it when they're wandering about. So we're just waiting down in Parc Fermé. Henry is waiting. We wait for the technical inspections to take place, and then we get a chance to speak to Austin Gray. So there is a process down there. It's not just that Henry is sitting with his feet up with a Diet Coke on ice. He is waiting there in a very, very warm and windy Parc Fermé area, but I'm pretty sure we'll get to speak to Austin Gray. That's going to be a pretty, I'm going to say this all day, aren't I? All of our classes, I was about to say the Minimax class is going to be very, very intensely competitive. I think that goes to say for all of our classes. We have got such a close field here in all of our classes, but we're talking about Minimax for now. Austin Gray starts at the front of the field. LBJ Stubbs alongside Charlie Page and Attica Mayer with Oliver Butchard and Paul Schutzman. They're the top 6 drivers in Minimax, and their times are very, very close. 0.6 of a second, 0.4 of a second, covering the first 6. That's how close they're going to be. So it is going to be about racecraft, and it is going to be about what you can pull off in those early laps. Hello to G-Pops, Go Oscar Go. I think we mentioned G-Pops, didn't we? Go Oscar Go. Please keep your comments coming in. We've got the two live streams going. UAE RMC you can find on YouTube, and also on our Karting Live TV live stream feed, where you will get all of the action today and tomorrow. It's round 1.1 today, event 1, rounds 1 of the UAC Rotax Max Challenge for 25-26, and from the first round here at Al Ain, or the first 2 rounds at Al Ain, we head off to Al Fassan for the middle of November. That's a 1-day round, bringing you event 2, round 3 of the championship. And then in December, middle of December, we're back here at Al Ain for a 2-day event. Slightly different format though. Just confirm, Nick, that's a 1 round over 2 days. But before, we've got plenty of time to talk about the calendar, because we now have Henry, who has got our pole position driver for Minimax. Henry.
Well, Austin Gray, what a start to your career here in the UAE, because you're a new name to the Rotax Championship. Tell us a little bit about what you see with the incident that took out a couple of drivers.
I saw Ben just got caught on the curb and he spun out, so when I was behind him I was following him. It was really close. I swerved out the way, I managed to get out the incident quickly.
Now, as you come this way a little bit. So, number one, that you know that your teammates are going to, Ben, and you've got Paul, you've got William Matali, as well as the rest of the JNKD team are going to be very strong. Who else do you think is going to be your main competition here today and tomorrow?
I'll be Jay Stubbs. He's a very nice driver. He's a very good driver, and I think Aitika might be a little challenge as well.
But now, you've done the hard bit in terms of getting in front. How are you going to stay in front?
Go fast and keep my position, hold it into turn one, hopefully pull away with one of my teammates.
No problems. Now, what were you doing last year? Because you weren't racing Rotax last year, were you?
Yeah. Last year it was a little bit of a puzzle for me. I was racing in Bahrain and I lived in Qatar and stuff. Qatar had no competition, so when I came for 2 races here, one of them was in Al Ain, I got 4th here. I come back to dominate.
Well, there we go. Strong words from our Miniax pole sitter, Austin Gray.
I like that young man's confidence. Absolutely. He's come back to dominate, and he started in good stead here. He's not that far off, and he's that's a cracking lap time, by the way. 61.225. He's almost 0.3 of a second quicker than LBJ Stubbs, so it is a big ask. He's come here and is in confident style. So before we get going with our next qualifying session, it's for our Junior Max category. We've got a healthy grid of Junior Max. This is the 12 to 15-year-old category. Minimum weight of 145 kilograms, exactly the same carts that you've seen with the Senior Maxes earlier. The 1050 chassis, the Mojo D2. Exactly, if you're watching from Europe, these are exactly the same regulations that they run across the whole world for RMC events. So exactly the same tyres. Slightly different tyre management here with the hotter track temperatures than you would get in the likes of the UK, Belgium, France, etc. Maybe not, maybe roughly about the same as what if you're going to be racing in Spain. And the rest of the sessions then Junior Max followed by DD2 to complete and conclude our first qualifying sessions of the weekend. Gives us an opportunity here to mention our official photographer for the UAE RMC. It's hello to Altug Madak, the photographer here this weekend. You can find his pics on X The Road. That is his website. He's an airline pilot by profession, so when he's not here at the track doing what he loves, he is actually in the skies above us. So hello to Altug, who is out there on the track and in the paddock capturing all the action for your perusal. We've got a green flag then to get this Junior Max qualifying underway. The clock has begun to tick, and we have this waiting game that we see quite often, where the clock has started, the green flag is flying, but we've got a train of carts that are leaving, and certainly not anywhere near racing speed. And again, controversially, a lot of the field just tootling around to give themselves a gap. However, they're all tootling around together, so they're not exactly creating that gap.
That's the first word of the first usage of the word tootle in the championship this year, but it won't be the last.
Nick, our producer, he prefers the word trundle.
Tootle?
Trundling, and it's not one of my favourite words. These are trundling though, and Nick, if you look out the window there, that's trundling. In some of the context that Nick uses trundling, where drivers are absolutely flat chat.
Well, as somebody that used to grow up watching, unfortunately, Lee Trundle, score goals for Swansea City against Cardiff City. I don't like the word trundle either.
Neil Trundle. There's a blast from the past, Henry.
Now, this is going to, again, we've got the situation. Somebody is coming down the back straight towards turn number 13 at a full lick of speed, and that driver is number 295. So, Aaron Ortak has gone off quickly. Everybody else is still slowing down. Now, Aaron Ortak is already on his first flying lap, the driver from North Cyprus, and he is about to come across this huge pack of carts that's coming through turn number 7 and turn number 8.
Which is defeating
this cart here.
Yeah, which is defeating the object of going off and setting.
And he's about to have his lap ruined.
Yeah, the lap is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
He's completely
Here he comes. Yep.
Here he comes with his first lap. He's on the back of this train here, and you'll see him appear. And there, he has to brake now.
Yeah, and now he's at the back of the train. He has gone out and done everything correctly and had his lap ruined by everybody who this is the problem you have with the single fastest lap. But of course, one driver's had their lap ruined. Now, this is no disrespect to the Motorscape driver Aaron Ortak, who's not expected to be one of the podium contenders. However, that is irrelevant.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, I mean, he got on with the job. You could argue it's going to be an interesting chat I'm going to have in the bar tonight with Ken and Paul Heath. Ken Potter and Paul Heath here adjudicating it, and Matthew as well. What's Matthew's name? Matthew Norman. Hello to all of our officials here out on track, just making sure that the sporting regulations are applied. And I think this is going to be a bit of a talking point here with the qualifying sessions being getting underway in slow motion.
Yes,
and I'm not sure what the tactic is about that.
There's now been another problem. We've got two carts that have collided going into turn number 8. One of them is one of them looks like one of them's a very badly damaged go-kart. Nose cone completely ripped off.
Doesn't that look great though without the nose cone?
It looks like a Ford machine. I'm just having a little look to see who that could be. That could be Floris Schenkenberg, possibly. The M&M cart, the Matthias Lejeune Motorsport cart, was Pierre Aboudiwan, who was the other driver involved. And Schenkenberg has not come into the pit lane.
Old school.
Looks
old school.
He's going to be old school, turfed off the circuit by the mechanical flag as well. But I mean, those are the drivers that are in trouble. Who has emerged maybe not so much in trouble?
Well, with 90 seconds of this qualifying session remaining, still plenty of time to post the quickest laps. And the first and only driver to get inside the 1 minute mark with a 59.961 right on the nosy is Veer Chopra. Veer Chopra there, the first driver to get in there, and now they're piling. They're all inside the 1 minute mark. Julia Anglard goes quickest at the moment, and then there's Aaron Mason. Aaron Mason for GGM. He's gone to the top of the screens with a 58.758. That is quick.
Yep, Mason, followed by Julia Anglard, then Harrison Stevens, Ray Haber, Ari Kallenberg, last year's Minimax champion, Sava Kogai, Derek Rivera, Pierre Aboudiwan, after that spin, after the collision with Floris Schenkenberg. Sometimes a driver needs, you need to kick someone's kennel in the morning to wake them up. And that is what has happened to Pierre Aboudiwan in kart number 272, because he has just set the fastest lap of the entire session. Floris Schenkenberg does get the technical flag. And
he's still on it as well. Pierre Aboudiwan has gone purple in Sector 1. However, everything changes, Henry, with getting towards the 10-second to go mark. It's going to be checkered flag coming soon. But that timing screen there is not going to look like that when we get the checkered flag.
No, at the moment. So let's mark this. The clock strikes 0 now. With 0 seconds remaining, Jaden Hidding, Veer Chopra, Connor Clancy, Mitan Shaheen, Pierre Aboudiwan is your top 5. I am a betting man, and I would bet vast sums of money that will not be the top 5 when the rest of this field can take the checkered flag.
Yeah, and so Pierre Abou-Diwan, you've just mentioned there, Henry, that he's now taken the checkered flag. He was at the top of the scrum. Right. Yeah, he could be 5th. He could end up being pushed down. This is not the ideal way of going about a qualifying session when you're actually battling on track. I'm not expecting any of that bunch of drivers to be up there at the top of the screen. Conor Clancy has taken the checkered flag on the provisional pole. Is anyone going to knock him off? I don't think they are. Conor Clancy for Mumbai Falcons with a 57.889. That's the provisional pole. The only reason it's provisional, Henry, is because he's got to get through technical inspection. So at the moment, Conor Clancy will start on the pole position and indeed get a chat to you.
Yes, Faris Haroon, the Emirati Express, second quickest. Harrison Stevens, Jaden Hidding. Well, Jaden Hidding was fastest when the clock struck 0. He winds up 4th. That's still not a bad effort at all. Via Chopra, Jack Doe, Ari Kallenberg, Mitan Jain. You can see the rest. I'll go down and chat with Conor Clancy.
And while you do that, I'll have a bit of a look at just how our grid is going to be formed for Heat 1 for Junior Rotax Max. Conor Clancy and Faris Haroon. Faris Haroon just over a 1/10 of a second slower lap time than Conor Clancy. He will start on the front row alongside Conor Clancy, our pole position driver. Harrison Stevens and Jaden Hidding, they are on row 2. We've then got Via Chopra and Jack Doe starting on row 3. Ari Kallenberg and Mitansh Jain, they were on row 4. Row 5 is Leo Anya and Erin Ortak, and then Pierre Abou-Diwan, who did top the timing screens for quite a chunk of that qualifying session. He's alongside Gabriel Baracordi on row 6, and then we've got Derek Rivera, Arthur Qureshi, Jan Mikulachekvo, Giuseppe Montanari, Aaron Mason, Julia Angelard, Ray Haber, Savali Kojai, Floris Schenkenberg in 21st, Oliver Spencer 22nd, Johansa Saniyaka, Samuel Turner, Murad Baramova, Aaron Setai and Brando Londono. So Aaron Setai and Brando Londono, they did not set a lap time there in that qualifying session. Just to give you an idea of team-wise, Mumbai Falcons with Conor Clancy on the pole, Yas Heat with Faris Haroon alongside. Then we've got M&M with GGM on the second row, Motorscape and GGM next up with Mumbai Falcons, and JNKD Motorscape there with Aaron Ortak rounding off the top 10. So a good mix of team battles going on there as well. So we have got a very, very good mix here in the UAE RMC with a good inter-team rivalry there. We haven't got a team that's dominating here necessarily. It is very much up for grabs. And again, what is the most competitive class? I cannot pick any of our classes being more competitive than one another. They are all very intense. They're all going to be equally as dramatic, and they will all deliver exactly as we suspect they will. Hello to the Hyper Hollands. Go Austin is their message on the UAE RMC. Keep your messages coming. I know it's very early across in Europe. I'm not expecting much chat from the European audience, but certainly here in the UAE and around the Middle East region, plenty of viewers looking in and seeing what exactly is happening with the UAE RMC. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And when we get racing, we are going to have an opportunity to see one of our partners for the first time. Our Kart Shop replay, kartshop.me. It's our replays are powered by the Kart Shop Middle East. They are an exclusive distributor for the OTK family. Tony Karts, Cosmic, Esprit, EOS, Gillard, Red Speed, Lando Norris Karts, and of course the Carlos Sainz CS55. They've got a 24-hour delivery at kartshop.me, Kart Shop Middle East. Our replays this weekend and going forward for the rest of the season being powered by kartshop.me. once again, we're in that point where we are just waiting for the junior Rotax field to clear the weighbridge, and we're waiting for Conor Clancy. We don't know where he is in the queue for the weigh-in, so that's why the time is a little bit different every time before we can join Henry. We are about to get the nod once Henry's in position with Conor. With a great lap, as I said there, mentioned his time of 57.889. He's 0.153, just under 2/10 quicker than the next driver up, Faris Haroun. Faris with the Yas Heat team, 58.042. So only one driver, therefore, getting inside the 57s. So that was indeed quite a good lap there. It came 57.889. That came on his final lap, I think, lap 4 there, right at the end of the session, as we suspected it might. So we're about to get going with our DD2 qualifying session, another 6-minute session. It might be the smallest field of karts that we have in the UAE RMC. But before we do, let's head down to the Parc Fermé where Henry has got Conor Clancy. Henry.
Well, Joe, actually, no, I don't. There's been a slight change. So you saw the confusion and the issues at the start of that qualifying session. So Conor Clancy and Faris Haroun, the first two drivers on the timing and scoring sheets, they've both got nose cone penalties. Now, the third fastest driver, Harrison Stevens, he's been called over to race director Ken Potter to have a judicial review for something potentially that he may have done. Now, he may potentially have not done anything, but Ken Potter wants him. So, the fourth place driver is the first driver who doesn't have a nose cone and doesn't have a judicial review after that session, Jaden Hidding. So, Jaden, I think it's safe to say that you're either going to start the races first or second. First of all, tell us a little bit about what happened at the start there.
Everyone just started rolling, and because everyone wanted to have a slipstream, so everyone started rolling, because if they're by yourself, then everyone's going to have a tow, and after you're going to have a bad result. So everyone wants to be behind someone to get a good time. So yeah.
So how did you come this way a little bit? How did you manage to avoid, number one, getting a nose cone penalty, and number two, upsetting Ken Potter, the race director?
I've just been very careful throughout the whole qualifying. Make sure not to bump anyone throughout the whole qualifying. Make sure that no bumper penalties or not pushing anyone off. I'm a very careful person on the track through qualifying, so yeah.
Okay, well there we go. So Jaden Hidding, he's either going to be first or second, depending on what happens with Harrison Stevens' judicial review. But Conor Clancy and Faris Haroun, for definite, they are further down the order.
I did mention that there was going to be intensity and drama, and we haven't even started racing yet. We're just qualifying, and already the drama is ensuing there with the judiciary getting involved there. So we'll wait and see how that qualifying session will pan out and become official, and we'll wait for that to manifest from the official's office. Before we talk about that, we'll have an idea of the grid actually when they line up, probably. So DD2 Masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters out on the track at the moment. These are the 2-ratio gearboxed Rotax Max karts. They've got 2 gears. The left-hand paddle is for first gear, the right-hand paddle is for second gear, so it's a little bit different to the paddle shift you see on, say, or even a KZ, a gearbox engine kart, a gearbox kart. Slightly different. Mechanical link to the 2-ratio gearbox that sits over the rear axle. If you haven't seen our Rotax Invitational from here at Ain from 2 weeks ago, we do a lovely little piece with Danny Brand about the technicalities of the DD2. I'm pretty sure I'll get my teeth into them as we get across the season as well and get more insight into the technicalities and the engineering that goes into DD2. And it's something that I'm being an engineering geek, I suppose. certainly got an interest in. It's a different way of going Rotax karting. It adds another element to how you produce the lap time, and perhaps the most important thing with regards to how you handle the kart out on track is that we've got brakes on the front axle. We've got a brake disc and caliper on both front wheels, so we tend to see these drivers driving these karts relatively smoother than you see in normal Rotax Max karting, when you only have a brake on the rear axle. When you press the brake, it's effectively like putting the handbrake on in your car, only braking the rear wheels. Of course, you can use that to get the rear end to rotate through the corner, as we see them just negotiate through turn 1 there, and they are braking in a very smooth and straight line style. Brake deep into the apex as you modulate the brake pedal with a more balanced braking effect on the front and rear. But also Tony Hogg, who's not here, he's out practicing for the World Grand Finals, the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. So Tony not with us for this championship. In fact, I think he's retired again. I know he's retired a few times, but Tony Hogg explaining in our paddock show on the Rotax Invitational. Have a look at that. It's still out there on our YouTube channels. But Tony just explaining that you do indeed use the gearbox to help braking as well. So you're getting a bit of an enhanced brake, not just from the foot pedal, but also from the gearbox. So as is the usual case, the 6 minutes of qualifying has quickly ebbed away, and now we've got under 2 minutes. And at the moment, Tyler Harris is the driver to beat, the Mumbai Falcons driver there with a best time of 56.313, 0.3 of a second quicker than Adam Malek from the M&M team. Adam with a 56.618, and then not far behind Hamza Ashisho, also from the M&M team. Hamza, we saw how quick Hamza was at the Invitational 2 weeks ago, currently third. Maritz Nopiez from Mobile Falcons, 56.982. And then just outside the top 4, Samir Al-Assad from M&M, 57.273. Kyle Blockley from the KAA team, 57.377. All things changed then, as Nopez goes into third, ahead of Ashisho. Kyle Blockley goes ahead of Al-Assad for 5th and 6th, and we are less than 40 seconds now on the clock. Bernardo Del Castillo is out there still for the Telios team, and Greg Watt is running as an independent, and Greg with the Honolulu Racing colours there. Can't miss Greg out there on track. He is, in fact, you can see him from space, I believe. Greg Watt currently in 7th with a 57.994, running that kart himself as Greg as an independent. But with Danny Brand not too far away, I would imagine, to offer some advice on how we run these karts. Literally seconds away from the checkered flag, as the checkered flag now flies on the timing screen and across the finish line. We've got Sami Al-Assad and Greg Watt, who were the first drivers to see that checkered flag. Their qualifying's over. This session, of course, concludes our qualifying. All of the grids will be set with the final kart to cross the line here. They're on the final rundown lap then. And it looks like we've got drivers out there tripping over one another, so not necessarily managing to optimize their runs, or are they managing to get a little bit of a slipstream, a little bit of a pull down this back straight towards the final turns here at Al Ain into turn 13. Keep the kart across to the left hand side, don't let it breathe outside, because the right hander there at 14 is all important there as the run down to the flag for Ashisho and Nops. Concluding qualifying then for DD2 and DD2 Masters then. Tyler Harris will start on the pole position with that 55.873, almost 0.3 of a second quicker than Adam Malek. So it's Mumbai Falcons on the pole position in DD2. Adam Malek for M&M They will share the front row. Hamza Shisho and Moritz Knobs will share row 2. Kyle Blockley will share row 3 with Sameh Al-Assad. And then Greg Watt with Bernardo Del Castillo. Now, Bernardo did put a lap time in there. He completed 4 laps, calling an early finish for Bernardo. He'll be happy with that. So that is our 8-car field for DD2. And, of course, DD2 Masters. So concluding our qualifying sessions, the next track action we will see will be our first heats. It is a 6-lap race for the Microax class. We've got a 9-lap race for the Senior Max, Group A and B. We've had to split them into groups of A, B and C. We have so many subscribers to the Senior Max class. So the first heat we'll see for them will be Groups A and B. That'll be a 9-lap race. We've got a 7-lap Miniax race for their heat. 8 laps for Junior Max and 8 laps for DD2s. So that's coming next on track. But of course, before that, we've got Henry Baudet, who will be talking to Tyler Harris, or will he? Because there are technical inspections going off there and the judiciary stepping in. It may not be all as it seems. We saw there on the screen there the rundown: Tyler Harris, Adam Malek, Mumbai Falcons, Eminem. That's our front row starters, and then we've got a reverse of those team names: Eminem and Mumbai Falcons in the form of Hamza Shisho and Moritz Knops. And that's our front 2 rows in DD2. I was about to say, is the wind dying off? I don't think it is, actually. You can tell by the many flags we have flying here at the Ain International Kart Circuit. And the wind very much playing its part today. Whether that will be in a negative or positive way, we will find out when we start racing. With some very exciting and dramatic racing. The drama already beginning, though, it seems, qualifying there. Very, very dramatic and intense throughout our classes. We've had all of our classes, micros, minis, seniors, juniors and DD2 concluding their qualifying. Let's conclude our last of our pole sitters then, to be interviewed by Henry for qualifying, then Tyler Harris with Henry Baudet.
Well, Tyler, first time out here in DD2. I'm not going to say it's easy, because obviously it's not, but you must be really pleased with being able to start your DD2 career with a pole position.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, we just went out straight away and put the laps in, ended up first.
How tricky has it been? Because of course you've been a regular in senior Rotax for the last couple of seasons. Over in the UK, you've tried a little bit of KZ racing, and now so you've gone from single speed to 6 speed, now 2 speeds. What's the challenges been like in going back and forth between the 3 different types of karts?
Well, obviously KZ and senior are extremely different, and then DD2 lies somewhere in between. So DD2 is really closer to the senior, but it's like obviously got the front brakes, which makes it a lot different on the entry. So it's got a bit of the KZ style on the entry, but it's not quite as much as the KZ because it doesn't have the gears.
Now, of course, you've got a slightly smaller grid, but again, Adam Malek, Hamza Shisho, they're both more experienced than you in this class, as well as the rest of the Masters, who we're going to speak to Maurice Knopers very soon. You know, there's a lot of experience just behind you. How do you plan on holding them off?
Driving away.
Driving away, simple as that. There we go. Thank you very much, DD2 pole sitter Tyler Harris. Maurice Knopers, one of the most familiar names in the history of UAE karting over the years. You're back as the reigning E20 Rotax Grand Finals champion. But I want to know one thing more importantly than anything else. Do you think your son Sem will be happy with your performance in qualifying?
For sure not. He's not even here, and he's coaching me. Papa, did you hit that curb zone? Did you do this? Did you do that? Maybe you should go quicker, Daddy. But he also said something which I hope is true. Papa, you only wake up in the final, you know. So he says that's 3/10 for me. Let's hope so, because qualifying didn't go 100% correct. But okay, it's nice to be back in Alain. after 8 years. And it's also really enjoyable to be with a new team. When you walk around and you think, yeah, I made the right decision. So Mumbai Falcons is really a great team. I couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, because both you and Tyler drive for Mumbai Falcons. So your pole position in Masters, but I take it that you wanted pole position overall, as any racing driver would. They're selfish.
Yes, but in all honesty, I just want to win.
Just want to win.
And that's in this afternoon, you know. So let's see. I'm not gonna, you know, I know young boys in front of me. They have to win. There's like, you know, what's it called? You know, like a red flag with the bull.
Yes.
If they see a 5 number, they can't they finish behind it, you know. But let's see what we can do with experience.
Okay, there we go. I can hear engines in the background. That means that the racing is about to get underway.
Very lucid moment there for Henry Baudet, remarkably there. He did indeed hear engines. We've got our Microax class out for their first heat then. And the grid looks like this. Sama Chopra is on the pole position with Enzo Falzarano alongside. Vaibhav Ponna and Adam Al-Sheikh are on row 2. Liam O'Hanlon and Rudra Papatap Shekhawat with Alexander Feinstein alongside. We then got Saif Al Khalifa, Jensen Kelly, Anmar Tabatsa, Abdulaziz Al Saraf, Adrienne Farah Vignoli with Evans Voronins, Cameron Harvey, Tayab Haroun, Tadeusz Projaska, Felix Sousa Jebjerg, and Sebastian Storer. M&M on the pole position with JNKD alongside. They're the team names. The field nicely forming up on the back straight towards the final 2 turns at 13. This, the sweeping left, very fast, 180-degree turn that leads immediately into the all-important turn 14. They're nicely formed up. If they get the acceleration line right, then I think our starter will be happy with them and we will get things underway. A little bit of jiggery-pokery going on with regards to tram lines there. I'm not sure how that will be seen, but into turn 1 the field goes for the first time then in the Rotax Max Challenge for the UAE, and the field already out of turn 1 through turn 2 and into turn 3. This is the very technical part of the Al-Ain track here, into the tight twisty turns, technical. This is where you make your lap time up, everybody. It's how you go through the slower turns. That's how you make your lap time up here. You're all down to your motor once you get out onto that straight. Here we go then, through 9 and then into 10, and then that run down the double left-hander at 11 and 12. All important to get this one right. The leader beginning to pull a slight gap here, in driving an absolutely outstanding first lap here as they come underneath us, underneath our commentary position. Sama Chopra, hard to beat in qualifying, making it look exactly the same as we are under race conditions there. 1 lap completed for Chopra, with Ponna second, O'Hanlon up to third there. Falzarano, Sheikh, Feinstein, Tabatsa. And we've got Shekhawat, Khalifa, Jensen Kelly, the driver, rounding off the top 10. Now then, that gap has completely disappeared there to our leader Chopra, as the rest of this Microax field has gathered themselves up there, composed themselves, and now we see a move for second, Henry.
Yes, that's up into turn number 7. Liam O'Hanlon on a charge. So it is Samar Chopra, our pole sitter, leading. O'Hanlon for the GGM team in cart number 22 up to P2. Vaibhav Ponna, Enzo Falzarano, Adam Al-Sheikh, Alex Feinstein, Amar Tabatsa, Rudrapatrap Sekawat. A move down in turn number 13, one of the Motorscape carts there, trying to have a little look at the inside of, I believe it was Enzo Falzarano. That was Alex Feinstein committing into turn number 13, but didn't quite come off the plan. Now, where is Cameron Harvey? Just walked past his dad looking, and is there a cart? I can see a driver standing by the marshal post at turn number 13. That would be sadly,
Yeah.
Cameron Harvey.
I can see the Synergy overalls there. Definitely
Yeah,
Harvey
so
standing there. It's
that
the only
is a
driver that
shame.
we've lost. Yeah.
That is a shame.
But what it does, Henry, is it's ruined his position for starting in the pre-final. However, the pressure's kind of off. Now Cameron has to just get his head down, and he can only go one direction from here, and that's forward. So that's little consolation. I know, Cameron, when you watch this back, but it's something that you've got to think positively. Side by side driving as the 22 of Liam O'Hanlon there made that move out to 13. Here's the kart shop replay as O'Hanlon goes around the outside into 13. That was a really brave move. But look at this. That puts him into ideal position for the final turn and into the lead.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and a great courtesy of our new replay sponsors, kartshop.me as well. Great view from the kart shop replay to see Liam O'Hanlon. That's got to be one of the moves. If that doesn't stand the test of time as one of the moves of the day, I don't know what will. But all that effort and Samar Chopra's back in front. It just goes to show how quickly things could change.
That was always going to change because he kind of disadvantaged himself going through the final turn. We're going to see a replay here, not a kart shop replay, but a replay of what we saw on the previous lap.
Yep.
O'Hanlon's on the outside, Chopra's down the inside to defend, and O'Hanlon just hasn't quite got the momentum to go alongside through turn 13, so it has to slot back in. Now these two squabbling, Henry,
it's great, but
Adam Al-Sheikh and Vavapona now are getting mixed in as well, so we've got a 4-kart train for the lead.
Exactly, as and O'Hanlon tries the crossover coming out of turn number 1. O'Hanlon has the inside and he squeezes through into turn number 2. Going through as well is Adam Al-Sheikh, but Vavapona has gone from 4th to 2nd, and here's another kartshop.me replay. But look at the karts in 4th place, Joe.
This is brilliant opportunist driving. Look at that. Everybody slid wide. They just took too much speed. And the kartshop.me replay really did capture that really well, with Ponna there into 2nd place. How it is going to be by the time they come back underneath us is anybody's guess, because they're already through turns 11 and 12 and that run down towards 13. This is the all-important one, Henry. This is how we're going to finish the lap, but our leaders got comfortable at the front of this field. That's going to disappear in an instant, and it does.
But O'Hanlon has come out to the final corner. The checkered flag is waiting, and the first win of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship season goes to Liam O'Hanlon from Vaibhav Ponna, Samar Chopra, Adam Al-Sheikh, Alex Fryenstein, Enzo Falzerano, Rudrapatrap Sekawat. Now, I asked Rudrapatrap, why is he run number 4 and 44? Because 4 plus 4 equals 8, and I'm 8. Seems perfectly reasonable. Saif Al Khalifa and Tadeusz Prochaska are 8th and 9th, with Amar Tabatsa rounding out your top 10. Jensen Kelly, Ivans Voronins, Abdul Raziz Al Saraf, Adrian Fore Vignole, Tayab Haroun, Sebastian Storer, and Felix Souza Jebjerg. The two drivers, the Ital Course Middle East driver finishing 17th. But that's not all you'll hear from Felix today, over this weekend. He and his teammates, Rafael Zagatti, as well as Luke Thompson from Ital Course Middle East, gave us a great interview for one of our paddock shows this weekend, and it's a very insightful, enlightening and entertaining chat that we had from all of them. So O'Hanlon, who of course lost out to Zev Godschalk at the Rotax Invitational 2 weeks ago. He wants to make sure that that doesn't happen again. As
well, that's a good start.
It's a very good start.
That is an excellent start, isn't it?
It bodes well, Joe Bradley.
Yes, it doesn't bode very well for our voices, Henry.
No, not at all.
No, we've got to keep this going for 2 days, remember?
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Because we're going to get to do all of this again tomorrow.
Can't wait. Yeah, please don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is round 1.1. Tomorrow we have round 1.2. 5-second penalty for Tadeusz Prochaska. Tadeusz, I just want to say hi to Tadeusz's family. Tadeusz wasn't here yesterday. I believe he was at a family funeral, so I saw Tadeusz's dad this morning. So that hope that the rest of the family are doing well. Condolences to the rest of the Prochaska family watching back home.
So, Henry, we've got our first Senior Max. Now, we've got a very well-subscribed Senior Max class, which means that we've had to split them into 3 groups to get them through the racing, the heat process into the pre-final process. Yes.
I was going to say there were 39 drivers on the entry list. Now, I believe 34 is the maximum that we can have.
Which is why.
We didn't have Elliot Surtees. Elliot Surtees and Kai Hunter, they will be back, but they're racing in the UK this weekend for the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship.
That's the end of their European program.
Yes,
isn't it?
that's the end of the European season.
Do you have event at Genk? Is that an RMC?
That'll be the Golden Trophy at Genk.
End of October. So that's the end of their European season.
Yes, it's the final chance for drivers in Europe to get tickets to the grand finals. Of course, the start of the quest for next year's grand finals, the ones that the 2026 grand finals.
This is it.
It's here.
This is here right now.
We're one race into it.
Yeah.
The road to ... Don't know where it is. Wouldn't be allowed to tell you if I did know. Started.
Do you actually know?
No, I don't.
You do, don't you?
I don't know.
Do you know?
They keep
so
it.
Do they tell you things like that? Or are you the last on the list?
No, I'm not last. So this is the game that I like to play. With all the... I'm very fortunate that I do lots of...
Do you know the British Championship dates yet?
I do. I can't say.
He hasn't told us, Nick. Can you believe that?
I mean, the game I like to play with Rotax, with other championships, is that when they have like a grand final event, they keep it a very closely guarded secret. However, as the person that is normally tasked with hosting the unveiling ceremonies and hosting, when we do rehearsals, they usually give it away, or I try and tease it out of them. And it has happened several times where they've revealed the destination to either a grand finals or to a grand festival or even like a Sony World Series International Finals to be. But this year, so far, I have drawn a blank in terms of...
because that is the attraction. I mean, this year's grand finals are in Bahrain.
Yes.
So, you want to really sort of, get... This is where you're going to be. Everybody's heading towards Bahrain. And so I would imagine it's going to be early next year, early into 2026, when here we are already kicking off that road to the 2026 grand finals here in the UAE. This is all part of a championship, and it's all part of winning that ticket to get yourself to the grand finals.
Yes, and I think what will happen is that when we get to Bahrain, we will unveil the venue for the following year's grand finals there.
Yeah.
But that's a long way off.
It is. We're
well
ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Yeah. Nathan Kaplan then leads this field of Senior Max around the track. He's on the front row alongside Rayan Damadasa. We've got Mohamed Mename alongside Omar Ghanum, with Amani Kenyua and Rayan Qureshi on row 3. It's then we've got Jules Dumont, Andre Remy, Faisal Nashko, Arav Dewan, Zain Al Homasani, Rayan Karuz, Enzo Tesluk, Georges Nazar, who went very well at the Invitational, didn't he, young Georges? Luis Hartman, Neyman Correa, Laith Moninar.
Mumina. Yep.
Andrew Obaid, Linus.
I'll take this one, Joe.
Go ahead.
It is Volungavicius.
Volungavicius, I've got that now. Arman Dewan, Manaf Ajawi, then we've got Shivan Kartik, Jan Sigranov, Krishe Gutta and Jagrit Detroit. We're already racing towards turn 1 though, Henry.
Yep, we're off and racing down towards the opening corner. New camera this week from Karting Live TV, adding to the camera's position that we had 2 weeks ago. And already that is the first issue of the race. And that was, here's a kart shop replay. If ever there was one, it's
there was
number 301, Omar Ganoum. Just couldn't get the wagon slowed down, and bingo.
That's the sort of incident that's very prevalent on lap 1 of any kind of karting event. They just all began to stack up, didn't they? And there was people tripping over one another.
Unfortunately, it was Amani Kinua, the young South African, the ultra-talented young South African driver who was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Here they come across the line. 1 lap completed then. It is Mineme who leads from Kappen then. A little bit of a change. Damadasa down to 3rd as we've got Jules Domont up to 4th. Araf Doohan and then Georges Nasser moving up the field very readily there. Didn't quite go his way in qualifying, but he's making amends here. And I've got him up to 2nd now, actually. That's just updated itself with Kappen in the lead and Nasser in 2nd.
Yeah.
In fact, it's doing a dicky fit.
I think George Nasser, I mean, he's made a good
he's
start.
Up to 5th.
I'm not quite sure if it was that good, the 3-3-1 kart, although the front group have splintered up quite a lot after that incident. You could see Ganoum there just getting caught out. Do you know something though? It's the number 321. It is Damadasa who is in 2nd position. Then it is Nathan Kappen. So Mohamed Manane, Mohamed Manane leads the way. Mohamed Manane, then Damadasa, Jules Dumont and Nathan Kappen now finds himself back in 4th position.
Now he had 3/10 across the line, Henry. That's disappeared as they go into the more technical section of the infield here. Damadasa leading Dumont and Kappen. Kappen wanting that pole position back and having to kind of compose himself to get back onto the tail of the 4 leaders here. But looking very, very composed there. Our leader, Mohamed Menamay, who leads into turn 11 and 12, and then it'll be the race down. But these 4 beginning to get a little bit spaced out there and things beginning to settle down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Amani Kinua is continuing at the back of the field. But the lead group of 4 drivers, still 4 drivers. Manane for XL Motorsports, Damadasa for George Gibbons Motorsport, Jules Dumont for Telios, and then Kappen, who I think has just passed Dumont for 3rd. Let's have a look. Yes, the Mumbai Falcons liveried machine is up into P3. Let's not forget this is Kappen's first time out here in senior Rotax.
Yeah, so
reigning junior champion.
So a little bit of a baptism of fire there in that early laps. He dropped to 4th. He's back in the swing of things here. But now we've got a challenge for the leaders. Damadasa, maybe his tyres are just beginning to come on where he wants them, because he's now pulled right onto the bumper of our leader, Maname, who's now got to fend off going into 13. Damadasa not really in a position to challenge here, but he is getting towards the rear bumper of our leader there as they cross the line. These 2 broken away now from Jules Dumont and Nathan Kappen, or Nathan Kappen and Jules Dumont, I should say, as that change for 3rd place is now confirmed.
As we've now got Manane beginning to defend, looking over his shoulder. Rian Damadasa, the Sri Lankan driver, comes through turns 2 and turn 3 into turn 4. There's a little bit of dust on the track there because last time around one of the tail enders went off, impacted the barriers, came back onto the track, dragging half the desert with him. They're through turns 7 and 8 now. This is lap 5 out of 9. In fifth position is George Nassar, Arab Diwan, Omar Ghannoum, Rayan Qureshi, Zain El Hassani, and Andrea Remy. Your top 10. Battle is on, Joe.
We've got a challenge there coming off with defensive driving from Minema, who ends up in third as they come out. And who's that looking like he's going to go through and into the lead? Nathan Kappen. And that was all about how they came out. Is he going to lead into turn one? No, the answer is no. He's got to settle in behind him. So Kappen second, Damadasa though, with the car chop replay showing us defensive driving from the leader there. And this is where it all went wrong for him, with a mighty challenge there into the last turn. And there, opportunist driving from Kappen there. That junior, did you say he's the champion?
He's last year's champion.
Yeah. So we know, welcome to seniors.
Yeah, welcome to seniors. I think sometimes it's the seniors like to sort of, they say, look, you need to get the junior out of you. But actually,
it's working for him well there.
That was a very bit of junior-esque driving. Just capitalise. Make a move, make a lunge. Here comes Kappen again with the race leader Rian Damadasa defending into turn number 13. George Nassar is right there as well. We've now got a 5-car battle at the front.
I thought for a moment there, Henry, we were going to see a challenge into turn one, but it's a very, very fast entry here. Here is the challenge for the lead then, as Kappen goes into the infield, and that's him out on the dirt there. Damadasa ended up on the dirt there. The car chop replay will show this again. Kappen down the inside. There was no real touch there, but Damadasa realising where he is and just ended up on the dirt.
Yep.
That's how sandy it is offline.
It is, and I think Damadasa possibly could have just conceded defeat into that corner a little bit earlier. But of course, with a pack situation, Kappen had company from behind. Now there's the Telios car. No, that's the M&M car, the Mateus Najem Motorsport machine of number 331. George Nassar moving up as they will complete lap 7 out of 9 this time around. Nassar is up to third and challenging his Lebanese countryman Mohamed Manaim there for second place. Jules Dumont from France is fourth for Telios, with Damadasa fifth. Rayan Qureshi up into sixth position. El Hassani is seventh. The top 6 less than 2 seconds apart.
I don't think George's Nassar is done for the day quite readily. He is not going to sit behind the XL driver Menemene. He's going to have a challenge here, and this is where he's lining it up. The leader's already gone. That's Nathan Kappen off, and there's the move there. And again, just look at that. You put a wheel off the line and you're into the sand. The car chop replay will show exactly what I mean here, as George's Nassar gets down the inside. He didn't touch him, but look how slippery it is out there. Once you're offline, it's like being in the wet and dry. It's like being on a dry line and you go onto the damp. Well,
absolutely.
Here in the Middle East, it's onto the sand.
Yeah, no, and that is what the problems that a breeze brings. We be talking about how nice it is to have a breeze. Parents think that. The people that don't like a breeze, drivers, mechanics, because it does make offline very, very slick indeed. And as well, if there is a gust of wind, you turn up and the racing line is covered in sand. So you don't know the grip level from one lap to the next.
Yeah, that's it. The track evolves back to green and a very dusty track. The leader, I can tell you, Kappen, is on his penultimate lap here. It will be 9 laps completed, is it? Is this the checkered flag? Have I got too excited and lost track of time here?
The checkered flag is waiting.
It is indeed, and that's Nathan Kappen who will take the checkered flag with George Nassar. Round of applause. George is qualified quite down the order from where we usually see him, and that was a brilliant drive through right on the tail of Kappen. Now he's going to start the pre-final right there on the front row, isn't he?
He is.
He is indeed. He's going to be a one to watch for going forward.
No, I mean, that race itself, great stuff there. Kappen, Nassar, Mohamed Manaim there, Rian Damadasa, Rayan Qureshi in top 5, Zain El Hassani, Jules Dumont, Omar Ghannoum, Arab Diwan, and Faisal Nashko, and Mohamed and Manaf Hijawi, the top 11. Andrea Remy finishing in P12. Laith Mumina rounds out the top 13 for Saudi Arabia. And I've got to say, we had plenty of highlights there. The Kart Shop Middle East replay was put. It's almost had as much action as their online ordering facility, because if you do want any OTK parts in this neck of the woods, Joe, you know, for your Cosmics, your Express, your Gillards, your Red Speeds, your Lando Norrises, your Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, then yeah, 24-hour delivery at Kart Shop ME.
Yeah, it seems to be a one-stop shop, really.
Funny enough, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, a one-stop card
Shop.
.me.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yes, the .me is, of course, that's the important bit. It's cartshop.me, Cartshop Middle East, and it's great to have them along as our replay partner here, bringing us the replay action, which is always worth another look. And we had some great replay action there, didn't we?
We did indeed. And for those of you that are saying, "Well, look, can you guys focus more on the mid-pack too?" Well, the thing is, you know, if you have a look on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, you will see that go-karter guy opportunities for more advertisers to come on board, more live stream sponsor advertisers, and the more of those we get, the more people we can bring out here, which means the more cameras we can have, which means the more angles we can bring you. It's quite simple.
It's always a bit tricky, that one,
Yeah.
and it's a good point, that go-karter guy. There is a lot going on in any kind of kart race, wherever you are in the world, and we would love to be able to bring you the action from all the way down the field. However, you could, you know, I'm not arguing with you, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just, as a sporting event, it would be unfair to the people who are being successful to ignore them for a battle for 12th. As much as the battle for 12th, I had some of my best races were for 20th, I've got to say. So there's some great racing going on there. And down the field, wherever you are in the competitive string of things, you will find someone who has a similar experience, similar capability, similar kit that you will race with. There's some fantastic racing going on there. Unfortunately, we've only got one TV screen that we can give you. And again, you know, the counter argument would be, or the excuse, I suppose, is that we've got to really, if there is a great battle going on at the front, and there was there, I mean, that drive by George's Nasser is a fine example. It would have been really unfair to George's coming through the field there. It would have been unfair to, you know, capture the heat win for Nathan Kappen. If we were focusing down the field, but I do hear you, and it is equally as frustrating to us to have to do what we do, because I can see out the window as well, and I can see some cracking racing going on there for down the order in 20th and 22nd place. Talking about 20th, Neyman Correia and Linus Volunjevicius, they were the drivers that were out there battling for those positions. I want to say to Alan Curry, yes, thank you for the support, Alan. We need all the help we can get with that name list, I've got to say. I don't speak, so I don't know who that's saying.
That's that will be Kerr Ivanov in the next race.
Right.
Number 160 for the NI racing team. Let's have a little look. That's it is Belarusian, and his name is Steve.
Steve.
Yep.
That says Steve.
Yep, honestly, 100%.
Okay.
Yep. No,
I'm not going to argue with you.
No. It's Steve. It's Steve.
Right. What's next then? We have got our Minimax heat for the first time out. Then Minimax coming out next. The 125cc Rotax engine, as we will see in all of our classes this weekend. They're on this is for 10 to 13-year-old. That's the age range for Minimax. They're on the Mojo C2 tyre, exactly what we see, or that we've seen out with Microax class. So these karts are got slightly more power, slightly less restriction on their air intake and their exhaust system. So they're a little bit faster than what we've seen in Microax. But the racing is equally as fantastic. And, well, who are we going to focus on here? Who are our likely candidates? Attica Meir, obviously. That young lady is showing a very quick turn of pace. She's here in her home UAE RMC. I know she's got plans to go to Europe and do some racing across the European summer in 2026. And I can see, Henry, that Attica is just going to get better and better with, racing at the level that she is.
Absolutely, the Queen of Kashmir herself. One driver that you will want to focus on in this race is last year's Microax champion, Benjamin Karachkovic. He'll be starting down at the back of the field after a 3-kart incident in qualifying, at the very start of qualifying. But also, let's not count out Charlie Page. Charlie Page, kart number 114, driver coached by Matt Scheuer, who amongst the many drivers that Matt has coached, including this year's British Touring Car champion, Tom Ingram. Now a double British Touring Car champion is Tingram. Charlie Page.
Are you old enough to remember Tom Ingram in karts?
Yes, I am.
You really that old?
And I want to just say, I mean, I'm sure, I know how much Tom loves his UAE Rotax karting. Listens all the time, 100%.
So he's bound to be at home, in bed, breakfast in bed, watching this
with the missus and
with
the dog.
With the BTCC trophy in bed with him.
Yep, and the miss and the dog
and the dog
and the dog. I want to just say hi to Tom. And to your dad, Bruce. Obviously they lost Tom's mum earlier this year, just a few short weeks ago. Tom lifting his second BTCC trophy was a very bittersweet moment, full of emotion indeed.
Hard fought this year as well.
Very hard fought. But Charlie Page is this year's Rotax International champion. So in this grid we have Attica Mir, who became the first lady to win a race in the Rotax International Trophy. That was in 2024. Charlie Page is this year's Rotax International Trophy Microax champion. You have got Austin Gray, who raced in Bahrain and Qatar last year and has come here to dominate, as he said. Benjamin Karachkovic is the reigning Microax champion. Albie J. Stubbs is this year's British Water Swift Restricted champion. We've also then got a couple of the wild cards. Rivan Dev Pritham. He's a real character in the number 199 for the brand new Axel GP team. Not to mention the McAdam team, Adam Fleury, and a brand new driver, Raphael Zagatti, on a very, very interesting Ital course chassis, which you will learn more about during one of our paddock shows this weekend. Raphael Zagatti in his very first kart race. And that will be in today's lunch break paddock show. Please stay tuned. When the heats finishes, ladies and gentlemen, both days, today and tomorrow, there are two separate paddock shows. Bonus paddock show interviewing that Joe, I, and Nick Damon conducted yesterday.
Well, Nick was on the camera, so doing a cracking job, I've got to say. Cracking job. Very steady hand is needed for the camera, and it's a bit of a heavy lump as well. So as ever, exciting and interesting and insightful.
I wouldn't call it as heavy enough to make anyone complain about maybe their back being stiff. Or would it? It's not that heavy, is it?
Unless you're really weak. Of course. We've got karts on track then, and the Minimax field is out. Austin Gray leading the field round with Albie J. Stubbs following him through. They're on the front row. Charlie Page and Attica Mir are on row 2. We've got Oliver Butchard and Paul Schutzman next. Rivan Dev Pritham and William Mazzali. Max Payton and Benjamin Krachovic, who didn't put a time in, actually. I'm not sure how he's ended up being in 10th place, but we'll get to the bottom of that. Rian Khan Rashid, Gleb Obukov, Adam Fleury, Raphael Zagatti and Kurt Ivanov are the field, and rounds off the 15-kart field for Minimax.
Yeah, and so obviously Kurt Ivanov getting support there online. Please keep your comments coming in, both on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel and of course the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. I miss Chloe McGill, wishing Albie J. Stubbs good luck. Now, That is LBJ Stubbs coming, and he does get into his position before they cross that red line on the track there.
Which is a good job.
Which is a good job.
Yeah, because he earned that front row start, didn't he?
He did.
Young Albie. And here they come then, Henry, nicely formed up there. Accelerating a little bit prematurely maybe, but will that be to the liking of our starter? They stay in the tram lines in good order, and now we go racing. And down towards turn 1, it looks like Austin Gray has that primary inside line. He leads into turn 1 and probably out of it now with a little bit of a coming together.
Yeah, that I think, is that Charlie Page that has made a rocket-like start. I'm looking to see the very distinctive sort of orange and green crash helmet colours. I'm looking down to see where LBJ Stubbs has fallen to, and he is back to 4th. Make that 5th, and I think that is Charlie Page. It is the 114. Good start from the XL Motorsport kart. Charlie Page, I'm so used to just calling him a privateer, but he's running with XL Motorsport here out during the UAE season. Into turn number 13 he comes with a Gray second, and who is that up the third with the bright green crash? It's Oliver Butchart.
I'm going to be able to confirm everything for you with the help of our timing screen, of course. Charlie Page leads across the line from our pole man Austin Gray down to second. Butchart, Schutzman, LBJ Stubbs, Karacevic up to 6th now. Great drive. What's happened to Attica Meir, who's been pushed down to 7th now? Rayan Khan Rashid and Rivan Dev Pritam down to 8th and 9th, and Max Payton down to 10th. William Mazzali just outside your top 10.
Somebody has kicked up a cloud of dust coming out of turn number 2. It is one of the JNKD carts, and that could be significant. That it's William Mazzali, but the sand and the dust has come all the way across the start-finish straight. So when the leaders come down the start-finish straight, they will be greeted with a nice film of sand on the track. They're about to see it now. So this is where Page and the rest will cross the line. It's right about there. That'll mean their tyres are a little bit slippery going into turn number 1, but they all managed to cope with it very well.
Just check this out. Have we got Karacevic up into 3rd place, or is that up to 4th ahead of, or was that Attica Meir?
It's P3.
Is it really?
It's 3
So
for
Butchart now down to 4th.
Yep.
Now we've got both Karacevic and Meir, who's on the tail of Karacevic and following him through. I think Meir's gone through on Butchart already, has she?
No,
not quite. No, that's with the orange shouldered overalls at the back of that train. The lead train, in fact, as they go through 11 and 12. What is this going to be? It's going to be a bit of a drag race down the back straight, all line astern. Page, Gray, Karacevic, Butchart, Meir. No change though, Henry, as they go through 13. They're about to be joined by the number 170 of Paul Schutzman, and LBJ Stubbs now regaining his composure.
Yeah, after a poor start, Stubbs finally back into his rhythm as again. And a problem for second position. We just saw there Karacevic and Gray, 2 teammates. Here's the kart shop replay. You can see Karacevic going to the inside and up over the back of his teammate. And I tell you what, that has given Charlie Page a handy advantage, and it's put Attica Meir and Oliver Butchart up into P2 and P3.
Well, that just shows how intense it is out there and how close you get at turn 1. It's a very, very fast entry through turn 1, and that has certainly split this up. We've got the leader, Charlie Page, very, very comfortable now. I can't say the same for Attica Meir, who has the synergy of the number 188 of Oliver Butchart right on her rear bumper. But it's a change then as Charlie Page leads across the line, 4 laps completed. Attica Meir, Oliver Butchart, LBJ Stubbs back up to 4th, Paul Schutzman. Whereas Karacevic ended up 11th, and Austin Gray through in 14th. So that really has cost those 2 JNKD teammates.
Yeah, 15 starters, 15 drivers still running. Rivan Dev Pritham runs in 6th position. Then Rihan Khan Rashid in 7th. Peyton is 8th. Kir Ivanov 9th. Gleb Abukov 10th. Karachkevich, Fleury, Zagati, Gray and Mazzali. I have to say, Rafael Zagati, he is just 2 seconds behind Adam Fleury. They're 12th and 13th. Now, obviously, they're in front of Austin Gray and Mazzali. Both of them have went off.
This is his first ever race.
This is his first ever
race start.
Yep, this is the first. It's not his first race in, this class. It's not his first race in Rotax. It's his first race full stop.
And it was his first media interview with the Ital Corsa Middle East.
Passed that with flying colours.
Did indeed, but he's dropped. I've just noticed there he's got a problem there. He's dropped down to 14th, so he's had a problem there, dropping behind Fleury and Gray. But you would think that he'd done this all the time. That great interview that you can catch in the Paddock Show with Henry. Here is a challenge, though, with Oliver Butchard beginning to get a little bit impatient now with Attica Meir, but Attica very confident in that second place. And if anything, these two, I think, Henry, they're playing this, what I call a high-speed game of chess.
Yes.
They are playing chess, and they're making their moves very carefully. They're not squabbling, and they are catching Charlie Page.
They are indeed.
Let's see what the gap is. It was 0.7 of a second. There is Charlie Page across the line. He's into lap 6 now. Attica Meir is down to 0.6. I'm not sure there's enough time with them on their penultimate lap.
Well, they're starting their last lap. They just.
They started their last lap. Yes, of course.
Completed
lap 6.
To start lap number 7. So at some point, Oliver Butchard is going to have to say to himself, right, we're not going to catch Charlie. So I am going to have to try and make a move. And at some point, Attica is going to have to think to herself, I'm going to have to start defending. We're running out of corners to get that done, however. The good news for these two drivers is that they do have a comfortable bit of gap between themselves and then Schutzman and Stubbs, who are next in line.
Right, if Butchard's going to have a go, this is his opportunity. But I think Attica Meir is too quick into this corner, and there she shows just how quick her entry speed is. Butchard, last chance, last opportunity as Charlie Page comes out the final turn and heads towards that checkered flag and takes the Minimax heat number 1. And it will be Attica Meir up from further down on the grid. We should be happy with that second place. That's a great opportunity to move forward for the pre-final. Likewise for Oliver Butchard. Albie Stubbs, he started on the front row. He dropped down the order. He's back up to 4th with Paul Schutzman in 5th. Rivan Dev Pritham in 6th, Rayan Khan Rashid in 7th, Max Payton finished in 8th, a recovering Benjamin Kracevich in 9th, Kir Ivanov, the first of the novices, I note, in 10th, Gleb Obukov in 11th, Austin Gray ended up 12th, he'll not be happy with that, will he?
Nope.
Adam Fleury, third of the novices in 13th, Rafael Zagati in his first ever race in 14th, and then we had William Mazzali for JNKD rounding off 15 kart field.
It's worth noting, for those of you that were here last year, Benjamin Karachkevich was the rank outsider for the championship. He doesn't start championships very well, but what he and his mechanic Ash Deer did last year, they finished stronger than everybody else. They were third coming into the last round of the championship. I think 2 rounds before the end, they were 5th.
Really?
But they did not give up. They kept just chipping away, and it came down to the last race of the season. So Karachkevich will be disappointed, but this is the first race of a very long season.
Yeah.
Nobody should be pressing the panic button yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. This UAE Rotax Max Challenge goes all the way through to April. We're at Al Fassan next month in the middle of November, the 16th of November. We then come back to Al Ain for a 1-round, 2-day meeting in December. We're off to the Dubai Kartdrome in January for a 2-day event there. And then in February, we're off to, I think, a circuit that everyone is looking forward to, the Yas Marina circuit, where we use part of the Formula One Grand Prix track there, up at the West Hairpin. A kart track is laid out, and it's a very fast kart track. I think Henry was saying that we have, over 90% of it is full throttle.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
it is
tremendous.
It is a proper slipstreaming battle, that one is.
We're back to the Dubai Kartdrome in March, and then at the beginning of March, let's say 8th of March, and then back here at Al Hussein to finish the season, firstly with the end of March, and then on the 11th and 12th in April, we will round off with rounds. It's the 8th round of the series. However, it is what round will 8.1 be and 8.2 be? I can't work that out. My little brain.
I'll have a little look. Let me have a little. Let's have a little. It's certainly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rounds.
12 rounds
in total. Yes,
I knew that. You did that very simply. By just counting them up.
Yes.
Why didn't I think of that?
Well, you never know. So, Joe, I've often been accused of having a very simple brain, which is true. Yes. Sometimes simple brains work out things in a simple way.
Yeah. Simple, Henry.
And that's all that you need.
You made that look simple, Henry.
Okay, Fatima Ramis is going to be cheering on Erin Ortak in the next race. The next race is our first junior heat, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we've got juniors out next.
Now
then, if the drama that we were talking about earlier, this was the junior pack that ended up being penalised. Yes. So I have no idea what this grid's going to look like.
Yes, no, we don't know whether Harrison Stevens, whether the judicial hearing that he had with Ken Potter at the end of qualifying resulted in a penalty or not. If it didn't, then I'm assuming he will be on pole position. If it did, then all likelihood is that the star of the show 2 weeks ago, Jaden Hidding, will line up on the front row of the grid. And Jaden said something very important. He says, I'm always quite a careful driver on track in qualifying, which doesn't always work wonderfully well. You know, being shy and retiring doesn't necessarily mean for good qualifying results, but it works for Jaden.
Right, Harrison Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a 5-second penalty for a sporting event. But then he was then DQ'd on a technical. I haven't got any details on either what the sporting offence was, or indeed what the technical was.
Well, I mean, his cup of joy just overflows, doesn't it?
Yes, it was bad, but then it got worse.
Yes.
So Harrison Stephen, then he's going to start near the back.
Yes, indeed.
Grease on the clutch is the technical. Now that's an old. No one intentionally puts grease on the clutch, Joe. Now, come on. However, residual grease from chain lube and stuff like can find its way into the clutch drum. Yes. The reason it's outlawed is because you would think a friction clutch, which connects the engine to the drive, you would need that to be less lubricated.
Yes.
However, the initial take-up of the clutch, when you have that initial take-up slowed down, it allows the engine to rev up freer.
Yes.
So that initial take-up of that drive, the process is quickened up. I'm talking very sort of minuscule time element and time frame here.
Well, I mean, but minuscule distances in karting are all important.
This is what I mean. The small gains that you can make, a lot of small gains create a big gain or a bigger gain.
Yes. It meant small incremental gains.
So that's why that we're not
British cycling, the Dave Brailsford
That's right.
method.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's why it's outlawed. Grease in the clutch is outlawed because of that, because there can be a performance gain. And remember, this engine's been around for what, 25 years?
Well,
longer.
Yes.
So this is all, and we talked to Gary Walker, our chief scrutineer here, tomorrow in the paddock show. And we look at just one element of one of those technicalities. We look at exhausts and exhaust restrictions or lack thereof, which is what the teams would love, like just get the exhaust gas out. And it was on the Miniax field where we have restrictions. But Gary has forgot more of the technical infractions than we can even gather. He's been around this sport for a long time, and I've been around motorsport, Henry. I've run race teams, I've raced karts, I've raced cars.
Yep.
Trying to gain, as Mark Donoghue, that famous racing driver,
the unfair advantage.
Absolutely, you've heard it.
We've got the same book collection, Joe.
We have indeed. We are the same geek. Yeah. We are sitting here in our anoraks, everybody, with them fully zipped up, with our hoods up. We are total anoraks. But I suppose the anorak analogy doesn't really work here in the Middle East, does it?
No. But of course, the teams are, we call them mechanics, and we call the team managers. But in reality, they're engineers. They are trying to engineer their karts in the same way that Adrian Newey tries to engineer a Formula One car.
Small gains.
They are trying to engineer their machines to the front of the field. They're looking at rule books and they're thinking, okay, it says I can do this and it says I can't do that. It doesn't say that I can't try this. And that's fine. And the officials understand it. It's a game of cat and mouse.
The way I remember running a team in Clio Cup in the UK on the total package, and the regulations, the technical regulations for Clio Cup were if it doesn't say you can, you can't.
Right.
If it doesn't say you can, you can't.
Well,
so all sorts of things that were going on. Neil Doe, thank you, Neil.
I think that would be Jack Doe's dad, possibly.
There was a load of bumper penalties after qualifying. Yes. I'm not surprised, because that was the qualifying session, just to remind everybody, that we saw earlier. Where
Conor Clancy and Faris Haroun were two of the victims.
Yeah, well, what happened, Henry, is they all came out. They didn't go off at racing speed. They all bunched up. Yes. They were all going around slowly. And then there were people speeding up and slowing down. And what happened? They all concertinaed into each other.
Yes.
And that's where the penalties came. That's where the bumper penalties came. What do we mean by bumper penalties? Are you new to this Rotax karting world? Bumper penalties. The front bumper on the kart is on a detachable mechanism, which we'll go into later, because we've got our grid for the Junior Max appearing. I'll leave you to do that.
Well, we got Jaden Hidding and Jack Doe on the front row, Conor Clancy and Mitan Jain on row 2, Leo Aina and Erin Ortak on row 3, Pierre Abudiwan and Faris Haroun row 4, Derek Rivera and Arhan Qureshi on row 5. Jan Michalizeko and Giuseppe Montanari are on row number 6. What's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra on row 7 alongside Aaron Mason. Julia Angelard and Ari Kallenberg are on row 8. Saveli Kogai, Floris Schenkenberg, Oliver Spencer, Johansa Senanayake, Sam Turner, Gabriele Baracordi, Ray Haber and Murad Bayravmova round out 24 drivers. Harrison Stevens is 25th, and Brando Londono, who didn't go out at all in qualifying, is 26. By my reckoning then, the 27th driver that isn't out there is Arhan Sethi.
Now that's a shame. Jaden Hidding bringing the field around and forming them up nicely through the final turn. They'll all be in grid order. A few stragglers just coming out of the final turn, but our front of the grid is in great looking, and it's been given the go-ahead. We are racing towards turn 1. Into turn 1, look like Jaden Hidding. Somebody off in a big way, off to the camera to our left. I think that's Jaden Hidding.
I can see two drivers. They're both up and out of their karts, however, the ones that went off.
They're looking very dusty, I think, Henry. We saw there a cloud of dust with karts going off towards turn 1 rather than on the exit of turn 1, which is very rare here, I've got to say. Just showing how windy it is when the dust is kicked up. It literally flies everywhere. But Jaden Hidding from the pole position, looking like he's got the lead and looking like he's under threat, isn't he? Because he's not pulled away that greatly, even on lap 1. They are still pretty much together with the orange liveried kart of our second place driver there.
Jack Doe.
Yeah, just getting onto the rear bumper
Oh,
through
no,
13.
it's
no,
not Jack
it's the
Doe.
O-plate holder.
It's Connor Clancy for the Mumbai Falcons up into second position. Jack Doe has fallen back to fourth position. Green flags waving down at turn number 1. Oh, Derek Rivera and Aaron Ortak were two of the drivers that went off, and Oliver Spencer got caught up there as well. Spencer running off a little bit further round the opening lap. Hidding, well, this is the reversal of what we saw in the Invitational. In the Invitational, it was Clancy ahead of Hidding. Now, roles are reversed. Aina in third, Doe fourth, Diwan fifth. Via Chopra, a podium finisher at the Invitational 2 weeks ago, running in sixth position. Qureshi and then Mikhail Zeko, followed by Jain. Mitan Jain, last year's vice champion in Junior Rotax. He's not started, a season he should have been favourite for very well.
We had a change for position as Pierre Abu Dewan went down the inside of Chopra, and Jack Doe dropping down 2 places. Via Chopra went through with Dewan. Jack Doe therefore down to 6th place as the lead battle begins to settle in with Jaden Hidding and Connor Clancy. Connor Clancy just sitting in his wake, just waiting for his moment, with behind him Leo Anya, Pierre Abu Dewan. That's perhaps the one we need to keep our eye on, as behind the 2 leaders, this is where it's all developing for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Derek Rivera has retired. He was the car that went straight on nose first into the tyre barriers at turn number 1. Also looking down the order, Fariz Haroon having an incident there coming out of turn number 9 on this lap. The battle going on at the front.
Yeah, battle going on for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and indeed that might even be 7th there. The 2 leaders will keep a wary eye on them, but this is where the action is, and I think we've got some movers and shakers in this little train of karts that are about to be that's about to become about 9 or 10 karts there, all the way from 3rd place down to 10th, 11th and 12th there, as a move there into 4th place there, and that looks like Mitanch Jain, was it?
Yeah, it was Mitanch Jain moving up into P4, and now a change for 5th position as well, via Chopra, passing Leo Aina, Arhan Qureshi in that mix as well.
Just got some drivers moving through the order now and just settling in to those 3rd and 4th places there. That's beginning to settle down. There's the battle across the line. It is Qureshi and Jack Doe. Samuel Turner, what happened there, Henry?
That was one of the, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. It is the Mumbai Falcons kart number 249 of Arhan Qureshi to the inside at turn number 1 for 6th position, passing Leo Aina as clean as
textbook.
a whistle.
That is what, when you see the textbook on how to overtake a turn 1 at Al Ain,
it's got a picture of that move in it.
That move is the right there, the kartshop.me replay showing that in great style. The lead battle is beginning to, in fact we've had a change, as into the lead has gone Connor Clancy there. The bright orange livery of the Mumbai Falcons lead this field of junior Rotax around. We've already completed half distance. This will be 5 laps in the bag, going on for the next 3 laps then. This is an 8-lap heat here, as Connor Clancy will show at the head of the field for the first time. Jaden Hidding second, Pierre Abu Dewan, Mitanch Jain, Via Chopra, Jack Doe, Leo Anya, Arhan Qureshi dropping down to 8 there. And after Qureshi had moved up the order, Jack Doe moving down the order, it's all swapped around.
Via Chopra also making a move. The Matthias Najem Motorsport team have really, well, they were strong last year, but they have, improved their game even more during the off-season. Because Via Chopra, I think, just went back past Mitanch Jain going into turn number 1 for what is 4th position. So Jaden Hidding, he was obviously disappointed at not winning the Invitational, but he was quite pleased because for him being able to run with Conor Clancy, a driver that, you know, with at least another season and a half's experience of junior Rotax to his name, and also, you know, he's running the O plate, he's raced for the UAE in the grand finals, he's raced all over Europe. Jayden wasn't too upset with, you know, pushing him and finishing a close second to him in the Invitational. However, now Jayden wants more. Jayden's not content to sit behind Conor, even though Conor's more experienced. Now he's thinking, right, well, I've done my bit of apprenticeship learning. Oh, lots of dust.
Yeah, that's
that
had nothing to do with those two, did it? That came from way across the track,
and it's cost Jayden Hidding. You can see Jayden Hidding getting distracted by that. Clancy, the extra bit of experience, you know.
Well, that was what you saw from our central camera there out on track. That was the density of the sand that came across the track there after we had a card going off.
At turn
and that would just be like fog. Jayden Hidding totally blinded by that as he went into a tricky part of the track here.
Well,
that's one of the differences racing here in the UAE.
But both Clancy and Hidding were blinded by that. Clancy kept it pinned. Hidding, momentary hesitation. That's the difference that experience gives you.
I noticed Jayden Hidding. Is that the flag of the Netherlands that he?
Yeah, it is. It is. He's there's Canadian. He's got Canadian parentage. He's got Dutch parentage, and his mum Genevieve is going to then give me a kick because I've forgotten where her family are originally from.
All right.
Lebanon, possibly, Syria. I don't know. I'll check up. She'll tell me.
Netherlands flag.
Yes.
The leader, Conor Clancy, is just coming out the final turn. This is the battle between that we're watching here. As there's Conor Clancy going towards turn one. There's second place Jayden Hidding, Pierre Abu Diwan, Via Chopra, Mitanj Jain, and Jack Doe. Leo Anya seventh. Kojai loses out to Qureshi right on the final lap there. Arthur Qureshi ahead of Kojai and finishes in 8th. 9th then is Savili Kojai. Gabriel Barakori rounds off the top 10. And Harrison Stevens finishing in 11th. He's got to be happy with that. That's an excellent drive from literally the back of the field there.
And Brando Londono for the Axel GP team. He also started at the back, 26th to 14th. For Brando.
Yeah, brilliant drive from those two. Again, don't panic. You've had a character building start to the weekend. It's only one day. It's only day one that you've had a bad start to. When we go into the second round of the championship tomorrow, we all start with a clean sheet of paper tomorrow, aren't we? Today doesn't affect tomorrow. However, whatever you do now is affecting everything. We have concluded then our Junior Max heat. Well, next time we'll see them out will be for their pre-final. We've got the DD2 class out for their heat. I just want to explain a little bit about the terminology we're going to be using for the Senior Max. Senior Max are in groups of, we've split them into 3 groups, and we will go through a heat phase where each driver will get 2 heats.
Correct.
That will qualify for the final. So there's no terminology of pre-final for the Senior Max category. All of the grid forming for the final will be done by way of racing. If you're a Senior Max competitor, you have 2 heats, no repechage, 2 heats, and you qualify. The first 34 karts will qualify for the final coming up this afternoon.
Believe so. Now, DD2 and DD2 Masters. The drivers with karts that begin with the numbers 400, they're the main DD2 class. The drivers whose karts begin in the 500s, they are the DD2 Masters, drivers aged 32 and above.
The really old drivers, you mean?
With the more experienced drivers.
Yes.
You know. Now,
I mean, really old is 35, of course.
There is a separate championship and a separate class for DD2 Masters. However, if, for example, a DD2 Masters driver finishes 3rd on the track overall behind 2 DD2s, that Masters driver will also be classified 3rd in DD2.
if he wins,
then
he wins overall.
Wins overall.
This is multi-class racing.
Yes, yep.
By way
exactly.
of age, it's an age range.
Yep.
So the DD2 Masters class, eligible for full championship overall points or overall
Absolutely.
win. And they can really mix up the DD2 Podium, which you'll be taking us through later on. We've got the podium ceremony, by the way. If you want to hang on, it'll be about, 30 minutes after the last race is finished, because we have to wait a 30-minute period for the results to become official.
Exactly.
So we'll go to a pause screen, and then at the end of today's action, hang fire, go and put the kettle on, make yourself a cup of tea, or do whatever, glass of wine, whatever you want to do at home, wherever you are in the world. And Henry will take us through our podium presentation, which I thought at the Invitational worked very well, Henry. You had a ball of a time.
I did, had a ball of a time. Thank you very much, yes.
Henry loves a podium presentation. Henry loves an audience. He's coughing, so he can't reply. He can't defend himself as he's coughing. DD2's coming next in. It's our smallest grid of the weekend. However, that doesn't detract from it. We only need 2 carts to make a race. We've got a lot more than 2 carts. And we've got a very, very strong field of DD2 drivers and indeed DD2 Masters. Now, I noticed Tony Hogg isn't here this weekend, because didn't he retire last weekend, saying that his last race in his lucrative career is going to be the Grand Finals in Bahrain?
Yes, it is. That's where he bows out.
But I've also heard
that
this isn't the first time he's retired.
Well, he promises that this is retirement.
Yeah, but he's promised that before.
He has promised it before.
Many times.
Yes. Father Time, however, waits for no man, not even Tony Hogg.
Look at the mentions he's getting. He's not even here. He's not even on the grid, and we're talking about him.
Well, I mean, I know, this will be the last ride in Bahrain. I'm not sure whether Tony wants to start the championship and not finish it, whether this is a deliberate, because again, if he starts the championship and he gets to, he'll do this weekend and then he'll do Al Fassan in November, and he's leading, and then he goes to Bahrain. Oh, well, I am leading again.
Yeah.
And it's only a few more rounds. And so maybe he
what else have I got to do with my time?
Yeah, like Gamblers Anonymous.
Money.
I have banned myself from entering this championship.
What else have I got to spend my money on?
Yeah, I am sure that we are not going to lose Tony Hogg from the karting paddock. That I am certain.
Well, that'd be good. That will be good. So we've got one more heat from our non-senior Rotax classes. We get straight into the pre-finals after this DD2 first heat, and then we continue with the senior max heats. The pre-finals coming up will be Microax, Miniax, Juniors and DD2. DD2 still waiting for them to appear out of the collecting area. We chatted about the calendar going forward. We also had a little bit of a chat about our replay partner, Kartshop.me, the Kart Shop Middle East, exclusive distributors for the OTK family of karts. The list goes on, of course. Tony Kart, Cosmic, Esprit, EOS, Gillard, Red Speed, Lando Norris Kart, and the Carlos Sainz 55. They've got a 24-hour delivery at Kartshop.me, and they're not just distributors of actual chassis. They are for all of your karting needs, all of the ancillary spares that you need, oils, etc., lubricants, etc. Everything that you need to go kart racing will be found and can be found at Kartshop.me, Kartshop Middle East at Kartshop.me, and it's great to have them along as our replay partner, and a big thank you to them for bringing us our replays. It's always good to be in the midst of a race, to be able to go to an action replay and just review what we've just seen, especially as ever the reason for a replay will be action packed, of course. So we're with you all live today, taking you all the way through the afternoon here in the Al Ain, the just southwest of the city of Abu Dhabi. We're in the Abu Dhabi Emirate, just on the Oman border. In fact, we can see the border with Oman from our position here at the raceway. and we are here all day today, and of course kicking off with qualifying all day tomorrow, taking you all the way through all of the action to kick off the 2025-26 UAE, the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge for the 25-26 season. And if the start of this season is anything to go by, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic season, taking you to all of those tracks that are completely different in character and completely different in challenge, and both from a driver's perspective and indeed an engineer's perspective. We have very different challenges from all of our tracks that we visit. There's the DD2 result from qualifying, forming our grid. Tyler Harris and Adam Malek will share the first row of the grid. Hamza Ashisho and Moritz Knops will share row 2. Kyle Blockley and Greg Watt will share row 3, and then the fourth row of the grid, rounding off an 8-kart field, is Bernardo del Castillo and Sami Al-Assad. So 8 karts then will take the start. We've got the only independent runner, the privateer, Greg Watt, with the Honolulu Racing livery on his kart. And with team representation, we've got 3 karts from NMM. We've got 2 Mumbai Falcons and 1 KAA. Green flag will wave and the DD2 karts will be released. We mentioned here, just to remind everybody, this is our gearbox category. 2-ratio gearbox on these DD2 Rotax Max karts, with a paddle shift that you might just get a glimpse of on the steering wheel. Left hand paddle shift, right hand paddle shift, left hand for first gear, right hand for second gear, and you basically flip between first and second gear around the Al Ain International Raceway here. We've got braking on the front axle as well as the rear axle, slightly different in chassis handling then from our other Rotax classes, who only have brakes on the rear axle. So this is a completely different driving style from what you would normally see in Rotax Max Racing. And for me, Henry, this is more akin to the driver having to think. There's a lot more to think about out there. There's the 2-ratio gearbox, and that's not just to give you a better spread of power, but also you can use the gearbox to help with braking, so you really are braking at the very last here.
Yeah.
I noticed the pole driver, by the way, sorry to put in there, Tyler Harris.
Yes.
Really reluctant to get onto the sandy offline there as he brought the field around.
Exactly. This is going to be Tyler's first race in DD2, so obviously he's a little bit hesitant. He wants maximum grip going into turn number 1. We did have 10 drivers in this class. Sadly, Sami Al-Assad. Sami Al-Assad is there. He's back. We've lost Ahmed Al-Mansouri from the Masters class, and also Faisal Al-Maina has not made it out this weekend. Hope we might see them tomorrow. You never know. It's a separate round altogether. The only 2 drivers that we can say with absolute certainty that won't be here tomorrow will be Elliot Surtees and Kai Hunter, because they're still...
And Tony Hogg.
And Tony Hogg, but they weren't, yes. But, well, he might have had a one-day retirement. There is a move further back in the field, just behind our camera shot there. Yeah. That was the number 574. That was Maurice Knyoppers picking up a place. Kyle Blockley. Really good to see Kyle back as well. I think it didn't work for Knoppers as the switchback from Adam Malek ensued, and he slid wide into 13, and Malek just took the place back. So as they crossed the line, there was no change in the order. The lap chart will not see that change for position here, as we are our kart shop. Are we in a replay here? Yeah, this is the kart shop
replay
of second place changing hands. Adam Malek going past the Rotax Invitational winner Hamza Hashisho. Sem Knyoppers, who is Morris's son, who is also an extremely talented DD2 driver. I wonder whether Sem will he normally joins the live chat just to poke fun at the way that I'm saying his family's surname, Knyoppers.
Is that the way you say it?
I believe it is, although Sam will tell me something differently, I'm sure.
Because I was thinking the K may be silent.
No,
and
no,
it's
no,
Knoppers.
it's not.
Knoppers.
It's Knoppers.
Okay.
Knoppers.
So it's as it looks.
And I can't
because
remember.
it's again under the Netherlands flag.
Yeah, and I cannot remember the translation. There is a literal translation into what Sam, if you're watching, I'm sure you are watching because you've been criticising your dad's driving from wherever you are in Europe watching. Please let us know what the translation of your family name is. It's something. Gavin Hill saying. Absolute veteran of DD2 Masters. Yes, Greg Watts is here now. Of course, Greg has been playing second fiddle to Tony Hogg for so many years. Tony retires. Greg is thinking, okay, I've got a chance here at maybe making the grand finals. And out of the blue, Maurice Canyopas and Kyle Blockley, who have both represented, Maurice Canyopas, a winner in the grand finals last year at the E20 class. He's been a podium finisher in DD2 Masters in years gone by. Kyle Blockley, the last time Kyle raced in the grand finals was 2017 at Portimao. His mechanic and I, Joe Scory, was his mechanic that day, and Joe reminded me a couple of weeks ago at PF International that apparently Joe and I had a fantastic night together on Saturday evening in which many Jägermeisters were drunk.
I've got to say that's not like either you or Joe Scory.
And I cannot remember it for the life of me.
Those days are well gone, mate. Don't worry. You won't have to do that again. Don't worry, mate. You're far too old for that. And so is Joe Scory, by the way. Yeah, I know Joe as well. So I can only imagine.
Hello, Rafaela Menegoni, watching on the live chat. Hopefully we'll see you out in a kart soon. Harris, Malik, Hashisho, the top three. Canyopas, Blockley, Al-Assad, Watt and Bernardo del Castillo are the order on track. 8 drivers started, 8 drivers still running.
Now that orange kart there, you see, with the orange helmet, that's Moritz Canyopas, who we're talking about. That's a Mobile Falcon. Now he is leading the Masters.
Yes, he is.
So I'm not sure if he's like sort of fully aware. He's like, I'm happy with this. I'm the leading Masters kart here, so I am leading my class. I don't need to push that hard to get on terms with the Shishu and Malik, and indeed
Morris,
Tyler Harris. Well, no, I don't.
No,
so,
he's not happy.
So he's not. No, he's going to push on, is it?
There are karts in front of him, therefore he is not winning.
And if this is the final, that's the overall podium.
Yes,
he's going to be on 2 podiums there with you.
Absolutely.
He gets to see you twice.
Yes, oh, lucky boy. If he gets past one of the 3 karts in front of him, but for Morris, no, there are karts in front of him, full stop.
Yes.
Therefore, he's not winning.
Yes.
He might be winning his class, but he is not winning the race.
And the best defence is offence, isn't it? Because Kyle Brockley, the other Masters there, the white helmet there, chasing him down, he's not that far away. And I'm going to say, missed gear changes are a factor here in DD2.
Yes.
We don't really need to talk about gear changes in normal Rotax Max karting, but here in DD2, you only have to fluff that gear change, fluff that paddle change, and Kyle Blockley is going to be right there with him. At the moment, he's not really making any kind of ground on him. The man of the moment, the driver of the moment, is Tyler Harris. Who is going to beat Tyler Harris? 1.6 seconds is his lead, and he's putting in purple sector 1, 2, 3, another sector. Oh no, he's gone green. Adam Malik's put in a purple sector, so Adam Malik's found a bit of pace.
Malik and Hashisho both raced in this class last year. So in terms of the Max Dexter, the champion the last 2 years, he has moved on. Noah Tamaska, last year's championship runner-up, he has gone to college in the United States. Marco Drittenprice, who was the 3rd member of the Brand Racing team last year, he's racing in Europe. He's from Europe. The Bosnian, Austro-Bosnian driver. He is whose parents know Welsh. Strangely, Marco Drittenprice's parents always greeted me by saying "Borada" in Welsh because
that's very nice, isn't it?
It was, because they.
You don't even speak Welsh. You're from South Wales.
I speak Welsh, but a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, Borada. It's good
Yeah,
morning.
that's about it, isn't it?
And they said, well, no, when Marco was racing in the UK, we went to Wales to do some hiking. And we learnt the language, and so that was good. But then, so the top
Tremendous.
3 from last year's championship aren't here. Yaroslav Prakov also not here from last year. Which Anand Jayant Chandran not here. So really, we've got a brand new leaf that has been turned. A new page in the DD2 book has opened, and
We've got another page that is just closing as well. As the
Yeah.
checkered flag has flown, Tyler Harris takes the win with a 1.9 second gap to Adam Malek. The question is, who can beat that youngster, Tyler Harris? Adam Malek then finishes in second. Hamza Ashisho, he finishes just under 7/10 behind in third. What's the gap there? Yeah, another just over 7/10 for Maritz Knopes, finishing in fourth, but finishing first in Masters. Fifth overall and second in Masters is Kyle Blockley. Then finishing sixth is Samid El Assad. Finishing third Masters, seventh overall is Greg Watt. Fourth in the Masters, Bernardo Del Castillo. And eighth overall there for him.
yes, I mean, the main thing is we had 8 starters and 8 finishers. Greg Watt taking third in Masters overall. I have to say, Sami Al Assad. Hopefully, Sami will get a trophy this week. He was, unfortunately, I made a bit of an error. There was a clerical error in the podium, and I had to retrieve the trophy that I had just given. Poor Mr. Al Assad. So that is the end of our DD2 heat.
We've talked about this, Henry.
Yes.
This is what it's all about. This is what we're up there. Is what is up for grabs, albeit towards the end of 2026.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the grand final.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number 1. So we are about to kick off with our first pre-final of the weekend. It's the Microax pre-final. We've already had one of the heats, and we will have a grid when we see the carts being released. I just want to say hello to a couple of people here. Who did you not mention? Have you mentioned Fatima Ramiz?
I have, yes, supporting Aaron Ortic.
You've mentioned Raffaella Menegoni.
Yeah, and I hope you're okay, Raffaella.
Let's go Jaden. So me is the actual name. That's not me. That's
no,
it's
not you. It's not me either. It's me.
It's me. So hello to me.
Hello, me.
Hello to Fatima. Hello to
Gavin Hill.
Gavin Hill. And hello to that go-kart guy. Who is that go-kart guy?
Oh, I'm not sure.
No.
Someone who supports CRG.
Yes, I saw that.
Because, but I know that. So I would imagine, but we will do our best to.
Hello to Paul Bateman.
Hello, Paul Bateman.
Hello to Arthur Qureshi.
who's, I think, here.
Yes, Arhan Qureshi, yes.
Gina Marie, who's sat at home
Yes,
watching.
the boss.
And Jamie McGill, who's possibly now veered towards that championship that's kicking off for the final round in the UK, I would think.
I doubt
possibly.
it. No,
or has he stayed with us?
Yes,
Jamie, is Chloe McGill in the...
Chloe McGill is
that
one of
other
the
championship?
UK, well, I don't know. She's a heat winner in the British Championship.
She is.
I know
She's
that,
very,
right?
very good. Yeah.
She's
might be there tomorrow for the whatever it's called.
Yes, for the Rotax National Trophy.
That's the one. Yes. I keep calling it the festival and kept getting wrong.
That's okay.
And I thought I don't have to remember it because we're not doing it.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it'll be the start. Well, we've got the Microax pre-final next. Then we have Senior Rotax Group A versus Group C, I believe, for their heat. Then we have the pre-finals for Minimax, Junior Max, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And then the last race before lunch is the Senior Rotax Heat Group B and Group C, so that everybody in seniors has done their 2 heat races. At the end of the heat racing and the pre-finals, there'll be an opportunity for you, the viewer back home, to understand and to learn about how you, that's not me who's supporting Jaden, it's not you, Joe, but you, the viewers, can support this stream because there are advertising opportunities abound here in the UAE, and then it'll be the first of 2 paddock shows. Become a part of the series.
Become a partner with the UAE RMC, actually.
Well, exactly.
And everybody in the paddock here. This is an opportunity for everybody in the paddock to support your championship as well.
Yes, indeed. Don't come apart at the seams like my trainers are, but it's good ventilation.
Which is what you need here.
Yes, it is indeed.
So we're just waiting for our first pre-final, and it is our Micromax, as you said, Henry. Now, the Micromax field is... What am I talking about? All of our fields are really close.
They are.
But the Micromax field is undoubtedly going to produce a bit of a cracker, because we had people who were, I think, looked like they were out of position in qualifying. Maybe qualifying didn't go quite the way they wanted, and that sorted itself out in the first heat. But where it's going to go from here has a lot of factors and a lot of elements and a lot of planets that have to align and we are forming the grid positions for the start for the all-important final, aren't we?
Yes, and Liam O'Hanlon, he was devastated at missing out on the victory in the Invitational. So it's easy to say, Zev Godchuk's not here, so Liam's going to win. And yes, he did win the heat race. Angry because one of my drivers made a mistake. Raffaella Menegoni, tell us which driver made a mistake. We could admonish that driver, and we could also tell you that it's okay. It's not a problem. Don't be angry. You can we'll watch your driver and make sure they don't make the same mistake again.
Yeah, Liam O'Hanlon with a great drive to take the first heat win. Vallabhav Ponna, I thought, drove extremely well for JNKD, and then the M&M driver, Sama Chopra, who was... did Sama start on the pole?
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he did, because he had that. He did the first interview after qualifying.
Right, yes.
Where he was...
My memory hasn't dissolved.
There were several penalties. Tadeusz Prochatska, Jensen Kelly, Enzo Falzarano, Tayab Haroon, all getting penalties, I'm assuming, for front bumpers after that last race. Rudrapatrap Sekawat, finishing 6th overall. He is a very, very charismatic young man. He's staying at the same hotel as we are, and
a likely candidate for a paddock show.
Well, yes, and I hate to sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet, but it's not. But of course, he raced the Invitational But he's 8, and that's what he says. He races number 4, 44, because 4 plus 4 equals 8, and he's 8. But he saw me at breakfast yesterday morning, and he's, you know, the look of him, like, and he pointed, he was like, yes, it's just me, hello. I remember you. I was like, oh dear. You know, but again...
So he's not a Lewis Hamilton fan there?
He's not a Lewis Hamilton fan, but everybody in the breakfast area of the hotel became a fan of him just because he was very happy.
Really?
And
That's
he was bouncing around the breakfast room at the Dana Al Ain
So
Resort.
Rudrapatap.
Rudrapatrap Sekawat.
Yes, he's going to be a candidate for a little chat on a future paddock show then.
He is a candidate, yes.
Yes, excellent. Do we know, he's with Mumbai Falcons.
Yes, yes.
Who we do have a
feature
with. Is
this
that
weekend?
Today or tomorrow, the Mumbai Falcons?
I don't even know.
I'm looking at Nick, actually.
I don't think we should tell them. I think
I know.
we've already
Is
given...
the Mumbai Falcons one today's paddock show or tomorrow?
Well, that's what I was afraid to find out.
He's going to...
we know
great idea, Nick. Great idea, sorry, Henry. That's Henry, you're Nick.
Ital Course Middle East today, you know, but
the rest is a surprise.
The rest is a surprise.
Yes, we can tell you who we grabbed yesterday in the paddock, which is when we filmed it.
Yes.
It's going out today and tomorrow. So yeah, it's a bit of you stay tuned, as they say.
Yes. Now the marshals, here is the grid that's just been pushed up onto your screens. There was a brief break in the timetable, allowing mainly the marshals to, you know, to get some drinks out, some fluids out to the on-track officials. As we now
we've got
get given the starting lineup.
I just want to say hello to Ethan Rillstone. Good luck to everyone. And he says also at MN Motorsport.
That's
the M&M team.
Matthias Nugem Motorsport, yes.
So the grid looks like that then. Before we get our grid graphic, Liam O'Hanlon will start on the pole position. Then we've got Vaibhav Ponna alongside. Sama Chopra, who started on the pole from qualifying here, started on the pole in the first heat. He will start in 3rd place on row 2. Adam Al-Sheikh will start alongside. Alexander Freienstein will start alongside our friend Rudaptap Shekawat. And then we've got Saif Al-Khalifa alongside Amar Tabatsa. Ivans Voronins with Abdulaziz Al-Saraf. Adrian Farr Vignoli alongside Enzo Falzerano. Jensen Kelly with Tadeusz Projaska. Tayab Haroun, Cameron Harvey, and then rounding off the field, Sebastian Storer and Felix Souza Jebjerg, or Jebjerg actually, is how to say that.
Yes, well,
that is our Micromax pre-final grid.
And there will be 8 laps of racing. 8 laps as we watch the field head down the back straight towards turn number 13. All the drivers telling each other to slow down. Yep, we all got to slow down. We've all got to slow down. I'm not slowing down while I'm telling you to slow down, and neither is anybody else. But if we all, we'll trick the officials that way. We'll keep the speed just as we were, but we're looking like we're slowing down. Yes.
Well, this is the bit where they need to find the accelerator as they get towards the acceleration line. They're in the tram lines. They break from the tram lines because we are racing. Green flags fly, the red lights go out, and we've got a little bit of a coming together at the back of the field, but at the front of the field, everybody through turn 1 and out to start their lap towards the left-hander at 2, and then quickly into 3, Henry. We've got 5 carts breaking away from the rest of the field already.
At the back of the pack, there were a few spinners going down the back straight, but the front runners all successfully were able to negotiate the first few corners without getting involved in any untoward activity. O'Hanlon has the advantage. The rest of the field thread their way through. In fact, I think we've still got all 18 carts running. Vaibhav Ponna is there in where has Vaibhav Ponna gone? I can't see the number 99 cart unless he has got a slight transponder issue. No, Vaibhav Ponna has fallen back. He's fallen back a long, long way. He hasn't even come through yet, Joe.
And there, our carchop.me replay there was for Adam Al-Sheikh going ahead of Alexander Freinstein going into turn 13. That's going to settle down. Meanwhile, at the front, Liam O'Hanlon coming under immense pressure from Samar Chopra. Adam Al-Sheikh, after that beautiful move at 13, he's now trying to fend off Alexander Freinstein. Rudraprap Shekhawat is in 5th, ahead of Evans Voronins. And the number 99 has not come through, Henry. He completed sector 1, 2, 3, but didn't come through. In fact, that's disappeared now. The JNKD driver has gone.
I think Vaibhav Ponna went out on the rolling lap but beyond our sight somewhere. A real shame for Vaibhav as we look into turn number 13 again. O'Hanlon, Chopra, Al-Sheikh and Freinstein, your top 4. Then Rudrapatrap Sekawat running in 5th. Voronins, Falzarano, Al-Saraf. And then behind Al-Saraf is Prochaska, Harvey, Fore Wignole and the leading novice Sebastian Storer.
So Chopra just playing a waiting game, is he? Because not far away, in fact almost on his bumper in that second place is now the third place card of Adam Al-Sheikh and Alexander Freinstein, who is coming through as well. So that 4-cart train that did break up slightly, they've dropped Shekhawat, who's dropped back in 5th, but these 4 now beginning to do what we usually find in Micromax. They're beginning to close back up. This is perfectly pure cadet kart racing. The Micromax cadet karts are doing exactly what we expect them to do. If they do not start squabbling, if they do not start swapping positions, we will see them form a bumper-to-bumper train of karts, as they already are there to complete 3 laps, across the line into 4 laps and into half distance as we fan out 3 wide into turn 1, and that was Al-Sheikh, who looks like he got down the inside, Henry.
It was. That was a brilliant move. Adam Al-Sheikh leads. Oh, and he's back to 3rd position within 2 corners. What a move. Here's your cartshop.me replay of the second of the move. That was Samar Chopra retaking the race lead. But Adam Al-Sheikh there deserves a huge amount of credit. That's a gutsy move, going 3 wide into turn number 1. He got the move done, but then it was undone just 1 corner later. Well, half undone. No, actually it's been fully undone, because now he's back to 3rd place. Here comes Chopra, back to the inside of Liam O'Hanlon, who in the midst of all that actually retook the lead from Chopra, but now it's Chopra back in front. And here is the cartshop.me replay of Samar Chopra retaking the race lead.
That was a textbook move from Chopra, who shows in the lead. But this is not over yet, as we've got side-by-side racing, pack racing here from the Micromax class here, as we're on the infield section now. It's changed again as we come through the...
O'Hanlon leading.
O'Hanlon back into the lead through turn 6, onto the back straight now, heading down towards that kink at turn 7, and then into the very, very tricky turn number 8, which is a hairpin, leading straight into the hairpin at 9. They're beginning to fan out. Really great driving from O'Hanlon in that technical section here, and he's given himself a bit of a breather as they go through the left-hander at 11 and then 12. Now this is all about the second, third and fourth place karts getting back on terms, but that's not going to happen now, as down the inside has gone Al-Sheikh, and it looks like he's made it move. The blue and white kart there behind that leader there it is, and he has made it stick, and he will maintain that second place across the line.
And of course you've got 4 different teams represented up here at the front as well, as Chopra repasses Al-Sheikh for second. Al-Sheikh comes back at him. Now Freinstein's going to get a good run in the Motorscape Birrell ART, but runs out of clean tarmac. And here's another cartshop.me replay. Al-Sheikh very, very deep into turn number 2, but somehow is able to hold off Chopra through turn 3, but Chopra retakes the position going in to turn number 4.
All of this is Liam O'Hanlon is saying thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, appreciate
because
that, guys.
this is allowing me to just optimize every single braking point, every single turning point, and just maximize that lead as we've got defensive driving now from that second place, number 29 of Samar Chopra, who was showing back in second place. They stay in line now. I think the three of them have maybe clicked on that the fact that the leader is getting away and we are bumper to bumper. Are we going to see a challenge into turn one? No. Everything's settling down to very fast turn one here, isn't it, Henry?
It is indeed. There's several different lines going into it, which you can see beautifully illustrated by our new camera position down at the exit at the outside of turn number one. And now Alex Freienstein, he sat and watched this battle in fourth position now for several laps. He hasn't quite plucked up the courage to make a pass himself. But again, this is new territory for Alex, running this high up at this level of race. So you can understand why, and it's only a pre-final. This is not a final. So Freienstein is just maybe doesn't want to get himself a penalty. Could he capitalise?
Down the inside has gone Al-Sheikh. He's taken Chopper again. It'll be the 1 lap to go board. Here we go with the kartshop.me replay and another textbook move. But just look how that kart was squirming on the brakes on the dusty infield inside line there.
Yep.
It's very, very brave to have a go into that very fast corner. But he's has he lost it again? Has he dropped back?
Al-Sheikh is still second.
Al-Sheikh is still second, yes.
But not for much longer.
No, not for much longer. And you mentioned Alexander Freienstein, who was there just waiting for that opportunity. They're on the final lap as well, Henry.
Yep, Freienstein has got to somehow summon the courage to make a move. He's been quick enough, but he has just not pulled the pin just yet. As Shekawat is still in fifth position. O'Hanlon is up the road. There you can see Shekawat in the white crash helmet in P5. A big gap back to Saif Al Khalifa, who runs in sixth, ahead of Voronins, Prochaska, Harvey, Falzerano, Al Saraf, Kelly, Tabatsa, and the rest. But the checkered flag awaits Liam O'Hanlon.
Who takes it?
Yeah, and he makes it look easy, even though it wasn't.
The reason why he made it look easy had nothing to do with Liam. Liam just got his head down and got on with the job, which is commendable, and that's what you've got to do. It was Adam Al-Sheikh, Samar Chopra, and Alexander Freienstein who, squabbling over second, third, and fourth, made Liam O'Hanlon look like he coasted to the finish there. He didn't. He was absolutely flat chat. Absolutely great drive from O'Hanlon there to take the pre-final win. Adam Al-Sheikh finally ended up in second. Samar Chopra in third. Alexander Freienstein didn't capitalise, or didn't have an opportunity, I should say, to gain any ground whatsoever, and he had to settle for fourth. Rudapaptap Shikawat was in fifth. Behind them, just slightly off. Then we had Saif Al Khalifa, Ivan Voronins, Tadeusz Prochaska, Cameron Harvey, and then the top 10 rounded off by Enzo Falzerano. The rest of the field was there on the timing bar. Abdulaziz Al Saraf, Jensen Kelly, Amar Tabatsa, Adrian Fauer Vignoli, Sebastian Storer, Tayab Haroun, Felix Souza Yebjerg, and Fabiav Ponna, who was a non-starter, we believe, Henry.
I did the first 2 sectors on the out lap, then either came in. Can't see the recovery vehicle going out on track. Oh, yes, I can. I lied. The recovery vehicle is out on track to retrieve Vaibhav Ponna's errant go-kart. But that'll be the next race. That'll be the second of us. See, there is Paul Vaibhav trudging back with Paul Heath to the pit lane.
Yeah, always a sad sight there for a driver who are kids after all, and the kids didn't get his race pool kid. That's the 10 to 30. Sorry, the 8 to 11 year old, the youngest drivers that we have here in the UAE RMC. So he will be there in the final though, whatever the issue is that non-started him. I'm sure the GNKD will be straight on it and will be rectifying whatever issue that manifested there and get Vaibhav back out for the final. The final for Microax coming up at approximately 2:20 this afternoon. We'll have the 11-lap final for you coming up then at 2:20. Just it'll be kicking things off after the lunch break. The lunch break, of course, is when you can see our paddock show. Henry and I went off into the paddock and did some interviewing, getting some great insight into the depths and just investigating the soap operas inside the awnings that are developing here at the first round of the UAE RMC. So that's Microax sorted. Their final coming up at 2:20. Next out is our Senior Max. This is Groups A and C. And we've had some great racing from our seniors. We've got a very, very well subscribed Senior Max class. And we've already had their qualifying done. Fastest in qualifying, of course, was Nathan Kappen. Ryan de Tomasa was second. Oscar Lambert, Mohamed Menemene was fourth. Omar Ganoun, Alexander Biji, Amani Kanua, Ryan Qureshi. Then we had groups A and B out for their heat. Nathan Kappen, again, maximised what he can do. And he did take the win in that first heat. We haven't seen any of the Group C runners yet, but it was Nathan Kappen with a great drive from George's Nazar up through the field and into that second place. A great drive from George's, and that bodes very well for him going forward.
Looking at this, now was there a penalty I saw for Dharmadasa in that? Yes, so Dharmadasa getting a penalty. That dropped him out of the top three.
Well, he actually came second, didn't he?
Ryan Qureshi, Jules Dumont, Andrea Remy, and at the back of the field, Jagrat Detroja, Andrew Obid, and Jan Zigangerov for Telios Racing, all getting penalties. Amani Kanua was the only driver that failed to finish that race. We're going to see Amani Kanua get a clean run at some point, and when we do, he's going to be a problem for the rest of the field. Very, very fast driver, and he goes in this next race. Will we see a trouble-free run for the young South African very soon?
I have a grid in front of me.
Yes.
So we can. Have we got to wait for them to come out, Nick? All right. I have got a grid in front of me. We haven't seen any of the Group C runners.
No, so we haven't seen Oscar Lambert yet. We haven't seen the notorious B.I.G. yet.
No.
We haven't seen Jeremy Montgomery Swan yet, or Manaf Al-Baluchi, the Omani driver.
Well, as Alessandro Bigi, he starts fourth.
Yes.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he starts sixth.
Yep.
Who else have we not seen from C?
Manaf Al-Baluchi, Kian Crayenball, Antonius Haddad, Adish Mehta, Abdullah Al-Qaita, to name but some, but we're going to see them now as they head out onto the circuit. Here's your starting lineup.
We've got that man again on the front row with Nathan Kappen. Oscar Lambert, who we've not seen, starts alongside. We've then got Mohamed Menemene alongside Alessandro Bigi. Amani Kanua with Jeremy Montgomery Swan alongside. Jules Dumont with Manaf Al-Baluchi. We've got Faisal Nashko and Kian Karanbul. Zain Al-Homasani with Antonius Haddad. Enzo Tesluk and Adash Mehta. Lewis Hartman with Abdullah Al-Qaita. And then Laith Mumina, Oscar Backhouse. Linus Volungevicius with Alessia Canalesa. With Manaf Hijawi, Alexis Elzer, Jan Zigangerov, Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, and Jagrat de Troya, rounding off a 25-kart field for this one, Henry.
Yeah, both Skyline Racing drivers from Saudi Arabia in this one. Alexis Elzier, who's still trying to get me to reveal my best ever karting anecdote. And I said, no, you have to wait for the book for that one.
Here we go then, into turn 1 then. It's groups A and C for their heat.
As we head out of turn number 1 in towards turn number 2, a clean start for this 9-lap race. Capon, Lambert, and there is a move for second. That was Mohamed Manaim there, trying to make the move on Nathan Capon, and eventually has to defend that position from Oscar Lambert as they head out of turn number 7. Oh, the 3, 6, 7 carts. I just noticed out of the corner of my eye.
Flying,
yeah,
dust flying.
Oh, Enzo Tesluk. So the CRG fans on the live chat will not be happy about that, but Enzo does continue down towards the back of the field.
Across the line and a complete lap number 1. It's Capon from Maneme, Oscar Lambert in 3rd, Amani Kanua, Montgomery Swan through in 5th, Alexander BG in 6th. It's all to play for though. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th coming together there. This is allowing Capon to disappear slightly as the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. They've got a little bit of a gap before the 7th place cart of Manaf Al-Balushi comes through. But these drivers now will want to try and catch Capon, so the less squabbling that goes on, Henry, the more chance they have.
Yeah, they will need to sort themselves out pretty swiftly, I have to say. Kanua, you can see Kanua, he's got the white and sort of turquoise blue FIA Karting Academy race suit on because he represented South Africa in, no, that's not the Karting Academy, that's the Champions of the Future race suit. And he's already settling in 3rd position. Lambert is back to 5th. Now, lots of the last year's senior title contenders are in this battle. Montgomery Swan, Lambert being 2 of them. But they're being shown the way by the new kid on the block, Nathan Capon. Mohamed Manaim there, Amani Kanua running 2nd and 3rd, and Manaim and Kanua are closing in.
Yeah, they've caught him. They've done really well. They've driven smoothly and they've drawn Nathan Capon back towards them. If they're not careful though, Amani Kanua, he's looking very racy, just dipping beyond the behind the fairing there just to reduce the airflow. You've seen how determined he is as they come across the line. Then 3 laps completed, and these 3 beginning to close up. Now the question is, can Mohamed Manaim have a go? Is he quick enough? It's one thing catching the cart in front, Henry. It's a completely different textbook you need to actually pass. And right now on his lap, it's the textbook on how to get past at Al Ain is what he's flicking the pages. How is he going to get past Capon?
Well, it'd be interesting to see if Capon starts looking over his shoulder. If Capon...
Oh, he's gone. There it is. He's found the page. Yeah. He's found the page. That's how to do it. And he did it at a very tricky part of the track there at turns 9 and 10. Here it is then, the kartshop.me replay showing us in textbook style. He really shouldn't be able to do that right there. That is really tricky.
I mean, Capon wasn't looking over his shoulder. I was about to say, if Capon starts looking over his shoulder, he'll realise that he's got 2 carts directly following him, and that might maybe start to defend. Because, of course, you'll know that if one shoves their nose at the inside, the other one will go with him, which is exactly what happened. But it happened before he had a chance to even realise it was going to happen. It
might even happen again, Henry. Here they go then, out towards the back straight there.
There's now 6 in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, at the moment, Manaim is leading. There's a change for 2nd and 4th place car coming through, and now he's dropped back. Everybody was 4th there, I think, at one point, but we're going to have to wait for them to get out onto the back straight. It's not over yet. Moving into down the inside of turn 11 there. That was brave.
Manaf Al-Balushi making a move for the Motorscape team, and there goes Oscar Lambert. Well, that started at turn number 7 when Oscar Lambert sort of gave his teammate, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. This is Lambert passing Kanua trying to fight back and Lambert not having any of it. Lambert started that whole chain of events off by sort of giving his teammate a bit of a shove going into turn number 6 to sort of get him past Kinua. Kinua then came back at Lambert to retake that position, but of course then Lambert was able to pass Kinua once and for all a couple of corners later.
What my train of thought was about the start, and it's been proved that what I was about to say that I didn't actually get to say was going to be correct. Mohamed Mename and Nathan Cappan, because this lot was scrapping in that train of 7-8 carts, that's allowed them to just pull away. And right now, Mename completes 6 laps in the lead of this race. He's got a gap of 0.4 of a second in Nathan Cappan, but then it's 1.7 seconds back to this lot here in the form of Oscar Lambert, Amani Kinua, Manaf Al-Balushi and Alexander Beachy, to name but a few. Jeremy Montgomery Swan down to 7th, by the way.
Do you know, it's so good to see Manaf Al-Balushi from Oman up in the top 5. He's a very talented driver. It's such a shame we're not going to the Muscat Speedway this year. I know the championship wants to go back as soon as it's logistically possible to go back to the Muscat Speedway, but Manaf Al-Balushi's been a stalwart of this championship. He's there in the it's now the black and the red and black livery of the Motorscape performance team, formerly known as Birrell Arts Middle East. He's got the notorious BIGI directly behind him, and that was almost a little battle for the race lead.
Yeah, that's the race lead that's coming, and I think it's Nathan Cappan can see the lap. Cappan off. Nathan Cappan just got offline onto the dirt, and the cartshop.me replay will see this. Just misses his turning point.
They both did.
They both went wide. And I don't know whether that's new dust down there.
It is, 100%.
Who has brought that detritus onto the track and caused that very, very dramatic position change? Because Nathan Cappan has now dropped down to where is Nathan Cappan? Surely that's not him still in second.
No. That's Oscar Lambert in second. Cappan is back in about 7th or 8th position. There's Amani Kinua passing Al-Balushi for what will become, I believe, 3rd position. Cappan is down to 8th.
Big off there at turn 1. Yellow flags fly. The cartshop.me replay will catch this, and it's the battle for 2nd place. Or is it battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th?
Oh, it's Kinua,
Balushi and Beachy.
I think it was Kinua and Balushi that went off.
Can I just mention something here? This is just the heat phase.
Yes.
We aren't even up for a trophy yet, and this is how dramatic and intense the UAE RMC has become. It's become a championship that everybody wants to win, and this is why we're seeing the racing that we're seeing. It is so intense.
And there's another kart in the barriers coming out of turn number 12. Now, I think what we have, the wind here, it's called the Shikari wind, the hot wind that comes in off the desert. I don't think anybody, the checkered flag has waved, I don't think anybody in particular had been off. I think the wind has just picked up because karts are slithering off left, right and centre. And it means we are going to have a very, very jumbled up order. Mohamed Benaim there and Oscar Lambert, 1 and 2. Alessandro Biggie Smalls finishes 3rd. Ahead of Montgomery Swan, El Hamasani, Cappan, Dumont, Hartman, and, Jagrat de Troja. That will please the Axel GP team. No small amount, because he started, I believe, down in 25th place, comes home in 9th. Antonius Haddad 10th, Kian Cranble, Oscar Backhouse, Amani Kinua after that incident was 13th, and then Linus Vologavicius was next. Laith Mumina in 15th, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Manaf Hijawi, Enzo Tesluk, and the rest. We lost Alicia Knessa, the young Bulgarian lady. She retired. Alexis Alzia is the cart that is parked in the barriers at turn number 12.
Well, I tell you something, Henry. Jeremy Montgomery Swan was the driver that perhaps gained a lot after that incident at turn 1. He had an absolute grandstand view of that incident that went off going into that point there at turn 1. And having dropped to about 7th, he said, thank you very much, I'm back up to 4th. What this has done, Nathan Kaplan finishing 6th, people like Jules Dumont finishing in 7th, and then the people involved in those incidents, that will put them down. This is going to be an absolute concertina of a final, because you're going to have people relatively out of position.
Yes, they are, but one driver that doesn't look like they're going to be out of position is going to be Oscar Lambert.
That's one of the ones I was alluding to.
Suffolk and Good Solicitors are going to be happy because they're sponsoring Oscar Lambert. Suffolk and Good.
Yes.
I was very careful when I read that because it wasn't...
All right, who's the cheeky devil?
It wasn't...
So Dan 649.
It wasn't Norfolk and Chance Solicitors. I was very careful, but Suffolk and Good.
Yes, well, I hope he's getting well paid from that branch of solicitors there, based in Ipswich, I believe.
I mean, they could be based in Ulaanbaatar.
They could be,
which is where the official Oscar Lambert fan club is based.
The official Oscar Lambert fan club. We have an actual fan club
based in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, which is the truth.
That is unbelievably brilliant.
Yes.
Right then, that is seniors. We're not finished with seniors.
No, that's two-thirds of seniors done.
We have got another heat for groups B and C that will take us up to the lunch break. So that's something to very much look forward to. Before we get to that point there, though, we've got another 3 pre-finals to get through. The first one that kicks us off now is the Miniax final. Miniax is the 10 to 13-year-old age category, the 115 kilogram minimum weight with the Mojo C2. That's the Miniax class there. Restricted Rotax 125cc water-cooled motor as ever, which we have here pretty much in every class. And we will continue pushing that fact. That's what the Rotax Max Challenge is all about. Minimax Heat result went the way of Charlie Page, didn't it? But it wasn't a clear-cut event for any of the drivers there, was it? Charlie Page, Attica, Oliver Butchard, and LBJ Stubbs coming back to 4th.
I'm just having I think that Dan 649 might have done me on that one.
He did, absolutely, did you?
Yeah.
Did you not realise that?
No, I've just realised it now.
Do you know who Dan 649 is?
I'm going to find out who Dan 649 is. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that.
I can't believe he was done there.
No, I initially checked to make sure it wasn't Norfolk and Chance. And then instantly went Suffolk and Good Solicitors, and it even had the E, like Graham Good, or, at the end of it.
You did. That was so clever. Dan, I want to say to Dan 649, find me on Facebook, Joe Bradley, and just message me. I want to commend you privately. It's not very easy to catch Henry Baudet out. He's been doing this job for a long time, and so I didn't realise that you were caught out.
Unbelievable.
I thought your delivery was so fluid. It was just a fluid, eloquent delivery. That was just... Shall we move on?
Dan.
Shall we move on?
I think we should move on.
Yes, I absolutely think we should.
Yeah,
there's our beautiful track here at the Al Ain Raceway, the International Kart Circuit, situated just southwest of about an hour and a half, say, just over an hour. Just southwest of Abu Dhabi. It's about 90 minutes south of Dubai. We're in the Abu Dhabi Emirate here, literally on the Oman border, actually, in the south of the Abu Dhabi Emirate. Big thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sports Council as well. Big part of the promoting sport throughout the Abu Dhabi Emirate, and it's a great opportunity for us at the UAE RMC to be part of that and partner with them. Big thank you to Kart Shop Middle East as well, kartshop.me, who are the suppliers of all things OTK family. That's Tony Kart's Cosmics, Esprit,
EOS Gillard, Red Speed, Lando Norris karts, Carlos Sainz 55s. They've got a 24-hour delivery service at carshop.me, and that's not just for your brand new chassis, which I've just made a list of there.
It's for everything.
It's for everything.
Oh, yes.
It's your one-stop carshop.me stop.
But they also have a shop here in the paddock. They've got a mobile shop here in the paddock. Your Mr. Tamaska has also now joined in the Henry Bash.
Well, all he's doing is he's Shekhar Tamaska. Hello to you, and thanks for being along with us. He thought it was brilliant too.
Yes. I wonder, Dan 619, if that's Dan Hannum online, whose son Harry the Lion Hannum is one of the driver coaches in the Mumbai Falcons team, who Oscar Lambert drives for. I will get to the bottom of it.
Well, we've got a few Dans here. Dan Holland is here. Dan Holland for a multiple British champion team. Dan Holland, who's here in a consultancy fashion, maybe just mooching about. Or is he on a research mission? Are we about to see Dan Holland's UAE RMC arm appear?
We've already got the Sam Pollitt racing.
We have
UAE arm out.
We have
the Hunter Motorsports UAE arm in conjunction with a Kart Advisor Academy.
That's right, yeah.
Dan Holland Racing, fresh off.
We've got Origin here from the Europe as well. Who not here this weekend?
No.
They will be.
They will be. So this could be a recce. I did speak to Dan. He goes, well, George Gibbons has asked me to come out to assist him this weekend, as Dan was sat there with his sleeves done up over his shoulders there getting a tan. I was like, that was a hard choice, wasn't it? He goes, well, you've got to do these things sometimes to help friends out. But it does show, because now that we've got the Karting Live TV stream, we are in the European off-season. There are facilities here. You've got kartshop.me, for example, and one of the number of, Motorscape, Birrell RME. They are the dealers for Birrell and for Kart Republic. Obviously, kartshop.me doing this likewise for all the OTK products. Well, it's Hal course for that chassis. So there are Fort are the distributors for the Daniel Rossi chassis. So there's lots of opportunities for European teams. Whatever chassis brand they use in Europe, if they're also available out here, why not come?
And there are a lot of potential customers out here who want to go racing.
Yes, there are.
And there's some very large teams here in the UAE RMC paddock.
Yes.
But there is plenty of room in the paddock for other awnings to come along. There are plenty of customers in the UAE, but those European teams coming over from the UK or Belgium or wherever, it is great preparation for those customers going into the European season to race in their off-season.
Exactly.
And racing in their off-season is nothing new. I mean, car racing, back in the 60s and 70s, we had the Tasman Series.
Oh, yes.
These days, we're more familiar with the New Zealand Formula 4 season.
The Toyota Racing
and the
series.
Toyota Racing Series, where single-seater drivers, before the British Championships kick off, they're able to race in the European winter, where the weather here in the UAE it's going to cool off to 25, 26 degrees in January.
A brisk 25, 26
absolutely.
degrees.
We're at the Dubai Cardrome in the middle of January, and which is a familiar time of the year for me and Nick, our producer, to be here for the Dubai 24-hour car race. And we get people in Dubai saying, "Oh, it's really cool." And we go home with big red faces because it's like 28 degrees, which is really cool.
Yeah,
it is really cool comparison to the weather that we had two weeks ago. And then this week we've got highs of, I think the cooling breeze is fooling us. We've still got highs of 37, 38 degrees here. That means we've got a track temperature of 48 degrees, perhaps.
But that nice breeze is keeping it at a low 30s.
Yes.
In terms of as you're walking around the paddock, and you are walking around the paddock this weekend, not sort of slowly lumbering around the paddock, trying to jump from one bit of shade to the other.
Yeah, and my heart goes out to our drivers of all of these ages. I mean, the youngest being 8 years old.
Yep.
And we put them in protective clothing.
Yes.
We have protective helmets, gloves,
boots,
balaclavas.
and then sit them in. Off you go in your cart and drive at 60, 70 miles an hour in the 38-degree heat.
Exactly.
There's a lot of driver management going out there. The physicality of the challenge here in the UAE RMC is slightly different. We've got you'll always have the challenge of race driving, you'll always have the challenge of race engineering, but the human element is something as a race mechanic and race engineer myself, you forget about, but you can't here because it's a really serious factor. And managing, staying cool, staying in the shade, and taking on those all-important fluid.
And what was Reese Hunter saying to us 2 weeks ago?
While he was dying here in the back of the booth?
Yes, about the data loggers on the carts, the temperature sensors.
Yeah, they lost the screen.
They were losing the screen because the temperature was so high, the screen was switching itself off, which was making it even harder for the teams to get data because, of course, the actual, the telemetry system that you put on these carts couldn't handle the heat. Now, of course, it'll be cooler. It's cooler this weekend, so teams are able to get more data back.
I've noticed, Henry, there's no need for a radiator flap.
No, you're not. No,
you don't need a radiator flap here.
No.
It takes away a bit of branding, I suppose. Branding opportunity there.
For the engine builders.
And of course, tyres. We're on the same Mojo tyres in what we're about to see in Miniax, the Mojo C2. Exactly the same tyres that you will run in the UK, in Europe, in the RMC events throughout, in the RMC event that we're going to see kicking off in Belgium.
Well, it does just show that the Mojos make a robust tyre.
But suited as well. They're not tearing themselves up on a 45, 50 degree track temperature.
No, exactly. A lot of, again, as somebody that goes around and deals with lots of different tyre brands in various different championships, the Mojo rubber, which is rubber, it's not a synthetic, it is rubber, it has heat cycles, and it has, there's a lifespan to it. You have to manage your tyre over the course of not just one race, but over the course of a race day.
You're allowed one set of tyres from qualifying through to the final. You're on the same set of tyres.
Yes.
And those I can pretty much assure you, it's familiar that at the end of a race weekend or at the end of a race day, those tyres are now defunct. They're probably not even fit enough for a healthy practice day.
No.
So, but to get to that point where you do not want to have that tyre have dropped away and have no rubber on it by the time you get to the end of the pre-final, because you still got the longest race of the day is going to be our 14-lap finals, 12 laps for Minimax and 11 laps for Microax. Mm-hmm. I've asked drivers this: how much thought do you put into your tyre management when you are in, say, the heats and the pre-final phases? Are you thinking about saving those tyres for a final? And the majority of times, it's a back thought, isn't it? It's at the back of your mind thought.
Well, I've got to say, the drivers that end up winning are the ones that think about it more. Generally, generally, not across the board, but as a generalisation, if you're thinking about your tyres more, then you are in a better position. As the next race gets underway on the rolling lap, it is Minimax. It's Charlie Page and Attica Mia on row number 1, Oliver Butchard and Albie J. Stubbs row 2, Paul Schutzman and Rivan Dev Pritham on row number 3, Rian Khan, Rashid and Max Payton on row 4, Benjamin Karachkovich and Kia Ivanov row 5, Gleb Bukov and Adam Fleury row 6, Rafael Zagati and Austin Gray. It's gone from hero to zero for Austin Gray, pole in qualifying. He starts this one stone last.
Do we know what the penalty was for, Henry, at all?
Well, he had an accident in heat number 1, which obviously dislodged the nose cone.
Yeah, of course. Here we go then, everybody lining up very well. We've got Charlie Page and Attica Mia, who are dictating the pace as they come on to the start straight. The red lights will go out and we will go full course green, or are we getting a false start?
False start.
So I saw a few drivers there gesticulating the old international
gesture of let's go around again.
I did make a slight error there. Austin Gray's not starting stone last because this is a pre-final. The novice drivers still have to start at the back of the field. In the final themselves, they can start wherever their finishing positions in the heat and the pre-final dictate and allow them to. But in this situation, this is treated like a second heat in terms of the championship point scoring. The novices, you can see them with the yellow plates with the black crosses on their rear bumpers. They must start at the rear. So Gray and Mazzali are in front of our 4 novices.
And that's a very sensible way of going racing there, putting the novices who, and you've mentioned Zagatti, that it's his first ever race weekend.
Yes.
So yeah, to be at the front with this lot is not something that you're going to learn much from, because you'll just get battered about. Here we go then. Let's see if we can get this underway. This second attempt at it. Charlie Page and Attica Meyer with the green luminous helmet there on the left of the picture, but it's Charlie Page, and it looks like Butchard that went through with him, or was that Stubbs?
Butchard's the one with the luminous green crash helmet, and he has made a good start, and now he finds himself shuffled back to about 7th or 8th position at Schutzmann, I think, making a good move in the leading JNKD kart, as that puts Paul Schutzmann, I believe, into P3, and we've got a battle for the lead now. It's P2 for, that is the number 1s, that is Schutzmann up into the second position. Rather.
And now we get the hand signals there.
Gesticulating.
Yeah,
yes.
the signals there of and he's talking to the driver behind him.
Yes.
Let's catch the leader, he's saying. And I think they're teammates, aren't they? JNKD teammates. So let's work together. Let's not squabble. Attica Meyer's had a nightmare of a start to this pre-final. As they cross the line then, we'll just clarify who is where. It's Charlie Page, it's Benjamin Kračović, Paul Schutzmann. It is the driver in third. William Mazzali, Austin Gray, Reben Khan Rashid, Attica Meyer coming through in 7th there, with Butchard getting stuck with her as well. And he dropped down the order to 8th. Reben Dev Preeton and LBJ Stubbs. What happened to LBJ? From the front of the field down to 10th there. Nightmare of a start.
Well, Kračović, 9th to 2nd on the opening lap. Schutzmann, he went from about 6th to 3rd. Mazzali and Gray went from 10th and 11th to 4th and 5th. And so the likes of Meyer, Butchard and Stubbs, they were absolutely put to the sword on the opening up. We've already got a new leader, Benjamin Kračović, passing Charlie Page. So it's taken Benjamin less than 2 laps to go from the 5th row to the race lead.
Great driving there. Very, very, very aggressive driving. We've heard about Benjamin Kračović and the way that his determination pulls him through. But there, slipping down the inside, I think has gone, was that Schutzmann. The Karchop.me will get a better look at it, Henry. Is this Charlie Page coming back at him down the inside into 1?
It is.
It is indeed Charlie Page who takes that first place back and says thank you very much. Still early days though. We're only on lap 3 of 9. So anything can happen here. And we've now got a 3-kart train on the back straight, heading towards turn 7, through the kink, and then into the hairpin at 8. Follow at hairpin at 9, and then we get towards the final few corners of this lap, through here on the run down to 11, and then you have to optimise this one and the next. The left-hander here at 12, absolute acceleration zone out onto the back straight. Is anyone going to challenge into 13? The answer is no. They're behaving themselves at this stage.
Well, it's team formation for the JNKD bunch, because it is Kračović, Schutzmann, Mazzali, your top 3. It's Kračović, Schutzmann, Gray, your top 3.
Yeah, it wasn't Charlie Page at all. He got demoted to 5th there, would you believe? Attica Meyer back up to 4th as well.
Yes.
She's there just coming through the field after that absolutely horrific start for her. She is going to catch the top 3 very, very quickly.
And she's going to bring Page, Butchard and Stubbs with her. Now, off camera, I noticed last time by the two other Axel GP karts in the field. Mia is there in 4th, The other two Axel GP karts, Rian Khan Rashid and Rivan Dev Pritham, they both had a coming together, coming out of the final corner, hands waving at each other. Now Mark Baines, who's managing that team now, that'll be both those two young Indian drivers are about to have a lesson in Yorkshire diplomacy from Mark Baines.
I bet they are. There's no Yorkshire diplomacy needed at the GNKD awning, though, as they've got a 1-2-3 going on now. Charlie Page getting ahead of Attica Meyer as well there as we watch that, and Attica Meyer coming back, I think, at him. They are settling in behind the GNKD train, and it's Meyer who now is behind Page. The two GNKD drivers squabbling there for second and third, and I think that's Austin Gray through on Schutzman.
Yeah, Austin Gray, who is being supported online from his bro Abel. And Austin Gray, we know he's fast, pole position, and now the floodgates open, and Schutzman getting freight train. Page goes through, Attica Meyer tries to go through, Butchard and Stubbs also. Here's the kartshop.me replay. Page opens the door, Attica Meyer briefly ahead, but fair play to Paul Schutzman. He hangs on and is able to keep Attica Meyer at bay coming into the final corner by retaining the inside line.
Yeah, side-by-side action in the final corner. That's very, very brave from all of these Minimax drivers. We've got the race onto the infield section now. They're just going through 8. Come back into our view at the window. We'll stay on screen though. This is the battle for second place. It's coming together. It's still GNKD at the front of the field in the form of Benjamin Kračović, who's pulling out because this tussle between Austin Gray and Charlie Page is causing them time. They've broken free of Attica Meyer, who's gotten back ahead of Schutzman as they come through the final turn then. This is spaced out to what we've seen the past couple of laps. 6 laps completed, 3 to go. Kračović in the lead. Then we've got Austin Gray, Charlie Page, Attica Meyer, Schutzman down to 5th. Oliver Butchard, what have you seen, Henry?
Charlie Page passing Austin Gray for second going into turn number 1. I was going to say Kračović crashed at the first lap of qualifying. Had a crash in heat number 1, finished just in about 9th position. Despite all that, comes back to lead, and not only lead, but lead strongly in the pre-final. The rest of the field have been put on notice that it doesn't matter whether Benjamin gets a bit of bad luck or a bit of misfortune, he can drive back up through the field as and when it suits.
Well, this doesn't bode very well for everybody going into the final if Kračović can hang on to this for another 2 laps. Austin Gray now falls behind Charlie Page, who crosses the line in second place. Let's see what the gap is to Page from the leader. It's 0.6 of a second, but Page there puts the fastest lap of the race in 60.512. Goes quicker than anyone else around him, but he cannot get rid of Austin Gray. Austin Gray looked like he's bungee tied to the rear bumper of Charlie Page. Page not able to break free, and if Austin Gray, he can do his mate Benjamin Kračović, his teammate for GNKD, he can do him a big favour here, and he can hassle Charlie Page, which will solidify Benjamin's lead, which I'm not sure he actually needs the help, because he's doing it all very well himself.
Yeah, I don't think Kračović needs anybody's help at the moment. He'll gratefully receive anything that does happen to fall his way, however, as the top 3 finally begin to spread out. They will complete lap 8 out of 9 as they cross the line. The last lap board is out, and I have to say that the order in the top 4 looks very, very stable. Battle for 5th, 6th and 7th is between Schutzman, Butchard and Albie J. Stubbs, although did I speak too soon? Has Charlie Page left just enough room for one final assault on the race lead?
We're going to find out in the next few laps, because this race is nearly over, and Karacevic, who had such a comfortable lead with 2 laps to go, now with only a few corners to go, that has completely disappeared. Charlie Page has found great pace. He's broken free of Austin Gray. Now he gets onto the rear bumper of Karacevic, onto the back straight for the final time, then down towards 13, 2 more corners to go. It's not close enough though for him to challenge, and Karacevic only has to drive his line, and he come out of the final turn heading towards the checkered flag. What a drive from Benjamin Karacevic and JNKD to take that win from way down the grid order, Henry.
Yeah, no, and he did all the hard work really in the first lap. That first lap, the JNKD team, really, they'd obviously been briefed. They'd obviously had a strategy meeting with the team managers, with the driver coaches, say, okay, you know, we're starting 9th, 10th and 11th. You know, let's work together. Let's try this on lap number 1. They put a plan in motion, and the plan worked.
Absolutely cracking drive then. Benjamin Karacevic takes the win from an equally great drive from Charlie Page. In fact, all of these drivers drove very well, all the way down to 15th. Charlie Page second, then Austin Gray third. Attica Meyer was fourth. Albie J. Stubbs finally got ahead of Paul Schutzman, who finished in 6th. Kurt Ivanov was 7th. Max Payton 8th. Gleb Obikov was 9th. Oliver Butchard ended up in 10th. How did he end up down there? William Mazzali was next up with Rivan Dev Preetham, Rayan Khan Rashid, Rafael Zagati. The novice driver finishes in 14th place in only his 2nd ever race. Adam Fleury rounded off the 15-car field for Minimax. Minimax final will come up about 14:42 hours. That's 2:42 towards 2:45 for the Minimax final. That'll be over 12 laps as well. That was a 9-lap pre-final, 12 laps. Another, 3 laps of racing at that intensity. Wow. We are due for an absolute treat.
Yes, the Happy Hollands. There are. Hang on. There's a Scottish connection to Austin Gray. See the flag of St Andrew on the Karting Live TV live chat.
What have you found?
Well, the mystery has been revealed.
Is this Dan 649?
Yes, yes.
So. Yeah, well, come on, expose him.
Dan Hannum.
It was, you were right, you were on the nosy.
Congratulations,
well done, mate. You won a prize.
Yes.
Does he realise he's won a prize of taking you out for dinner?
yeah. Taking me out to a very nice steak restaurant. No, that's great. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well,
he did entertain.
Well done.
Well, he entertained Shekhar Tamaska as well as a few other people who probably still belly laughing.
Dan Hannum, meanwhile, he qualified once. Playscape Pro Racing.
Yeah, I remember Playscape. Yeah.
Right.
Bob Pope's place.
Yeah. But no, I'm trying to think. Was it Playscape Pro Racing? What was the company that raced down at Clay Pigeon? Did corporate races?
I don't know.
That could have been Playscape. But Dan Hannum went from the C final. Was it C final or was it the back of the B final? Dan, to make it into the A final. I know you weren't good enough to make it in the A final automatically.
Were you in that race?
No, he just told me about it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, many a time. He mainly talks about how he got out of the B final. In the current situation,
right.
After earlier, I will focus on how the fact that he was in the B final. No, I'm joking, Dan. Dan, who was behind EBC Brakes.
Of course, yeah.
Who I'm sure are going to come on board as a sponsor now.
Yeah, well, he needs to. He needs to join our partnership with kartshop.me, who are there. It's your one-stop shop, is kartshop.me, for all of your karting needs and your OTK chassis and spares. And it's great to have them along. They're look out for our infomercial actually, about how you can get involved with the series. That's coming up when we finish our racing going into the lunch break. A little bit of information for you there just before we head off into the paddock show. Before that though, Henry, we've got 3 more races, 2 pre-finals, and then the final heat of the, I should stop saying that, the final heat, the last heat of the Senior Max Groups B and C this time. For now, though, we've got Junior Rotax going out next, the Junior Max class. and I'll just get that, the result of the heat that we saw. Now, this was an absolute stonker of a race, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Connor Clancy and Jaden Hidding once again battling at the front. Clancy coming out on top, as he did at the International, at the Rotax Invitational. And of course, Clancy, he was champion in juniors in the 2023-24 season. Went to compete at Sarno for the UAE in 2024. So this is actually Connor's third season as a junior. It will be his last season as a junior, but the key that Connor Clancy has is the relationship that Connor has had with his mechanic Alex Gill. They have been working together for a number of years now. I think this is...
How many years?
This, I think, is their fourth season.
Really?
Working together. And it could be a bit longer than that. Mm-hmm. But Connor came as a water swift driver or Cadet Army it was back then, to the UK for a couple of races. Did Kart Masters 1 year. And was first sort of came to my attention when his teammate crashed underneath the bridge, and Connor got out of his kart to help push his teammate back out of harm's way, even though the race was still going on. That sort of marked Connor out as the type of kid that Connor is, and so he's obviously then done very well in terms of karting. Now let's have a glance. There's Lee Murray, who is from MLC Motorsport P1 Racing Engines, who is helping the Mumbai Falcons. Here, there is Giuseppe Montanari's
now
parents.
That balcony there, you see the XL chap there.
That's Lockie Robinson,
right,
yes.
That seems to be the XL viewing gallery.
Well, I mean, yes, it does appear to be. Giuseppe Montanari's parents are standing, and then there's Jaden Hidding's mum.
So who's
below.
that? Jaden Hidding's mum is on the left?
Yeah, Genevieve.
On the steps?
Who, yes, she is waving. And she.
Hello, Jaden Hidding's mum.
Now, there's Netherlands flag, the Canadian flag, and I forget where Genevieve is from originally, but she will remind me.
Hello.
Hello.
There's the camera.
And then Giuseppe's parents there. If you want the best coffee in the paddock, you go and speak to Mrs. Montanari.
Why are we not having any of the Montanari coffee here?
Well,
we're in control room 2, just on the inside of the final turn. We are lovers of coffee, and I can assure you, by mid-afternoon, we really do need a coffee.
I will.
This is proper Italian stuff.
Oh yeah, no, it's
really
only the good stuff. Only the good stuff. Yes. Lockie Robinson there trying to keep his. Hello to Tracy and Dave Robinson. Who are Lockie's parents, Lockie and Jacob Robinson, two brothers. Lockie racing in the Mercedes racing out in Europe in one of the sports car championships that you are familiar with.
Who? Sorry, sir?
Lachlan Robinson.
In the Creventic series, maybe? Possibly. I just want to say that we get a different crowd for each class. We do. We get a different crowd on the balconies.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll be able to chat more. So the Montanari coffee, yeah?
Yes, Montanari coffee in the JNKD awning.
We do need a Montanari coffee.
Yep, indeed.
JNKD, we're down here.
And here comes some go-karts, ladies and gentlemen.
So let's have a look at the grid then, which basically is the positions everyone finished off in the heat phase of this junior Rotax field. Connor Clancy and Jaden Hidding, they're on the front row with Pierre Abu Dewan with Veer Chopra alongside, Metanj Jian and Jack Doe, Leo Anya and Savelli Kojai, Gabriele Baricori with Harrison Stevens, Brando Londono with Ari Kallenberg, Aaron Qureshi and Giuseppe Montanari, Ray Harbour and Julia Engelhard, Flora Schenkenberg with Erin Ortak, Oliver Spencer and Jan Michalasheko, Aaron Mason and Johansa Sanananyaki, Samuel Turner, Faris Haroun, and then 25 carts are Murad Baramova, 26 cart field rounded up by Derek Rivera.
Lots of nose cone penalties after that last.
There was a lot.
There was a lot. There was a lot going on, and I'm sure a lot will go on in this 10-lap heat race.
Here we go then.
Pre-final.
Pre-final coming up now, 10 laps. Little bit of a disjointed look to it. They may
it's a
get the
false
wave
start.
round. Yeah, that's because the right-hand side row, left-hand side on your screen there,
Yes.
was a little bit out of sync with the left-hand side, and it was way back.
Yeah, Connor Clancy got the jump, and Jaden Hidding didn't get the memo.
Just slightly off. Yep. So I'm glad we're sending them around there, because that wasn't really an equal start, Henry, was it? So they get another chance to put another heat, some more heat, another lap of heat into the tyres to get them where they want them to be.
Yes.
Even in these temperatures, the tyres aren't quite where they want them to be.
Exactly. Now, now Connor Clancy will be a bit upset with that by saying, "Well, I did everything I should have done. It's not my fault that Jaden wasn't awake alongside me."
Yeah, I mean,
and that's where experience does come in. You know, this is Connor wants to get this race won by turn one of lap one. He wants to annul the threat of Jaden Hidding, because it's a new threat this year. Jaden Hidding, he's emerged already as Connor's closest, most consistent rival. Well, Connor has to stamp on that very, very quickly.
Let's see if he can stamp on it as quickly as he needs to here. Now this is looking better. Again, Connor Clancy gets a slight jump on it. Are we going to go racing? We get the green flag and we get the lights out into turn one, the field goal. And it looks like everybody's through turn one, Henry, and it's the race towards that back stretch towards two. The left-hander immediately into three, and then the technical part of this track certainly sorts out the field, and already becoming spread out all the way down the 26-car field.
And experience does pay off. Clancy once again gets the jump on Hidding. Hidding, I'm looking down, has fallen back to probably 7th, 8th position, maybe even worse, because it is Pierre Aboudiwan up into 2nd position. Via Chopra is also there. Mitans Jain is up at the front as well. But what I was saying about how Clancy needs to stamp on the threat, that's not because Connor doesn't necessarily like Jaden. It's not about that. This is about, these young bucks and does, so to speak. They have to assert their dominance.
He hasn't got to worry about Jaden Hidding, because Jaden Hidding has come through in 25th place.
Jaden was the cart that went wide coming out of turn number one. And
so
then,
that has completely put him out of the contention here. The top five, Connor Clancy, Pierre Aboudiwan, beginning to come back together towards one another. They strung out, didn't they, on that first lap? But now we've got Connor Clancy, Pierre Aboudiwan, Mitans Jain, Leo Anya, and Via Chopra with Flora Schengenberg, I think, as well as that. And then we've got a gap where two carts are together. But this battle for the lead, I think, Henry, is going to come all the way, and Concertina back together. And there's a move for fourth place. We've done the switchback, or have we? No, we have not.
And that was the number 219. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. All crossed up Via Chopra underneath the JNKD cart of Leo Anya. And Chopra, did he make it stick?
I think he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he did. And Anya's teammate, Oliver Spencer, the second of the JNKD karts in the junior field. There are 3 of them in total. 4 of them. Giuseppe Montanari and Derek Rivera being the other 2. Oliver Spencer, he is hurrying towards the front as well. Oliver, who's recently moved to the UAE with his parents, living in Dubai now.
We've just had that international gesticulation from Aboudiwan about towards Mitans Jain. Just let's tap the helmet. Let's catch the leader. Let's catch Connor Clancy. So don't attack me. Don't try and take this second place from me. And you know what? There's an element of sensibility there, isn't there? Because they are not going to catch Connor Clancy. Now look, they've settled down. They've stopped battling. And this is what I was talking about them coming together. And not far off that
4-card battle or that 3-card battle is Via Chopra, who's coming back into play again.
Yep.
So if they just calm down, let's just drive, let's optimise the lap. Here we are on lap 4. Still a lot of laps in this pre-final for Junior Max. They are going to catch Conor Clancy. And as I've said before, I'm going to say it many, many times, Henry. There's one thing catching Conor Clancy. It's a completely different textbook you've got to open to get past him. But at the moment, they are catching him.
Yes, and now this is where I would have expected to see Mitan Shaheen right from the word go. Challenging Clancy for the win. Pierre Abu Diwan, second-year junior driver, has really come out of the block strong as well. Via Chopra, another second-year junior driver. You've got 4 experienced juniors up at the front of the field. Then Oliver Spencer. Oliver will go and represent the UAE in Miniax in the grand finals this year. So Oliver has just moved up to juniors. Leo Aina, Gabriel Baricodi, Aaron Qureshi, Ari Kallenberg and Floris Schenkenberg are your top 10.
And talking about the grand finals, hello to Jen Wade, your colleague at
Hello,
the Grand
Jen.
Field.
How
Jen's
are you?
watching.
Excellent. Good.
Looking forward to the coverage from that event from the likes of yourself and Henry. Meanwhile, back to this script, and we've still got gesticulation from Mitash Giant, who says, come on, let's catch him. Well, the thing is, he's not on your tail. Pierre Abu Diwan is not on your tail, and it's now down to you to get past Conor Clancy, because you were right on the bumper there towards turn 1. Can you have a go? No, he's still playing conservative, and I'm not sure whether that was a move by Via Chopra.
It was. The kartshop.me replay will show Via Chopra. What's that coming into the braking zone? It's Via Chopra into P3. Now, this is an interesting situation, Joe. We have got 2 Mumbai Falcons, first and second. We've got 2 Mateus Najem Motorsport drivers in third and fourth. And then in 5th and 6th, we have got 2 JNKD karts. Now, the 2 JNKDs have got a little bit of work to do to catch the top 4, but 2 teammates trying to defend against another 2 teammates. This could be very, very interesting.
We've got a Formula One-esque field here, haven't we? 2x2x2 team-wise. I'm pretty sure the drivers are not that interested in finishing in this order as well.
Well, it's like Noah's Ark.
It is.
Without the animals and the rain.
Well, we've got 2 Falcons at the front, but there's a challenge down the inside for second as Via Chopra spoils the Mumbai Falcon party and makes that move stick. Here's the kartshop.me replay to show us, and again, a textbook move. The ideal line into 1 is to open the door, isn't it? However, when you do that, that's when the likes of Via Chopra will chop his way through there.
Very, very good, yeah. And he didn't cost himself too much speed on exit either. Mitan Shaheen wasn't able to try the undercut straight away, which is something you quite often see at that corner. Clancy doesn't mind this at all, even though he's lost his teammate. You wouldn't exactly call Mitan Shaheen a rear gunner, because Mitan was Via Chopra has just driven up. I can't get over how strong Via Chopra is. Are we going to have a look at another move going into turn number 1 here? He's certainly quick enough.
He's got a kart, Henry, that seems to come alive mid-race. Yes. He's got whatever that the engineers are doing at M&M. They've got that kart. Those tyres will come in mid-race towards the end of the race, and now he's got a kart that he can pretty much place anywhere as long as it's not a dirty offline. And this is what I was suggesting. It's one thing catching Conor Clancy, it's a different matter, and already Chopra, the stifled momentum of Chopra is coming into play here. He caught onto the back of Conor Clancy, but then the momentum stops, because he's got to get the momentum, has got to carry him alongside and beyond Conor Clancy, and that's a big ask there as they head onto the back straight.
Yeah, now he's stuck running at the same pace at Conor Clancy. Clancy starts to defend. That'll slow Chopra up. It'll bring Mitan Shaheen back into play. We complete lap 8 out of 10. Chopra gives Clancy a little shove. Clancy defends.
Defensive indeed. That was right down the inside there into 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to stifle him on that little stretch there towards turn 2. He's able to maintain that gap there. It's not like he's stifling his momentum. And I think that's down to the speed of turn 1. It's really, really quick here. Reminds me of turn 1 at Warden Law. Turn 1 here. It's really quick.
Yes, it is. Interestingly, though, that JNKD, the two teammates, well, Oliver Spencer still runs 5th, hasn't been able to close back in. Leo Aina has dropped to 7th behind Arhan Qureshi. Kallenberg is 8th, Schenkenberg 9th, Aaron Mason is 10th. The Emirati Express, Faris Haroun for Yas Heat, up into 11th position now. Jaden Hidding has recovered to 18th so far.
Yeah, that's a recovery drive from Jaden. Still no change at the front here. We are on the... we're actually on the last lap, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Oh, that is... Can we not just extend this for another 3? Because I'm pretty sure Via Chopra would vote for that as well. Time is running out for Chopra here as we're in the middle of the final lap here. We're on the infield section through the kink at 7, then into the hairpin at 8. Another hairpin. They need to clear this technical infield section here and then stretch the legs towards 11 and 12. It's a left-hander at 11 here. Very fast. Even faster is 12 here. And then it's the sprint down towards 13. Both drivers dipping behind the fairing here into 13. Conor Clancy surely has this in the bag through the final turn. Chopra just hasn't got anything in the toolkit to get on terms to the flag. And it will be Conor Clancy that takes the pre-final win from a very, very fast and charging Via Chopra. Mitansh Jain finishes 3rd. He's got to be happy with that, Henry.
I would say...
From Mitansh's point of view, I mean.
Mitansh Jain, yes, not just the position, but the performance in relation to his teammate Conor Clancy. You know what, this is what I raced against a driver that reminds me of Conor Clancy. Very frustrating to race against. Because I'm sure that Via Chopra and even Mitansh Jain said, well, we were faster. We were faster, but yet Clancy had the experience. Now, was he white lining it? No. Was he defending all the time? No. Was he driving defensively? Yes. There's a difference between driving defensively and defending. And Clancy was driving defensively. He would make a little jink to the inside going down the straight to make it look as though he was going to defend the inside line, just to put everybody off, to make it really difficult for you to set up a move to the inside.
But
it's
usually,
frustrating.
But usually really when you defend rather than drive defensively, as you said then, I get exactly what you're saying, you compromise your lap time.
Yes,
and then you end up in even more pressure.
Yeah.
But by driving defensively, subtly defensively, he wasn't compromising his lap time. He was able to optimize his lap time in the parts of the track where you need to optimize, which is like coming out of 11 and 12, coming out of the final turn. He was able to have enough speed and momentum coming out of 11 and 12 not to be challenged going into 13, which is that long back stretch into that sweeping left-hander, followed immediately by the final turn. And then again into turn 1, that subtle defence is not being fully defending the inside line, just subtly offline towards the inside, wasn't it?
Yes, so that you don't cost yourself exit speed coming out of turn number 1, but you're just far enough over to the inside or to the middle of the track at turn number 1 that if anybody wanted to try and overtake you, they would have to dive right to the inside. And yes, they may get the kart slow down the apex, but they would also be dog slow going up the straight towards turn 2.
Here, though, in the UAE RMC, you can't do that, Henry. You know why?
Why?
It's covered in sand.
It's
covered in sand.
Yes.
There is maybe a 2 karts width line going into turn 1 because of that open aspect of it. He was just putting the kart where if Chopra had to go down that inside gap, he's on the sand.
And that would be game over.
So it's a different way of going racing out here.
Very, very smart drive from Conor Clancy.
Brilliant.
Frustrating for his rivals, but extremely, extremely intelligent from Conor.
Right, we will move swiftly on, as they say. This is now the DD2 and DD2 Masters. This is our gearbox class of Rotax Max Challenge. A 2-ratio gearbox, paddle shift on the left, paddle shift on the right, first gear on the left paddle, second gear on the right. I just want to mention Raffaella Menegoni, who mentioned a little bit earlier, the DT2 category is the most beautiful one.
It's really sad to only see 8 drivers today. Yeah, we're expecting the grid to be increased as we get through the series and get to the rounds going forward. We're off to Alpha San in November, for instance, and then back here, aren't we, in December, and then Dubai, Yaz, and we are hoping to bolster. There is talk and speculation out there in the world of DD2 karting that we are going to get more entries into the DD2 class. But as I've always said, we only need 2 karts to make a race. Well, we've got 8 this weekend, and we had such a beautiful race. As you say, there is something, and I think it's the smoothness and eloquence. Rafaela also mentions Tony Hogg being missing and Dexter missing as well. But yes, the style of racing that we're going to see in this DD2 class, not just because of the gearbox, but because of the braking that is on the karts. These karts have brakes on the front axle. They've got a brake disc and caliper on both of those front wheels. They've got a rear disc and caliper in traditional karting style, which is braking the rear axle, which is a solid axle. There's no differential within that gearbox, so the drive is equal across the both rear wheels, which brings in a characteristic of itself to drive. But when you brake, you'll see the drivers, the last thing they want to do is have the karts moving underneath them whilst they are in the braking phase for the corner. It's all braking very smoothly in a straight line, and even a little bit of trail braking to the apex just to get the karts to turn. And if you, well, it's still out there, the UAE RMC Invitational event that took place here 2 weeks ago, in the paddock show that we did for that event, which is all still there on YouTube. Check it out. We get a lovely insight from both Danny Brand, who talked about the technicalities of the DD2, but also from Tony Hogg, who's retired again. He's out there for the grand finals. So Jen Wade, you'll get to meet Tony Hogg for his final ever event. But they go into great detail, and it was a great insight from the likes of myself, who was fully aware of. I stood trackside, literally. When I say trackside, I mean on the curbing out on the track. I was putting banners up at Warden Law, and Reese Hunter was going round on a DD2.
Yes.
Just for the crack. It's just to keep a bit of race fitness from him. And I was able to stand right on the trackside, and interesting to see Reese and how he used the gearbox and stuff on that.
I've just had a glance out the car park here is chock-a-block. So a big hello to all of you here at the circuit, which is great to see lots of spectators here, lots of family members. If you are a spectator here and you're wondering, where you can watch all this, you simply need to go to the UAE. What you need to do, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel. Subscribe to that. The Karting Live TV YouTube channel. Subscribe to that as well, because you can see on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel not just karting from the UAE, but karting from all over the world.
Let's have a look at the grid for DD2 then. Tyler Harris leads the field out. He's on the pole position. Adam Malik is alongside. Row 2 is Hamza Hashisho with Moritz Konopsa. And Kyle Blockley and Samid Al-Assad are on row 3. And then row 4, rounded off by Greg Watt and Bernardo del Castillo. Now we've got the 5 numbers. The numbers beginning with the 5, they're our masters. Yep. They're really old. They're over 35.
Over 31.
These drivers.
Over 31.
Over 31, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, right, 31. That's even old. 31 masters. I'm not
in
even
karting terms, but I mean, all of our
that is true.
All of our masters here this week are masters in every sense of the word. I'll say that.
Here we go then, Henry. DD2 gets underway for their pre-final, and it's a very crowded turn 1 into the braking area, and certainly we had karts squirming in the braking phase there. All the axle front and back being used to brake the kart and slow it down to take turn 1. We're already on the infield now, and it looks a very busy lap already for these drivers.
Yeah, that's Adam Malik in second position, being very, very determined to try and get ahead of Tyler Harris on the opening lap. Overtaking in DD2 is much harder generally than the direct drive karts. Overtaking in DD2 on a track where offline is very, very sandy and slippery is even harder. Here comes, well, it was Hamza Hashisho in the number 444 Charles Leclerc chassis who was second. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. That's Malik, and that is just send it in, park it on the apex, bang it into first, and then hit the gas as quickly as you can coming out of the corner.
And that was his teammate. He did that too. There's no team orders at M&N, is there?
No.
M&M. Did I say that right? I did. M&M. There's no team orders there with Malik being overtaken by Hashisho there. Let's see if they can get back on terms, because almost coming through was Moritz Knopf for Mumbai Falcons. He almost took advantage of the situation there. And it's Knopf who is leading Masters as well, so he almost broke up the party for the DD2 proper.
And Knopf is not leading Masters by very much, because Kyle Blockley is right there in second in class, the number 531 machine. As we look down there, Shekhar Tamaska, yes, good luck to all the Brand Racing alumni. Of course, Brand Racing going away at the end of last season, and the drivers, the drivers that are still in karting, migrating to different teams. Shekhar Tamaska, let us know how Boo Boo is getting on in college. That's Noah Tamaska, who, I asked Noah's mum. I said, just out of curiosity, what was Noah's sort of like nickname? She went Boo Boo. So Boo Boo, Boo Boo, all 6'2" of him, was delighted at that.
To be told,
yes.
for you to be told that.
Yes, and for the rest of the world to be told that.
Yes.
So, Shekhar, let us know how Boo Boo's getting on in college. I'm in Indiana next week. I believe Boo Boo is in Chicago. Was he?
Just round the corner there.
Loyola Chicago. College he's gone to. Here's the battle for Masters. Knopf's under pressure. Harris under pressure. We got a 5-car battle for the race lead in DD2.
This is tremendous stuff, isn't it? This is just what we've been looking forward to. The way that these karts are driven completely different to the non-gearbox versions that we've seen so far. And there's that inter-team M&M battle. That's still not finished, is it? Now they've strung out a little bit. They'll go through turns 11 and 12. They'll concertina back up, no doubt, in a little while. But at the moment there, nobody in a position to maybe challenge as we head down towards turn 13. Through 13, they all compose themselves. It is across the line. Tyler Harris, Adam Malek. Oh, it's a Hashisho showing in second. Where has Malik gone? Is he dropped down to third? I thought we had two M&Ms. We have. Yeah, they're in the same team, of course.
But of course, Hashisho he's not running the full M&M graphics kit. He's got
that's what confused me.
He's got the Charles Leclerc go-kart graphics kit on his machine, not the M&M graphics kit. I'm impressed by the driver, the white crash helmet there. Second car on your screen. That is Kyle Blockley. Back for the first time, I think, this is the first time in 6-7 years he's attended the first championship.
First race back in 7 years?
Well, first race back here in 6-7 years, Kyle Blockley. Chasing down Morris Knopf, who of course has taken time away as well, but has always been in and around the karting paddock.
Right.
Haven't heard from his son Sem on the live chat. I was expecting a full debrief about Morris's performance from his son Sam Knopf, who I hope we'll see in Bahrain. He was certainly one of the fastest DD2s that we had at the International Trophy at Le Mans earlier this year. But of course, I could tell that the level of intensity from some of Tyler Harris's rivals. So Tyler Harris, he's still learning DD2, and by learning I mean that he's still maybe not averse to missing a gear here or there, missing a shift, just as he gets himself fully acquainted with the new class of kart he's going in. So of course, They're Adam Malik and Hamza Hashisho, who have got more experience in this class than Tyler, they'll want to try and capitalise on any mistake. And I was correct, yeah, Loyola Chicago. Apparently, the Sam Knopper's pipes up there. So, hello, Sam, how are you doing? And what was this? So the Knoppers, that is, there's an actual translation from Dutch to English of what Knoppers means. I can't know. Is it something like can opener? Well, no, I'm sure it's not.
Mr. Tin Opener.
Mr. Tin Opener, I don't know, but we'll find. Sam will tell us
right,
whilst
Sam.
he tells us how his dad is getting on. His dad's under pressure.
Sam, your dad's under pressure, and he's under pressure from Kyle Blockley there, just in the white helmet there. Maybe we can check this out, Nick, and watch the battle behind these two. This is an inter-team battle for second and third. Tyler Harris is kind of checked out. 1.2 seconds the gap last time by. It will be bigger than that this time by, because these two are beginning to slow each other down. Yes, it's 1.4 seconds. And there's the
Adam Malik taking second place.
Adam Malik taking second place back. So this M&M battle is not finished, but this is the one we wanted to look at. The orange helmet there of Maurice Knopses, who we believe is got a strange translation.
Buttons.
Buttons, right.
That's weird. Morris Buttons.
Morris Buttons.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Sam Buttons.
Thank you, mate. Kyle Blockley is the white helmet, and you mentioned, Henry, that these two guys have been stepped out of the sport, as you do, and then you've come back to it. And DD2 is the home that they've found. They'll complete 8 laps coming up, and I'm pretty sure that, in the Masters category, fitness will come into play, considering they're in their late 30s. Some of them are not. I mean, Greg Watt is, how old's Greg? 40?
He's plus tax.
Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it there. As this battle continues then, as Knopp has been absolutely hassled by Kyle Blockley. Now, Kyle showing the British flag here on the entry, but living out in this region, I believe.
Has lived out here for some time now. Maurice Knoppers has raced and been. So Maurice is one of the very few drivers, along with Ben Cooper, who has been on the Rotax Grand Final podium representing 2 different nations. Maurice and so they're Dutch originally, but Maurice, I think, has lived out here for some time, and Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to get my family history mixed up, but Maurice was a podium finisher in DD2 DD2 Masters quite a few years ago for the UAE, but then came out of retirement or raced for the Netherlands at the E20 Masters class last year and won. So he is a Grand Finals champion as we look at the now sort of settled battle for second. Adam Malik ahead of Hamza Hashisho for P2 overall.
Still, that question of who can beat Tyler Harris remains unanswered, because Tyler Harris here on his last lap, the last few corners of this DD2 pre-final for Tyler Harris. This is the second place scrap for between Adam Malik and Hamza Hashisho. They will head down the back straight to the final 2 corners, and we will catch a glimpse of Tyler Harris, no doubt, just coming out of the final turn and heading down towards the checkered flag. And that is a very, very dominant day so far for Tyler Harris. He took a very commanding lead in the heat. He's taken an equally commanding, if not more commanding, a win in the pre-final. And then Adam Malik, Hamza Hashisho, the inter-team, M&M inter-team battle went the way of Malik at the flag. Hamza Hashisho third. Moritz Knopses hangs on to fourth, under pressure for pretty much the whole of that race from Kyle Blockley. Great drive from both of those 2 drivers. And then in sixth, Sami Al-Assad. Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing finishes in 7th. And then the 8th cart across the line there, just crossing the line now, Bernardo Del Castillo.
Couple of interesting things. Loyola Chicago University. So obviously somebody is into college basketball in the United States. Loyola Chicago, their basketball team, they have a mascot. It's not a mascot like any other university because it's a living mascot. Sister Elizabeth. Sister Elizabeth is 101 years old, and she attends every Loyola Chicago basketball game. When they made March Madness, which is the sort of the end of season tournament for the best 64 college basketball teams anywhere in the USA, the players they would all kiss her on the hand on their way out, and it helped them get to the Sweet 16. Sam, we've missed our interview with the big boss, but that was this morning before you woke up. We will be interviewing the top 3 in each class after the finals, Sam. Not to panic, although you've got to then tell your dad to pull his finger out because Kyle Blockley was right there as we wait for the final bit of on-track activity before we head to a lunch break here at the circuit, and you, the viewers, get to watch our first of 2 paddock shows that were recorded yesterday here in and around the paddock. Gavin Hill saying Greg Walk at 40. Yes, he does look it. But he will like Joe for saying that. 40 in spirit. Physically, 40 plus 20 plus 5. We look at some of the other comments coming in online as well. Thank you, as always, for your support. It is appreciated. This, of course, is the first of 2 live events this weekend. We've got round 1.2 tomorrow, so a completely new, different round. Now, with dropped scores coming into play, you can, in theory, drop an entire weekend's worth of points and still be champion. So, if you are a DD2 or DD2 Masters driver, and you're thinking, okay, I think that we fancy a chance of that, there's still an opportunity for you to come and compete at the rest of the season and win a championship and a ticket to the 2026 Rotax Grand Finals, because there is a ticket available for DD2 and DD2 Masters via this championship. So, I mean, I know the 8 drivers that are here already will probably be cursing me for saying it, but hey, it is not too late to come and enter and to try and qualify for next year's Grand Finals, both in any of the classes, but specifically in DD2 and DD2 Masters. As we now wait, the last race of the morning session, the heat for seniors group A versus B versus C is due to start, well, shortly, as soon as the drivers have assembled down on the grid. It'll be Rian Darmadasa, and here's Gavin Hill, going to drive DD2 at Alpha San. Are you doing coverage there?
That's a good question.
Stay tuned, Gavin.
So hang on, Gavin Hill.
Yes.
Are you listening, Guy Sheffield?
Yes.
Everyone wants coverage at Alpha San.
Yes.
We hope to be. Yes.
Yeah. What
we need is a little bit of support.
Yes.
From a few sponsors.
Yes.
And that'll seal the deal.
Yes.
Infomercial coming up after this race. Yes, that will give you all of the details of how to get involved. Now, Gavin, thank you for that, what's called in the business, a nice segue.
Yes, a nice segue. And we will go back to that comment at the end of this next race.
We absolutely will, yes, because at the end of this race, before we go to the lunch break, and before we go to our paddock show, we will be having a lunch break, but before our paddock show, we'll be giving you much more information on how you can get involved and support the UAE RMC, and indeed support the fact that and the potential of being able to cover it all on Karting Live TV.
Well, at the end of the Invitational, kartshop.me came on board.
That's right.
And now sponsor the kartshop.me replay.
Yeah, and their sales have gone up by
at least 7,000%.
Yes,
morning.
absolutely.
Well, they went up 7,000% this morning after the first senior road tax heat, which got
That's
a little
right.
bit rambunctious.
Yeah, because we had a lot of cartshop.me replays.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of carts. We had a lot of carts off track in need of cart.
No, it was purely off the replays. The amount of coverage they got, the amount of exposure. Yes, as well as the spares.
Thanks, Dan. We're good for sponsors on the live chat, but EBC Brakes would be a wonderful sponsor for some of our coverage.
Hang on, Dan.
Later this year.
Throw us your ideas. We may not read them all out because we haven't time.
Well,
but throw us your ideas.
Henry will probably read them all out.
Henry will.
Henry's a Muppet.
Henry will undoubtedly read them all out. Still not as good as Kashis, from Turkey, who was caught out. Who certainly caught out Nick.
We are looking at Rian Damadasa and Oscar Lambert on row number 1. Omar Ganoum and Alessandro Biggie will start from row number 2. Rayan Qureshi, Jerry Montgomery Swan on row 3. Andrea Remy and Manaf Al-Balushi will start from row number 4 on this grid, as we have a little look around the rest of the circuit. Now, behind turn 11 and 12, that's the Omani border.
Let's have a look at that again, Nick.
So in the distance there, those mountains in the background, that is the Sultanate of Oman. You will also see there's a couple of different circuit variations that we can utilize here. There's the back straight chicane.
Is that called the bus stop chicane?
That is the bus stop.
That looks like
chicane.
the Daytona bus stop, the Daytona Le Mans chicane now.
Yes, it's we're not using that this weekend. There are several different. How does
that race then? Because I kind of like the run down from turn 12, down that back straight. If you have to truncate it with what is a really slow sequence of corners, left, right, right, left, totally breaks up the braking opportunities into 13, surely.
It does, but obviously there then becomes another overtaking opportunity going into that chicane. Mm-hmm. However, how shall I say this?
When was the last time you saw a race there? Through there.
It makes qualifying even more important. Did I get away with that? But when you add that chicane...
Well, you take what you're saying by saying you make qualifying more important. What you're saying there is it's harder to pass.
Yes. But I didn't want to say that, say that it made the racing
I'm
worse.
happy with the configuration here at LI.
But I mean,
we have now.
It puts more of an onus on qualifying. There's also a similar, like a shark fin, just past the start-finish straight, that you can literally, there it is, you can see, you could turn sharp left.
Oh, wow, that really...
into the infield, then come back out, and turn number 1
into a hairpin
becomes a hairpin.
So we're at 1381. We're at 1,381 meters. That's 1.381 kilometers.
Yeah.
Surely that would tip us over the 1,500 kilometer.
The 1,500 meter.
1,500 kilometer. 1,500 meter length of track into a long circuit.
Yes, and I was commentating at the 1,584 meter Campillos circuit.
Of course you were,
last weekend, which also hosts many karting events, direct drive.
Yes.
What 84 meters between friends.
Here we go. Let's have a look at the grid then. Nathan Kappen and Rayan Damadasa are our front row. Oscar Lambert, Mohamed Mename are on the second row. Omar Ganoum and Alessandro Bigi. Amani Kanua and Rayan Qureshi are next. Jeremy Montgomery Swan starts 9th alongside Jules Dumont. And then we've got Andrea Remy, Manaf Al-Balushi on 6. Row 7 is Faisal Nashko and Arav Duan. Kian Karanbul and Zain Al-Homasani are next up. On row 9 is Rayan Karuz and Antonio Haddad. Enzo Tesluk. George's Nasser starting down in 20th. What happened to George's, I'm wondering. Adash Mehta and Lewis Hartman. Naam Karuja and Abdul Al-Keita. Leith Moninar and Andrew Obaid. Oscar Backhouse. Linus Volonyavicius, Armand Darwin, Alicia Kanaisa, Manaf Ijawi, Shivan Kartik, Alex El Zaya, Zan Ziganegorov, Krishe Guta, Abdul Razak, Al Qureshi and Jagrat Detroya. That is our 37 kart field. Off towards turn 1, Henry.
Here we go into turn number 1. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. All the karts go out of camera shot, and all the karts don't quite all come back in. Dust in the background there. 1 or 2 drivers at the back. I think everyone is still running, but somebody at the back has picked up a lot of desert, and somebody else coming to a grinding halt in the barriers coming out of turn number 6.
I think that's Oscar Lambert who's made his way back towards the front of this field.
Yes,
it was all to play for into the infield sections of 8 and 9, and then the 2 karts there that are following him round, they absolutely tripped over one another, and it was the Mumbai Falcons livery of Oscar Lambert. I think I'm just going to confirm that 327 is the number of the kart. That is indeed Oscar Lambert who crosses the line in the lead. Dharmadasa and Ganum, I should say, they tripped over one another through that infield section and handed that lead to that orange liveried Mumbai Falcons kart of Lambert. However, it is not over, as behind the top 3, George's Nazar has gone from what I saw as 20th on the grid, did I read?
Yep.
He's up to 4th by the end of lap 1.
Outstanding work. As there's a move, Omar Ganum into P2 out at turn number 7. Here's a kartshop.me replay. Ganum over the curb, gets the kart slowed down just in time and passes Dharmadasa for P2. Now, I said earlier that the car park here was absolutely chock-a-block with spectators. What Ain Raceway have done, the kart shop here, which is where all the drivers' briefings took place yesterday, it's on the ground floor. It's a lovely, lovely room. The live streaming is on in there. There are chairs. It's a chill-out zone where people can go and watch the paddock shows during the lunch break here at the circuit. Family members can stay in the cool and they can go in there and watch it. So it's a great gesture and there's another move. That is George Nassar, who is just picking them up and putting them down. Kartshop.me replay Mark 2. Nassar mirror signal maneuver. Anything that you did last lap, Omar, I will do better this lap.
Yeah, absolute great drive. Let's keep an eye on that then. George Nassar is absolutely out and chasing. He's cleared the rest of the field now. He's got Oscar Lambert on his list. There is plenty of action all the way down the field here. Unfortunately, there is so much action at the front of the field, and that's the important bit. It's all about the drivers at the front of this field that are going to maximise their points haul going forward to the RMC UAE Championship. And at the moment, Oscar Lambert is very, very quickly going to be joined by George's Nassar, and it's going to be George's Nassar catching him very, very slowly. We can see how quick Oscar Lambert is for Mumbai Falcons. Nassar with M&M. XL's Omar Ganum is not that far away, and who's that on the back? That's the Mumbai Falcons of Naman Kureja, who's joining in as well, Henry.
Now, obviously, not all the seniors will make the final. Alexis Alzia, that is the second race in a row that Alexis is retired from. Adi Schmetter, also in difficulties, out of the race. Antonio Haddad, out of the race. Now, Manaf Al-Balushi and Alicia Canessa, they didn't finish their first races, and they're currently 20th and 21st in this race, but we're looking at a battle for the race lead, Joe.
There was a challenge from Nassar that almost compromised Oscar Lambert, who had to drive defensively. That has now closed everybody up. We've got Lambert, Nassar, Dharmadasa, Kanum and Kureja now concentrating up, and there's a move from George's Nassar down into 7 through the kink, and who's gone with him? Nobody went with him. Here's the Kartshop.me replay of this. It's on that short stretch towards 7, and by the time they got to the apex of the kink at 7, George's Nassar has made the move, and he's now leading and pulling out already by the time they get down the back straight to 13, Georges Nasser into the final turn then. The number 331 it is that will lead across the line with 5 laps completed.
Yes, indeed. Nasser has been fired up for this race. He's got Jamie Dyer as his mechanic this weekend. And George, he wears an awful lot of very sentimental gold jewellery around his neck. He says it weighs about half a kilo, but he won't take it off. It means an awful lot to him. There's another move. There's Rian Damadasa making a move on Omar Ganoum at turn number 7. And I've got to say, turn 7 and 8 has turned into a real hot spot here.
It's a tricky part of the track because it's a kink at 7 virtually, but you're on the brakes for 8, which is a hairpin. So you're braking and turning, which is something that you don't really ever like to do in any kind of racing. But things, I've got to say, Henry, things beginning to look settled here because Georges Nasser has pulled out a gap of now 0.7 of a second. Oscar Lambert, Rian Damadasa, Omar Ganoum, Neyman Karuja, they have pulled out now and have settled in. Or are we going to see a challenge by the GGM driver, Rian Damadasa, on Oscar Lambert for second? It looks that way.
I think that Rian Damadasa is sizing up Oscar Lambert for a move. Is he going to come into turn number 8 this time? No. Is it a case of Oscar Lambert, who had a good run in the first heat, is he now saving a bit of rubber? Who knows? Nasser, though.
Surely you can't think that way when you've got. You can hear the engine from when you get somebody come close to you. You don't need to look over your shoulder. You can literally hear them, and I'm pretty sure that Oscar Lambert is fully aware of Damadasa. He may not know it's Damadasa, but he knows it's someone. Yeah. So he can't be thinking of his tyres. He's got to think about maintaining that second position.
He has a little look.
I did have a look.
Now look at coming under the bridge. Look at the bump that there is on the track. This new camera angle shows us the bump that from the top view, our regular camera angle, the bump is obscured by the start line gantry. But that new camera that we've got down there at turn number 1 really shows the bump that is on the track. There's the move, Damadasa. He set it up a lap ago and put it
7
into
and 8
practice.
again.
And then parked it on the apex of turn number 9 so that Lambert couldn't get back at him. And now Lambert's stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's got Damadasa he wants to attack, and he's got Ganoum who wants to attack him.
Well, Damadasa had to defend into 13 there because it looked like Lambert had momentum to come back at him. Now the 4-car battle for second, third and fourth has now just crossed the line. Georges Nasser there just disappearing out of the shot through turn 1 on that short burst down to 2. And look at the defensive driving now. Rian Damadasa on the final lap of this race is going to defend all he knows all the way to the flag, Henry.
He is indeed. Is that going to be enough, however? Oscar Lambert has a habit of finding a gap where most thought a gap did not exist. But Damadasa keeps him at bay through turns 7, 8, 9 and 10. Two real corners to go there. They come out of 11 and 12. Lambert, at least he's got space behind him to make a lunge if he wants to, but I don't think he's close enough.
No, he's not. I think the deal's done. As Georges Nasser, that is the driver. That is going to be very hard to beat going forward in the final. He has come from 20th to take that win. He will start the final very, very high up the order. Remember, we've got to consider Group A is not involved in this one. So Group A is in the mix for the final grid. But that was a great drive through the field for Georges Nasser from 20th to 4th on lap 1, and then picked his moment to actually take the lead. Rian Damadasa was second. Oscar Lambert finished third. Omar Ganoum was fourth. Neyman Karuja was next. Then we had Rain Qureshi, Jeremy Montgomery Swan seventh, Rayan Caruz, Kian Karanbul, and then Alessandro Bigi finished and rounded off the top 10. There's the result for you there on the timing board. We go to our lunch break now, where we've got the Paddock Show coming up. But first, we want to show you just how you can get involved with the series and become a partner. with sponsorship packages that are available. We'll see you after lunch where we go racing with Microax kicking off the first of the finals. But now we've got this little bit of an infomercial and then the paddock show.
With the great news that the UAE Rotax Max Challenge season will be live streamed by Karting Live TV, a great number of fantastic sponsorship opportunities have opened up. With many thousands of karting enthusiasts watching the live stream as it happens, then thousands more watching on the archive, there is no better way to promote your brand and service than to support UAE Rotax Max Challenge live streams. The following video outlines ways you can actually activate that sponsorship. There are many ways to get your brand or service seen on the live stream, the foremost of which is to be the event title sponsor. A prominent, permanent logo, your brand included in the official event title, and you can provide us with pre-made videos which will play out during the stream, all of which guarantee your brand will have a major impact at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Other options include becoming a Gold or Gold Plus supporting partner. If you look at the bottom right of this video, you can see we have rotating logos. The numbers are limited, but it also enables you to upgrade to Gold Plus, which means you can provide us with pre-made videos, which again will play out in the stream. Another unique opportunity is to be the timing partner, always up there in the top right of the screen and referred to regularly during the broadcast. Finally, the super high impact replay partner. Your name on the logo every time the replay wipe comes in and comes out. We can't guarantee how often it happens, but when it does, you'll certainly be seen everywhere around the world. If you have any more questions, please talk to Guy Sheffield, who will be happy to deal with your inquiry. You can see below the dates for all the rounds of the series, and at the time of recording, every single spot is available, whether just a single round or even the whole championship. So get in contact, boost your brand with Karting Live TV and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and welcome back to Al Ain in fantastic Abu Dhabi. We were here a few days ago for the Rotax Invitational. We are back for the official opening 2 rounds of the UAE RMC, confusingly called round 1.1 and 1.2. Today's round, of course, Saturday, tomorrow's round, tomorrow on Sunday. I might be confused by the round numbers. A man who's not confused about anything to do with UAE, RMC and karting in general, it's Henry Burdett. Henry, you are Mr. UAE RMC.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'm not sure about that, but I've been here for 3 years now, and obviously my association with the UAE Rotax Max Challenge goes all the way back to my time when I started with the Rotax well over a decade ago, and it just gives me a huge amount of pleasure to see the championship growing year on year in so many different ways.
And of course, you say it's growing, but also, of course, the teams are coming on and the drivers are improving. Are you seeing real material improvements?
Absolutely, absolutely. Number one, we've got world-class venues. Al Ain Raceway here, Dubai Kartdrome, Yas Marina, an actual Formula One circuit, and the Al Fassan Sports Club. They've always been here. Now you've got teams. You've obviously got teams from the UK and Europe that have come over, but there are now homegrown teams, Emirati teams, that are sprouting up, and they are doing so with European-style technology, European-style organisation, and they're bringing with them drivers that have competed on the world stage from around the world, which just makes it a lot better for the local drivers to compete. The competition in their home is higher.
Now, I think we need to hear from these teams and these drivers, but I think, to be honest, I can't send you on your own. I think you need to go and find Joe Bradley and deliver a paddock show for us.
There are 2 drivers for Ital Course Middle East who are novices. Felix Jebjerg, you're in your 2nd ever race, but Rafael Zagati in Miniax, this is your very, very first race.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start with the youngest member of Ital Course Middle East, Felix. What did the Rotax Invitational teach you 2 weeks ago?
Drive smoother, be quicker basically, just improve everything and then try to beat everybody.
try to beat everybody. Now, you've come back and you've had a bit of practice today. What have you learned? Are you quicker already now, today, than you were 2 weeks ago in the racing?
Yeah, I think so. Without the yellow flag, we could have been much faster. Maybe like a second, but it's fine.
Now, in Microax, there are over 20 of you racing. Where do you think that you are going to end up come the final on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I believe I'm the best novice, so I think P1 rookies.
P1 in the rookie class. Okay, well, we'll hold that thought for a minute. And now we'll move over to our Miniax driver. Okay, so, Raphael, first of all, tell us a little bit about what got you into karting and how this came about.
So it once started when one weekend I tell my dad, please, can we go try karting? He said, okay, I'll book you a session. We go to Dubai Autodrome and the indoor session. I start racing with like 8 professionals and I get top 2. I'm like, ooh, this is very fun. So I keep going there almost every weekend, more and more. And then my dad tells me, oh, there's a karting school. You want to go there? Obviously I do, yes. And then, up till now, I started going into professional karting. And it's been a long journey.
It has been a long journey, and you haven't even, done your first race yet.
Yes.
Are you excited about, this first weekend? Nervous? What are your emotions?
I feel a little bit nervous, but also very excited that I can see, compared to other drivers, what I can improve and how are my times.
Okay, but now, even though Felix by there is a younger, what has Felix been able to tell you about what a race meeting is actually like?
He told me all about the racing starts, also about the first lap, that there's a lot of people and you have to be very cautious of where you turn and also be very aggressive.
Okay, so cautious at the start and then aggressive. Is that right, Felix?
Yes, if you want to win, then you have to do that.
Now, if we're standing here now, this is at end of the day testing on Friday. Felix, if you could give Raphael one sentence or one word of advice that will help him this weekend, what would that one word or one sentence be?
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat. There we go. That's a true racer's answer. Keep it flat. Thank you, Felix. Good luck. We'll be looking out for you in Microax. Raphael, in Miniax, you're driving the brand new Ital Course chassis, which is very unique as well. Now, as a driver starting their first ever meeting, you maybe don't understand how unique this is. That's why we got Luke Thompson, Ital Course Middle East team boss, who's going to come in and he's going to show Joe Bradley a little bit around your go-kart. But, as a brand new kart, what is your aim this weekend?
Get top 10.
Get a top 10. There we go. Get a top 10. Well, there are the two Ital Course Middle East drivers. We'll now have a chat with the team owner to discuss just a little bit about what makes the new Ital Course chassis so unique.
I've had to snatch the microphone off Henry for this one. Luke Thompson here. Luke, I'm a bit of a geek because I'm a bit of a race engineer myself, and when I came across the Ital Course chassis, the thing that struck me was first the kind of sloped steering wheel, but more importantly, this geometry change that I can see here with regards to steering angle, I would imagine. I'm trying to work it out, and I'm kind of failing. What are these adjustments here? And these, we can see here, Nick, the different segments and the different settings. Can you give us a few secrets as to what this Ital Course, what do you call that for a start?
Well, to start with, it's just the steering column mount.
Right,
but
okay.
The uniqueness of it is that it's movable. So the main benefit from it is the Ackerman and geometry setting. So usually we have our old chassis here that Felix is actually driving this weekend, and Raphael's on the new 2025 chassis. But the benefit from it is the quickness in how you can adjust the Ackerman and geometry.
Right.
So if you, say on the standard chassis, wanted to change the toe in, toe out, or just the general Ackerman setup of it, you'd have to get the alignment tools on and play with it and fiddle around with it. Whereas if you wanted to do quite a big step forward and back with the geometry, with the new steering column mount, it enables you to do that very quickly. All you got to do is loosen the screws and you just slide it around.
I would imagine that's really going to be beneficial everywhere else but in the UAE. when it goes wet to dry, that's a very simple process. But in the dry conditions, the consistently dry conditions we're going to see out here in the UAE, is that something that you play around with regards to getting it to the driver's liking?
Well, like I said, the benefit of being able to play with a setup like that, we are a new team here, and ETAL courses only started in UAE this year in 2025. So, I mean, with tools like this, it makes it easier for us to find a more tuned up setup to each track,
And does it give you the opportunity to try things because of the speed of that setup change? You can try things perhaps where you wouldn't be able to with the longer process from the older system.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, today the boys just came from school, so they only got 2 sessions today. But between the 2 sessions, we had an hour break.
Right.
So, I mean, the setup change only took about 10 minutes, so we fiddled around with it a bit. And the second session, we did find a little bit of performance with Raphael. So, yeah, for sure, there's quite a big benefit in how fast you can change the geometry of it.
And as we've spoken already to the drivers are pure novices, absolutely. So I would imagine their feedback is, they're learning the trade. But you mentioned their performance gains. That's how you would measure it, Luke.
Oh, how would I measure it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you would measure it. Performance gains, if you get your driver to go quicker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the first session compared to the second, Raphael found 2 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Okay, a little bit in driving, but he also felt a bit more comfortable in the kart as well. So, for sure, there was some performance gain as well there for him. And like you said, him being a novice, he doesn't really have all that detailed feedback just yet.
Yeah.
But if he can feel that there's a little bit of an improvement, it's already a proof of concept.
And like I think you mentioned confidence there, and that is massively important in a young driver. He's got to have the confidence to turn into that corner without the rear end coming round and catching him out.
Exactly, yeah. And as Felix said earlier, try to keep it flat.
Yeah, keep it flat, absolutely. Well, ETAL Corsa is going to try and keep it flat. I wish you all the very best of luck, Luke, and best of luck to your novice drivers as well. Thank you.
Very much.
Last season's Minimax champion, Ari Kallenberg here, has not able to retain and have a go at retaining his championship because, well, you grew up, didn't you? Yeah. And you became a junior. Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
Why?
Because it's faster and better.
Right, it's fast. I knew he was going to say that. Right. Wider, sticky tyres on a junior Rotax, both front and back, and more importantly, much more power than that Minimax, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Tell me the major differences. Tell me, first time you ever got on a junior Rotax, what did it feel like?
I was just feeling really short in the car.
Well, could you not manage to reach the pedals hardly?
Not really.
Right, what did you think about the performance?
Felt, I got quite tired on my first day, but I kept growing my stamina and I got better.
So what do you mean about tiredness? Where was it taking your energy? What was taking your energy so quickly?
My neck.
Your neck, and that's because of the grip level in these things?
No, because the G-force.
Right. From the grip?
Yeah.
Much more grippier than a Minimax?
Yeah.
Right. What about the power? Did that blow you away?
Not really.
Right.
Just a lot more bottom end.
What is it like to race with drivers that are a bit older than you, aren't you? I mean, are you 12 now?
I'm 11.
Oh, so you're still only 11, right? Yeah. So you could race with people who are 15 and stuff, can't you?
Yeah.
Right. Is there a different attitude, different personality from the older drivers?
No, they're all just numbers.
And that's the way you think? That's just a driver with a helmet on?
Yeah.
And is there anyone that you kind of thought, when you move up to the older class, there's people have reputations, don't they? Quick drivers. Yeah. Do you consider that?
Not really.
So how do you get your head around that? What's the psychology of that?
I just think that everyone's the same.
Mm-hmm. Focus on hitting your braking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you got a chance of back-to-back titles in different classes?
No, because I can't score points.
Why is that?
I'm too young.
Right, that's what caught me out. That's why I thought you were 12. So when are you 12?
Next year.
Oh, so 2026, you're 12. Right, so can you score points
when we go to the 2026 rounds of this championship?
Yeah, I can.
Right, so you're going to be on the back foot for, well, this one, Alpha San, and then the December round as well. You're going to lose a lot of points, aren't you?
Yeah, a lot of points.
So tell me, Ari, is this just a building exercise going forward to win a junior Rotax championship?
Yeah, pretty much. I've got 3 junior years. This is like preparing for my next years.
Right, and so how's it going so far then?
It's going all right, better than I expected.
Why is that? What did you expect?
I didn't expect to be as fast. I thought I'd be more of a mid-pack runner, but I'm like top 10-ish.
You must be pleased with that though.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's kind of like you belong.
kind of.
Only 11 and already at the front of the junior Rotax pack. That's pretty special. GGM's obviously giving you good kit in this class, yeah?
Yeah, they've been really good. When I joined them in December, they've helped me a lot until this point.
And does it help when you've got a team like GGM around you that you make that transition to the faster class?
Yeah, it was quite good. George helped me learn how to get better and learn how to drive the junior.
So it's not like you just throw it into this cart, get on with it. You actually get coached and also I would imagine the team are helping you with understanding the dynamics of the handling and the setup, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how much input do you as a driver give to that process?
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Give me an idea. Think about people out there who don't understand the technicalities like you and I do. So what exactly would you be saying to your engineer after a race about things like setup?
Like, I'd tell them how the power felt where I'm losing and where I'm gaining. I'd tell them what I think about the handling of the cart, like if there's too much front end or too little, and then ask them if they could change it a bit.
And are you at the stage now where you understand the cart and are you asking for changes like give me a different tyre pressure, give me a different camber, or do you leave those decisions to your engineers?
I leave them to George and Bertie.
Right, so you basically feedback as the driver, they do the engineering?
Yeah.
Right, you much prefer that?
Yeah.
Just get on and overtake people?
Yeah.
Right. Ari, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Well done on last year's championship and best of luck for the coming season. It's a shame that Ari, because of age, won't be scoring points, but I would imagine we're going to see him at the front of the junior Rotax field.
2 years ago, the Dojo Moto team morphed into one of the most impressive outfits in the entire UAE paddock, the Mumbai Falcons. They're some of the most recognisable karts on track, and the team have become one of the most successful off-track as well. I'm here with team boss Anjum Sheikh. Anjum, thank you for showing us round your awning. First of all, tell us a little bit about how the Mumbai Falcons came to be.
Well, we were doing well as Dojo Moto, and I got a call from Mumbai Falcons and said they wanted a karting division, and they made us an offer, and then we said, let's do it, yeah. And now I still handle the whole team myself. It's just a different brand, and of course, it's an arm of a F4 team, so we start from karting and then go into F4 and F3.
Now, obviously, you're not India's national team, but you represent India in the karting world on a bigger scale than any other. So you're certainly India's most recognisable karting team, and now probably the only pathway for Indian drivers to go from karting into cars?
Yes, yeah, I would say so, because eventually we will go into India as well and have the karting team in India, and then from there we go into F4s and everything. But at this moment we are just starting as Mumbai Falcon for the last year and this year, and then graduate the drivers into F4 and then eventually into F3s and that kind of stuff.
So let's have a little look around your own, because you cater for all classes of kart. Now you've got Maurice Canyopas is coming back in DD2 Masters, a famous driver in these circles, a multiple champion before, coming back in after some time away.
Currently world champion electric now.
Yeah, and the reigning E20 Masters champion in Rotax. Over there, you've got your data thing. Now, Harry the Lion Hannum, a multiple champion, is here doing some driver coaching as well. Talk a little bit about the driver coaching side of it. How important is that been for you guys?
Well, it's very important because we have drivers coming from everywhere, and we have our local drivers as well. So it's always better to just have the champion that you've had before coach the drivers, and there's more respect and they know what they're doing. And Harry has driven in every single track in UAE and around the world as well. So it actually makes more sense, and the drivers take him more seriously. And his knowledge is, very important for us.
Okay, well let's keep having a little look around. So we've got Ain Qureshi's kart. We've got Mitant Jain. Now Mitant's was last year's runner-up in the junior championship. Nathan Kappen. Nathan was your first champion, wasn't he? He was the junior Rotax champion last year. He's now moved up to seniors. What was it like getting the Mumbai Falcons the name as a champion?
Well, I think if I'm not wrong, Harry was the champion first. Harry got the O-Plate championship, and then that, I think a few months later, Nathan got his first. So yeah, it is pretty big for us because as a rebrand, as a complete different team, you need to have some sort of championship as well. And we were hoping for more, but at least we were happy to have two.
And of course, Harry's an expat, but Nathan is an Indian driver. You can see the Indian flag next to his name. That must be something that's quite important, obviously, because India is quite an underserved nation in terms of karting. When the nation of India wakes up to the sport of karting, I've got a feeling there's going to be an awful lot of drivers wanting to join and get involved in karting, and this would be obviously their first port of call.
Yeah, 100%, because it actually opens the door for them, and then they know it's an Indian team internationally, and then Indian driver winning the championship, and we have about 5 drivers from India just flown in here just to do the race, to the championship actually. So yeah, it's paving the way, and it's actually good for the whole sport in India.
Okay, well, we'll keep moving down the order. Now, you had a really good Rotax Invitational, Oscar Lambert, winning in seniors for you. We're going to try and find out one of your drivers as well. We'll keep going down through, again, the setup, the awning, very impressive. Did you take a lot of inspiration from European teams to make it look like this?
I mean, you always have to look up to people and, do better. We've got in fact, it was supposed to be 4 tents. We have 4 less drivers. Next race, there'll be 4 more drivers coming in, so we'll have to do another tent as well.
And you've got the hospitality unit by there for the mums and dads as well.
That's just keeping them out of us.
That's just keeping the parents out of the way. That's always a good tactic. Arav Diwan will come in. We've also got a grand final Rotax champion here, Scott Marsh, helping to do driver coaching. In fact, we'll try and peek in and see what Scott is saying there. But what are your hopes this year and beyond for the Mumbai Falcons karting team as we see one of your Microax karts coming in behind us there as well? So really you're serving drivers from Microax all the way up to DD2 Masters.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the hopes are still win every class, but we all know racing is not that easy. And but we keep trying, and we want to win everything we can, and we'll keep pushing for that.
All right, thank you very much, Anjum. Let's have a little look. As you can see, the data coaching, such an important part of modern day karting. You've got 2022 Rotax Grand Final Junior Champion Scott Marsh here. Several of the other drivers. Who have we got? So this is Nathan Kappen. Nathan, last year's Junior Champion, now up into seniors. What's Scott teaching you, and what are you learning from all these data equipments here?
I'm learning how to improve as in pace-wise. So hopefully, if we get a good qualifying, we could be at the front.
What does it mean as an Indian driver winning an international championship for an Indian team?
It means a lot, honestly. Representing my country, so it feels quite good to be at the front representing India.
Yeah. This year, only 38 other seniors to deal with. How are you going to cope with that?
Just try to be quick so I could hopefully get into the lead and pull a gap and make an easy win.
Okay, well, easier said than done. But there is a look around one of the most impressive teams in the paddock, and officially well, unofficially, officially, India's #1 karting team, the Mumbai Falcons. Birrell Art Middle East is now called Motorscape Middle East. The team may be different colours, the drivers are largely the same, including Jack Doe in Junior Rotax. Jack, welcome to the UAE Rotax Challenge. You were at the Invitational, and I think it was fair to say it was a mixed weekend for you?
Yeah, correct.
How about this weekend? How is it shaping up?
Shaping up good. We have some decent pace in practice. We didn't go new tyres this morning and we didn't test yesterday, but at the moment it's looking good.
Now, talk a little bit about racing out here in the UAE, especially in Junior Rotax. How difficult is it? How aggressive is it? And how much do you need to learn very, very quickly?
It's definitely very aggressive, all the drivers. Most of them have got a lot of experience in Europe as well, which obviously makes it a lot harder to compete with, but overall it's a brilliant championship.
Now, last year you were racing for, is it 5 Motorsports as well, which was, I think, your own family-owned team, is that right? Now, is that still going to be waiting for you when you finish karting?
That is the plan, I think, but yeah, it's not done, I don't think, yet.
It's not done yet. It's not done yet. So tell us a little bit about your kart this weekend, who's running it, and what your plans are, what your hopes are this weekend.
Yeah, so it's a Birrell, obviously. I have Mark and Sanad. Sanad's the engine guy and Marky's the chassis guy. I hope a top 5 would be a decent result, I think.
Who are your main rivals this weekend? If you had to hand-pick a couple that you're going to have to beat, based on practice times, but also based on last year's championship results?
I think the goal is definitely 219 Veer, and Connor Clancy is obviously a good competitor. He's won a lot in Europe and here, so I think there'd be good rivals.
Okay, no problems at all. Well, final thoughts. So, what rounds you've got here? You've got Dubai Kartdrome, Alpha San. You've got what are the tracks that you think are going to be? And Yaz, what are the tracks that are going to favour you the most this year?
I think Alpha San is going to be the best one for me. It's very physical, and I like the track a lot. And I think I'm adapted and suited as a driver to it very well. And I think that'll be a good one.
You say very physical. What do you do in terms of fitness-wise to keep yourself in shape for karting?
So Monday, obviously I have school. I don't train that day because I've driven all weekend. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the gym, and then school after, and then sim work a lot.
So sim work. So it's a combination of staying in school, obviously, but then going to the gym and being on the sim when you're not actually in the seat.
Yeah, correct. My school is actually online. It's called Minerva, which helps a lot because it's flexible. So I can do sim work and also be at the track and do school.
There we go. So you've been doing school today?
No, I skipped it today.
Skipped it today for testing. Well, there we go. Never mind. But Minerva is your online school, yeah? Do you find a lot of the drivers use that now?
I think there's 1 or 2 on the grid that use it, but it's definitely growing in the Middle East, yeah.
Okay, well, there we go. That's Jack Doe, driver 205, one to watch in Junior Rotax. driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunchtime. We are already on with our finals. The live stream's just shown what this is all about. It's not just the accolade of winning the UAE RMC. It's a chance to race at the World Grand Finals, the Rotax Grand Finals next year. However, Henry, we've got the Microax grid already making their way around.
Yes, everyone here at the circuit has enjoyed a sumptuous repast for lunch, and now the drivers are going to serve up something equally delectable on track. Microax, the drivers, 18 of them, led by Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh on row number 1. Samar Chopra, Rudrapatrap Shekhawat, Saifal Khalifa, Ifans Veronins, and the rest follow in the wheel tracks as we head underneath the start line gantry. The lights don't go out, which means that we can talk about the rest of the grid for what will be an 11-lap race.
Yeah, 11 laps for this Microax final. That's, would you believe, 15 kilometres around this track.
Yes.
15 kilometres of race for the Microax youngsters.
The red lights haven't gone out, Henry, but we look like we are, or are we not?
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
No,
We've
we're
backed
not.
off. Yeah, we're backed off. We're still scrubbing the tyres in to get a bit of heat.
Well, yeah, because we're lacking that. It's actually,
it's
do you know
actually
what?
clouded over.
There are some clouds in the sky here at Al Ain Raceway.
Well, hopefully those clouds don't build because we haven't got any wet tyres here, I believe.
No. And well, I mean, if it does rain, it doesn't do things by half over here. So
yes, indeed. We'll just stop.
We'll
It'll be dry in 10 minutes.
Yes, exactly.
Right, so here we go. We're going to have another go at this. The grid nicely formed. Liam O'Hanlon there on the right-hand side of the screen. The number 22. He's on the pole position as young Liam. And he raced an absolutely fantastic pre-final. Adam Al-Sheikh alongside. They're just coming out of the final turn. Then they will head towards that light board. When the lights go out, we will be racing. They're in the tram lines. We are racing indeed. The lights have gone out and we've gone green. Liam O'Hanlon, line astern into turn one. The field spread out there and look, it looks chaotic, but of course it isn't when you're in amongst that. You just have to concentrate on who's beside you, and it was Liam O'Hanlon who came out of that chaos in the lead.
Yes, and O'Hanlon looking for his first series victory here in the full UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Trying to think back whether he claimed he may have had heat wins last year, but certainly I don't think a final win. But of course, last year Liam had stepped up halfway through. He stepped up just at the start of the season from Bambino into Micromax. This is his first actual championship tilt, as it were, heading down the back straight. Second place is between Sama Chopra and the number 55 of Adam Al-Sheikh.
So it was Chopra that came through and into second and right on the tail. There's a queue of drivers who wants to stop that happening for Liam O'Hanlon. And O'Hanlon's going to have a lot of pressure now. 10 laps remaining, 10 laps of defensive driving. And look at that, absolutely bonded together, the top three. The rest of the field not that far away. But it's O'Hanlon who, through the infield section, has managed to pull out a little bit of a cushion. It's barely even a cart's quarter in length, that cushion. And these two at the front, O'Hanlon and Chopra. Now Chopra looks down the inside. He had a look on the previous lap, Henry. He's made it happen, and Al-Sheikh has gone with him.
Yeah, so I was going to say that O'Hanlon lost out in the Invitational by virtue of not defending on the last lap of the final. Now, of course, this is very early stages here this weekend, and so O'Hanlon, you can't expect him to defend. And here is your kartshop.me replay.
Now this is Adam Al-Sheikh going into the lead, and he's taking
O'Hanlon with
him. O'Hanlon, great bit of opportunist driving. However, how calm was Sama Chopra? He just said, yep, okay, plenty of time to come back.
The same way that O'Hanlon was quite calm about being passed for the lead earlier in that lap, because they know this is lap 3 out of 11. And there are still, well, I mean, you're looking down there, Tadeusz Procaccia, Cameron Harvey, Enzo Falzerano, all in the lead group, and he's got a new leader.
That's the move, yeah, it's through the kink at 7 there. It's becoming a popular place here. And it's O'Hanlon who gets down the inside into the hairpin at 8. And then by the time they get to 9, he's pretty much in that solid lead. Down the back straight, though. Solid is not a word I would use right now, as coming back at him. And who's that? A little bit of a nudge there. It was Sama Chopra who had to check up there as Al-Sheikh got by. But then he had to steady the cart, and that was when Chopra had that little bit of contact. O'Hanlon has ended up in 4th, Henry.
Yeah, because again, I think he saw Chopra arriving at a rate of knots and thought, oh, this could go wrong. I'll just go a little bit wider than I need to, just to potentially avoid any spinning carts that eventually didn't spin. But again, that's quite heads-up driving from Liam O'Hanlon. Again, knows there's a long way to go. Saif Al Khalifa in kart number 2 is up into P5, and also the number 95. Now we saw 2 out of the 3 Ital course drivers during the paddock show. Tadeusz Prochaska was not the third of them. He was not here yesterday. Unfortunately, he was attending a family funeral. But my word, Tadeusz Prochaska is driving well here at the moment. In 6th position, in the number 95 machine. He's just having a little look, and we've got a change for P2.
Oh, we've got a change for the lead as the number 29 of Samar Chopra came back towards the leader, Adam Al-Sheikh. Chopra got by Liam O'Hanlon. There's a lot happened on the last stages of that last lap. There's the Kotchup.me replay, just showing us what happened there as the race very much. This is classic Microax racing here, and with only 5 laps completed when they cross the line next time by, there are still more than half of this race to go. Here they go, tapping of helmets, let's work together. That's the message that's relayed from that. However, at the moment, the lead is probably the biggest we've seen for Samar Chopra for the last, well, since the start of this race. But as ever, Henry, by the time they come out this final turn and get towards turn 1, they'll be back together again.
Yeah, Rudrapatrap Sekawat in 4th position in the number 44 Mumbai Falcons kart is having his best performance ever. He's looking to the inside of O'Hanlon for P3. Put Sekawat onto the potential podium.
That's the Mumbai Falcons livery there, the bright orange livery, representing a nation, aren't they, at Mumbai Falcons? Well, they kind of weren't really sort of aware of that until we mentioned it to them. There's another move. O'Hanlon back down the inside of Sekawat. And Sekawat again just looking composed. Who's this coming as well? Saif Al Khalifi, you mentioned him just a couple of minutes ago, and they certainly coming back into contention. But I tell you what, those two at the front, Henry, Samar Chopra, Adam Al-Sheikh, they have stopped squabbling, and they are pulling away from the 3 karts in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
So we're now approaching the halfway part of the race. This could be the most significant part of the race. The moment where Al-Sheikh and Chopra decide we need to work together, and just as they do, O'Hanlon, Sekawat and Al-Khalifa continue to scrap over 3rd. The gap at the start of this lap between 2nd and 3rd was exactly 1 second.
This is great racing, and if these two continue to circulate like this together, however, the science allows 3 karts, 4 karts can actually travel quicker than 2 karts, and certainly a pack can travel quicker than a single kart. However, Al-Sheikh and Chopra are trying to work together, aren't they? They're working together. They're not going to squabble about this. However, I reckon that's going to all turn awful by the time we get to the penultimate lap, because then we're going to see decisiveness coming to play. And at the moment, as the number 55 turns right through the final turn and then off to complete 7 laps, the final stages and that all-important later stages of the race are coming to bear, Henry.
Yes, and last time around, of the top 3 drivers on circuit, the fastest of them was the driver in 3rd place, number 22, the George Gibbons motorsport kart of Liam O'Hanlon. So even though O'Hanlon, who led this race earlier on, has fallen back, he's clawing his way back into contention without the assistance of these two on your screen battling between themselves.
Yeah, that just shows how quick that kart is of Liam O'Hanlon. Really well put together by George Gibbons Motorsport, and he has got time to catch. I know the gap at the line, let's have a look at it. It was about 0.8 of a second. That's a chunk of time in karting. However, he's optimized his lap. These two beginning, are we seeing signs of impatience maybe creeping in from Samar Chopra? And Chopra now just maybe looking at where the weak points, if any, are for Adam Al-Sheikh. Al-Sheikh, though, through turn 1 in fine style. Rest of the field coming through there. And as you can see, battles all the way down this Microax final.
Yeah, every single one of the 18 karts that started this race still running. The two novice drivers, Sebastian Storer and Felix Jebjerg, are 17th and 18th. Tehab Haroun is 16th. Adrian Faure-Wignole is 15th. Vaibhav Ponna 14th. Alex Fryenstein 13th. Jensen Kelly 12th. Cameron Harvey 11th. Amar Tabatsa 10th. Abdulaziz Al Saraf is 9th. Ivans Voronins 8th. Enzo Falzerano 7th. Tadeusz Prochaska is 6th. Rudraptrap Shekawat is down to 5th. Saif Al Khalifa is 4th. Then we have our top three. Can't quite see all three of them. Now you can.
Now you can. It's coming. He's coming. Liam O'Hanlon. He put purple sectors in 1 and 2 here. He's going to get... Samar Chopra getting purple in sector 3. So this is a really, really savage battle going on. And we're on the penultimate lap now. It'll be the last lap board next time by. But look at O'Hanlon in 3rd. He's in the tour now, Henry. When we get through the infield section here, the technical infield section of the Al Ain track, and get out on the fast stretch that ends the lap. And it's this bit here that he's got to find the gap narrowing. It is indeed.
Yep.
Liam O'Hanlon is closing the gap through the slow bits.
Yep. O'Hanlon might just have timed this perfectly. What do I mean by that? Well, last time around, he set the fastest lap of the entire race. The first 2 sectors of this lap, he has gone purple in both sectors. He should catch the 2 leaders. Oh, not if he does that. He misses the apex at turn number 13. Does Liam O'Hanlon. How much has that cost him? Because they start their final lap, it cost him enough to not get him in the tow.
It stifled that momentum towards the 2 leaders. Adam Al-Sheikh leads into the final lap of this Micromax final for round 1.1 of the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge here in the UAE. Is going to come down to this final lap, and can Samar Chopra, can he make any kind of impression on this gap? Well, so far he hasn't been able to. They're on the final lap here, getting to the final few corners here. This is all important. O'Hanlon's still coming. You can't discount him. He's going to pick up the tow as they come through 12 and head down the back straight.
2 corners to go. Adam Al-Sheikh, the driver for XL Motorsport, is going to hold off Samar Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon. First blood of the new season to Adam Al-Sheikh.
Adam Al-Sheikh takes an absolutely stonking win there. He stayed composed, didn't he? Kept the pressure on from Samar Chopra, and Liam O'Hanlon not that far away. That's your podium. They'll be getting a chance to speak to Henry Baudet in the Parc Fermé as the rest of the field comes across the line. Saif Al Khalifa there finishes in 4th, not that far away, and he did make that overtake on Shekawat at the end of the final stages of the race. Shekawat finishing in 5th. 6th place was Tadeusz Prochaska. 7th place was Enzo Falzerano. In 8th place was Amar Tabatsa. 9th was Ivans Voronins. And in 10th, Cameron Harvey. The rest of the field was Abdulaziz Al Saraf, Jensen Kelly, Alexander Fryenstein. 14th was Vaibhav Ponna. Adrian Faure-Wignole was 15th. And then we had Tehab Haroun, Sebastian Storer and Felix Jebjerg rounding off the field, the 18-car Micromax field. Well, that rounds off the running for the Micromax class for today. We are back, of course, tomorrow for the second round, point scoring round of the UAE RMC. And as ever, it will be start again with a fresh, clean sheet of paper tomorrow morning, beginning with qualifying, then going through the heats, pre-final and final phase, to the point where we're at with this one. The first round of the 25-26 UAE RMC. Adam Al-Sheikh takes the win in Micromax, Samar Chopra in 2nd, and the 3rd and final step of the podium will go to Liam O'Hanlon. It will be the Minimax class coming next. We've just seen the 8 to 11-year-olds in the Microax class. It's the 10 to 13-year-olds that are coming up next with Miniax. Exactly the same karts, same size chassis, same size tyres, and indeed same size engines. However, the engines for the Miniax, slightly less restriction on the air intake and exhausts for the Miniax class than what we've just seen. So the lap times are slightly quicker. The karts will handle exactly the same, and we are sure to see some very exciting racing from our Miniax field. Before we get there, though, we have got Henry Baudet, who is down in the Parc Fermé. Now, the process is exactly as we had to wait for Henry to allow the drivers through tech, and the first part of technical inspection is the weigh-in. The Microax class has a minimum of 105 kilograms. That's including the driver. So when the karts come off track, they go onto the scales. The drivers drive the karts onto the scales, and a reading is taken by the scrutineers. And then if they are over 105 kilograms, they will not incur any kind of penalty, and they can then head off to the Parc Fermé in the form of Adam Al-Sheikh, Sama Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, that is. And we can get some insight as to what was going on track. I know Henry and I speculate. It's our job to speculate what these drivers are thinking and what's actually happening on track. We can do that from watching how they perform. But there's nothing better than getting a little bit of insight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, when we get to talk to the drivers. And even though they're only 8 to 11, between 8 and 11 years of age, it's like we're talking to professional racing drivers sometimes, isn't it? So with the cloud beginning to develop, it's developing and it's kind of dissipating, actually. The sun's still shining through, and the temperature's still up in the high 30 degrees, giving us a track temperature of extremely hot in the high 40 degrees is usually the case. The breeze has eased off. It was a very, very strong dusty wind that was kicking up the dust everywhere, causing havoc to some of our flags around the track here at Al Ain. But it's died off. It's a nice, relatively cooling breeze now. So just to give you an idea of what's coming up next, Miniax is the next final. We then go to our junior Rotax class, and then that is quickly followed by the DD2 gearbox class, DD2 and DD2 Masters, 2 classes of driver in that one, and then the race meeting is rounded off by the Senior Max final. Miniax going 12 laps, still no news from Parc Fermé. There's no, so we are not going to get a chance to. Right, so I'm being told that the clerk of the course is speaking to all of the Microax drivers, so we're not going to get any interviews, which is a shame. Which is a shame, because Henry's managed to switch on the camera and everything. Can we have a look at the camera, Nick, just to make sure that Henry has switched it on, just to prove that? Yep, there's our Parc Fermé interview area. Yeah, that's a so you can't hear that. There's some of our partners on the backboard. Say again. Well, are you going to do what I'm thinking you're going to do? Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see if anyone would like to be a partner of the UAE RMC. There are lots of opportunities for sponsorship and marketing exposure. Here's a bit more information.
With the great news that the UAE Rotax Max Challenge season will be live streamed by Karting Live TV, a great number of fantastic sponsorship opportunities have opened up. With many thousands of karting enthusiasts watching the live stream as it happens, then thousands more watching on the archive, there is no better way to promote your brand and service than to support UAE Rotax Max Challenge live streams. The following video outlines ways you can actually activate that sponsorship. There are many ways to get your brand or service seen on the live stream, the foremost of which is to be the event title sponsor. A prominent, permanent logo, your brand included in the official event title, and you can provide us with pre-made videos which will play out during the stream. all of which guarantee your brand will have a major impact at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Other options include becoming a Gold or Gold Plus supporting partner. If you look at the bottom right of this video, you can see we have rotating logos. The numbers are limited, but it also enables you to upgrade to Gold Plus, which means you can provide us with pre-made videos, which again will play out in the stream. Another unique opportunity is to be the timing partner, always up there in the top right of the screen and referred to regularly during the broadcast. Finally, the super high impact replay partner, your name on the logo every time the replay wipe comes in and comes out. We can't guarantee how often it happens, but when it does, you'll certainly be seen everywhere around the world. If you have any more questions, please talk to Guy Sheffield, who will be happy to deal with your inquiry. You can see below the dates for all the rounds of the series, and at the time of recording, every single spot is available, whether just a single round or even the whole championship. So get in contact, boost your brand with Karting Live TV and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge.
Let's head down to Henry Baudet then, after that little bit of information. Henry.
Thank you. We're here with the top 3 in Microax. Now, the race director, Ken, wanted to have a little chat with you about the speed at the start, but I suppose you're standing here on the podium, so that's the least of your worries now. Adam Al-Sheikh, well done. Welcome to the winner's circle here in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge.
It was quite a hard day. I qualified 4, and then in heat I finished, I think 3rd. No, I finished 4th. Pre-final I finished 2nd, and now I finished P1.
So talk a little bit about some of the moves that you did in that race, because you had to get in the front. You and Samar pushed away a little bit, and in the last lap you were able to hold on.
Me and Samar made a deal to work together and push each other, not immediately do a battle, because in pre-final when me and Samar kept battling, Liam went away, so we didn't battle together.
Okay, and that worked. So who would you like to thank for this first win?
My parents, my team, my coaches, my mechanic, everyone.
Excellent, well done, Adam. First win here in Microax. So what's that?
Not first win.
First win in Microax in this championship?
Yeah, in this championship.
Oh, well, there we go. The only championship that counts. Now, come on, Howard. Right, Samar will come in now. We'll swap you guys over. Liam, you can come in as well. Samar, so the plan with Adam worked really well, apart from the fact that he was leading and you were second.
Yeah. I tried to have the toe on the last lap, but it didn't really work out because he was too far ahead.
He was too far ahead, but when you consider that you started the day on pole position and you were able to do, what was the symbol that you give to the rest of the drivers? That's the one. And then you end the day on the second step of the podium. Bearing in mind you've got to do it all again tomorrow, you must be quite pleased.
Yes, it's my first second place, and the pole position was my first pole.
Okay, well, there we go. Now we're going to think about a different face to pull when you win tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So we'll bring Liam in. Liam, now, because you were so good in the heat and the pre-final, these two had to make a plan to get you, and it worked. But I suppose that's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to think of in a way, that they know that you are the strongest competition.
Yeah. I mean, today qualified P5, then in the heat went P1, then pre-final finished P1, and then in the final they just obviously worked together and then drove away a bit, got a big gap.
But at least you know now, you know their plans for tomorrow, so you... the good thing is you're all smiling. It's the start of a very long season. Who would you like to thank?
My dad, George. I'd like to thank Connor Clancy, my mum, my sisters, and Zabir, my mechanic.
There we go. So there's your top 3 in Micro. Oh, and Liam's not finished yet.
And I want to shout out to my Uncle Craig and Uncle Dowd, happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday to you too. There we go.
Thank you, Henry. Always tremendous to listen to those young drivers and get their insight and just feel and find out what was going on in that race. Some great interviews there, as ever, with our master interviewer, Henry Baudet. There is the collecting area getting ready for our Minimax final. We've got 15 drivers that have qualified. We've got Benjamin Kratrovic on the pole position, JNKD on the pole position. Charlie Page from Excel will start alongside. And I'm pretty sure we are not that far away from a green flag, actually, to release our Minimax finalists out onto the track. It's going to be 12 laps, so one more lap extra than the Micromax field. This is a class for 10 to 13-year-olds. Their minimum weight is 115 kilograms. It's exactly the same carts as what we've seen in the Micros, but they are going to be a bit quicker because there's a bit less restriction on the engines. So the green flag waves at turn 1. The carts are released. Let's have a look at the grid. Benjamin Kratrovic on the pole position. Charlie Page alongside. Austin Gray shares row 2 with Attica Meyer. And then we've got LBJ Stubbs on the third row of the grid with Kerr Ivanov. Row 4 is Max Payton and Gleb Obukov. William Mazzali and Rivan Dev Preeton are on row 5. Then we've got Rian Khan Rashid with Rafael Zagati and Adam Fleury rounding off a 13-kart field that will start. We've lost, for some reason, we've lost Paul Schutzman and Oliver Butchard. So there is some sort of issue there with Schutzman and Butchard, who will not be taking part in this Minimax final. The field making their way down the back straight there, the grid nicely being hustled together by Benjamin Kratrovic and Charlie Page as we get towards the important bit of the start of this Minimax field, Minimax race, I should say, the final. 12 laps it is. Nice pace being applied there from our front row drivers, and it'll be a nice pace onto the tram lines, heading towards the lights. The lights will go out and we will be racing. That's a lovely pace to start this Minimax final, and we get things underway with the lights going out and down towards turn 1.
Yeah, and I don't know why Schutzman and Butchard aren't out there. That is news to me. They come up on the screens as a DSQ at the pre-final. Neither have gone. It wasn't a case of they missed the grid gate maybe for the start of this one. That's not the case. The mystery deepens. We will endeavour to get you an answer before tomorrow's racing. Assuming they'll both be back on track tomorrow, but we'll concentrate on the 13 drivers that we do have.
They are
on
back
track.
They are back tomorrow.
Okay, well that's
no further
news.
running. I'm not sure the intricacies of the disqualification, but they are back tomorrow, so that's good. Meanwhile, Henry, this battle is turning into a cracker. We've got another 11 laps of this. And we've got 5 carts forming a bit of a train at the front of the field. It's Krajovic, Austin Gray, LBJ Stubbs, Max Payton and Rian Khan Rashid forming that 5-cart train. But behind them, Charlie Page, who's dropped down a little bit from the front of the grid. William Mazzali, Attica Meyer, who went with him backwards, that is. So keep an eye on Charlie Page in 6th. And Attica Meyer in 8th, because we'll be seeing them shortly, I would think.
And I'll also keep an eye on the driver in 3rd place at the moment.
Now 4th.
Rian Khan Rashid, now 4th, but that's the Axel GP team. First time we've seen them. Now, of course, Attica Meyer, the de facto team leader, but she is very experienced nationally and internationally. You'd expect her to be up near the sharp end, but the likes of Rihan Khan Rashid, not so you'd expect. However, The number 109 of Rehan Khan is there, P4, right with the lead group, and also Max Payton having a very good run as well in the remaining Synergy karts. Obviously, with Oliver Butchard not out there.
Change of lead across the line then. We had Austin Gray showing in the lead for LBJ Stubbs, slotting in behind. Karacevic was showing third. However, I'm not quite sure if that's changed back. I'll be able to get a proper view of it as the 177 is back indeed in the lead. So across the line, he was in third, and young Benjamin, absolutely. Who's the 177 showing? Austin Gray, sorry, yes. Yes, so it's Austin Gray still in the lead. Sorry, Henry, brain fade there as they head down the back straight. The LBJ Stubbs in that pink and white livery. He's with Sam Pollitt Racing here this weekend, and he's looking very racy indeed. I was about to say last time by, we had about a 9-10 car train, but that 10-car train has become a 2-car battle for the lead now.
Yeah, and I got to say, I haven't seen Sam Pollitt in either the Invitational or this weekend.
He's not here.
No, exactly. I think we're going to have to start calling it Anderson Chilcott Racing. Because Anderson is here looking after the team, along with Toby George here running LBJ Stubbs, while Albi's regular mechanic, Sam Fugit, is... I think he's gone on a holiday with his girlfriend. I mean,
that's ridiculous.
I know.
But I've got to say, in fairness to Sam Pollitt, he has got a lot of programmes across a lot of championships, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him out here once the European and his British and his European championship season dies off. There's LBJ Stubbs for SPR then. The kartshop.me will show this, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. And again, Stubbs, he wasn't on the bumper of Austin Gray. Gray just running a little bit wide, and you can see Austin just checking over his shoulder. That was just, slightly missing an apex. You could see the karts lump over that bump going into turn number 1. So the LBJ Stubbs in the number 196 Anderson Chilcott Racing. I'm sorry, Sam Pollitt Racing. I'm just going to keep saying Anderson Chilcott Racing until Sam tells me to shut up. Yeah.
Throws you out. He's pulled out a bit of a gap, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's pulled out a bit of a gap. I mean, there's plenty of time. There's only a third of the race gone. But and we're sure to see that gap disappear as Austin Gray with his teammate Benjamin Karacevic, both the GNKD drivers, but not that far away. Charlie Page and Attica Mayer.
Yep.
They dropped down the order after the melee that was the first lap. However, they've gathered themselves together, they've composed themselves, and now they're not that far away. Oof. And as Karacevic slides really wide, I'm not sure what happened there, but Karacevic came into the picture absolutely sideways.
Well, no, I think it was Charlie Page trying to pass Karacevic coming into the picture sideways and then running wide, and that has slowed Page and Attica Mayer up again. So just as Page and Mayer caught the lead 3 to become a lead quintet, Page I got a little bit excited, went for a move, and they now find themselves with a lot of hard work to do again to catch back up to the lead trio.
Yeah, lead trio becoming a 5-kart train very, very soon, as a very composed LBJ Stubbs looks over his shoulder there towards 11, through the left-hander now, out to the outside of the track there, and then down the back straight. Look at that, just dipping behind the fairing there just to reduce the airflow. He looks comfortable, doesn't he? I mean, we're going to complete half distance here, but he looks relatively comfortable in that position at the front of this field. There he goes across the line.
That's one thing about LBJ Stubbs. He just doesn't seem to care about pressure on his shoulders. He smiles out. He's all smiles generally in the paddock, and you get the feeling that the character you see bouncing around the paddock, being a cheeky little chappy, is the same character you get in that kart.
He's had some pretty high-level driver coaches in his day, though, hasn't he?
He has. There's a change for second. Karacevic passing Gray. Here's the kartshop.me replay into turn number 7.
Yep, that's the favourite one.
And I got to say, that's Austin Gray. I'm not sure Austin Gray's kart is handling just how he likes it, because that was, again, him just missing the turn-in point or the kart. And you could see again there, he wasn't too clean through turn number 13 was Austin Gray.
We take it for granted that the drivers will hit their apexes in exactly the same fashion lap after lap, but what exacerbates a situation where you just get your braking a little bit late, you slide wide half a cart's width, but you're on the sand. Yep. And it exacerbates that situation for you, and you slide wider than you perhaps would like to, and that's what we're seeing. While these are squabbling like that we've just seen, this has allowed LBJ Stubbs a bit more of a cushion, in fact. And LBJ Stubbs has pulled out a little bit more of a gap. It was almost 3/10. However, the driver behind him is not one to take lightly. Benjamin Kračević doesn't really hang about, does he, when he makes the move? He catches you and he passes you. That's pretty much the pattern of behaviour that we've seen.
Yep, and you saw Page briefly look for a move on Gray going into turn number 11. Gray defended. Atkamia then got on the anchors because she didn't want to run into the back of Page. And those three have fallen away a little bit more. This is now lap 9 out of 12.
Yeah, we're getting towards the important part that if anybody's going to challenge, and it looks like Kračević is getting onto the rear bumper of LBJ Stubbs. The waiting game is over. These drivers are absolutely flat out. Forget about tyre management anymore. These tyres can go in the bin tonight. We're going to be on a fresh set of mojos in the morning. So these are getting towards the end of their life, and if you've saved anything in your tyre, it's now that you're going to need it. And LBJ Stubbs, I think, is perhaps in that category of driver that has saved his tyres for this moment now, because, as we thought, Kračević is catching him, but then LBJ's just responded, and he's pulled out the gap again. This is going to help, though.
And, yeah, Austin Gray now... Looks like Austin's kart, maybe the setup has come back in, because he is pushing his teammate Kračević suddenly. Page and Mia aren't out of it yet, but they're not close enough to really do anything about the drivers in front, unless these three on your screen now start tripping over one another.
Yeah, it's hard to see where there are any kind of cracks in the armour of LBJ Stubbs. He's absolutely flat out everywhere. He's optimizing his lap time every part of this track. He's quick on the fast bits and he's quick in the slow bits. This section here through the infield section, just look at the gap he's been able to pull. This is where Kračević needs to really be smooth. Get your turning point, get on the throttle nice and early and carry that. Try and pick up the toe from the leader and you'll get pulled along. But the engine on LBJ Stubbs' kart at the moment, he's got all the waft he needs to keep them at bay.
Yes, indeed. And of course, I was joking, obviously poking gentle fun at Sam Pollitt Racing. Sam Pollitt, not Sam Pollitt Racing. And of course, Sam Pollitt Racing making the decision to branch out into the UAE this winter. I spoke to Sam and he said, look, he's looking for 3 or 4 drivers. That's it. Start small, make it manageable, because, yeah, you're getting used to a whole new environment. The karts, they'll still use the same Kart Republic chassis they do in the UK. But, of course, different tracks, different paddocks, different air temperature, different types of tarmac, lots of different variables to get your head round. So even a team with the experience of the Sam Pollitt Racing saying, no, we want to take it slow and, build from the ground up. Well, what a way to build with a race victory.
This is a great advert for him, isn't it?
It is, indeed.
I'll be all right. He's got one more lap to complete. Let's not take anything for granted here. LBJ Stubbs has got to deliver here on the last lap. He's got to deliver like he's delivered on the last 11 laps here. But there's 3 drivers piling up behind him, queuing up behind him. They want to spoil the Sam Pollitt party tonight. Benjamin Kračević and Austin Gray from JNKD and XL's Charlie Page. Attega Meyer is not that far away from this as well. And there's the first challenge. That's a card that has been shown from the pocket of Benjamin Kračević. He looks over his shoulder as he was worried he may have stifled his momentum and be challenged by Austin Gray, but that hasn't come off. And now then, towards the 11 and 12 turns, the 3 in 3rd, 4th and 5th, they're squabbling themselves. They've left the lead battle to these two here.
And Page and Mia get past Austin Gray. This is the battle of the third, coming into turn 14. Oh, Page overshoots it. Attica Mia's going to come out in P3, but in P1, welcome LBJ Stubbs. You've won, and you've won the first race for Sam Pollitt Racing since their expansion into the UAE. Stubbs is your winner.
And Stubbs it will be on the top step of the podium this afternoon when we have our trophy presentation. He will be joined on that Minimax podium by Benjamin Karacevic and Attica Mia. Would you believe it? Attica Mia there making that move on turn 13 at the very last opportunity that she perhaps had, and it will be that young lady who will be chatting to tomorrow in the Paddock Show. You'll see a great interview with Attica, and she's delighted to be representing women in motorsport. Austin Gray was 4th, Charlie Page 5th, Riven Dev Pretum was 6th, 7th was Rayan Khan Rashid, Max Payton was 8th, 9th is William Mazzali, then we have Gleb Obakov in 10th, Kurt Ivanov in 11th, Adam Fleury was 12th, and Rafael Zagati was 13th. So LBJ Stubbs leads this field in, and it was a commanding race from the Sam Pollitt Racing driver, no doubt about it. He came under some immense pressure from Benjamin Karacevic, and also Austin Gray and Charlie Page were also not that far away. But it was Attica Mia who spoilt the JNKD podium party as she split the JNKD drivers, Karacevic and Austin Gray. And it was Attica who will take the third and final step of the Minimax podium. So we've got Henry down, making his way down to Parc Ferme. The drivers will be there. They'll get a quick weighbridge check to ensure that they make that 115 kilogram minimum weight. And then we'll have a chat, hopefully, with the top three. Stubbs, Karacevic and Mia. Coming next, we've got our Junior Max final. If you think the youngsters in Micromax and Minimax were entertaining, well, stay on board, because the Junior Max field will be, as ever, if they do what they usually do, this will be an absolute cracker. It's what we're finding out, isn't it? The UAE RMC, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, is certainly becoming one of the major international race series, the international karting series that you want to be part of. And I can only see this championship unfolding towards April this season, running from now until April. We are heading to the Alpha San circuit next month in November. We're then back here at Ain in the middle of December for a 2-day one-round meeting. We then head off to the Dubai Kartdrome, just north of here, on the 17th and 18th of January for 2 rounds of the championship. In February, we get to the one everybody seems to be talking about, Yas Marina, where we use part of the F1 circuit. That will be in the middle of February, the Yas Marina circuit up at the West Hairpin, forming a kart track, temporary kart track, but it's a very, very fast venue. 8th of March, we are back at the Dubai Kartdrome for another championship round. We head back here to Alpha Sen for the end of March, 29th of March, and then the season roundup for the final 11th and 12th rounds, championship points scoring rounds, back here at Al Ain Raceway on the 11th and 12th of April. That's the season we have ahead of us, and the way this racing has begun. We had a bit of a taster, didn't we, 2 weeks ago at the Rotax Invitational, the UAE RMC Invitational, to give it its full title. And we knew what we had in store. Well, it's certainly delivered 2 fantastic races so far from Micromax and Minimax. Junior Max will be our next final, but before that, we've got Henry Baudet, who's down in Parc Ferme with our Minimax podium. Henry.
Oh, I said earlier that Albie J. Stubbs walks on the paddock with quite a cheeky little grin all over his face. And I said that I think that's probably the same way that he drives his kart. Is that right? You drive with a smile on your face?
When I was at the front, yeah. When I was sat in third, I was just hoping that I could get in the front and just take the win.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the start, because it wasn't always plain sailing, was it? You had to fight.
Oh yeah, it was crazy at the start, and then I got behind Ben and Austin, and then Austin got past Ben, and then I pushed Austin, and then Austin had a little bit of a mistake up at the double left, and I managed to overtake him.
But then it was a case of defending, because you knew that there was Ben and Austin behind you. On the last lap, did you aware that Ben tried a really outrageous move going into turn number 6?
No.
Probably best, because it was very close. Who would you like to thank for this win?
Toby, my mechanic, Sam Pollitt, who's in the UK, my mum, my dad, my brother, and everyone who's supporting me.
What about Sam Fugit, who's on holiday?
Oh yeah, I hope he's having a good holiday.
Indeed, indeed. No need for you to come back, because he does fine without you, Sam. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well done. First win for Sam Pollitt Racing since they've expanded into the UAE. Well done, Albie. Ben. Okay, well, considering that this is that you come in, this is your first official race in the championship as a Miniax driver. You didn't set a lap in qualifying. You crashed in Heat 1. To come away P2, that's not bad, is it?
No, but I couldn't catch Albie. Fair to him, he was fast. I tried on the last lap to do a move, but it didn't work well, but it's fine.
I know. Talk us through that move that you tried on the last lap. It was a bit outrageous, wasn't it?
I knew I was not going to catch him because he had a gap. So then I tried something, but it didn't work.
But the good news is you get to do all this again tomorrow. How pleased are you? Like last year, you and Ash Deere were effectively the entire JNKD operation. Now, there's how many of you in the awning this weekend? 10?
The drivers or just...
Yeah, the drivers.
I think we have two micros and 4 minis.
Couple of juniors and a senior. What I'm saying is that there's been a lot of growth, but yet he stands, still leading the way for the JNKD team.
It feels good. It's nice to have a team with a lot of people that I know, and it's fun.
Excellent, well done. Second today, Benjamin Karachkovich. Coming home in third, thank you, Ben. Coming home in third, not a new name on the podium as a driver, Attica Mia. But Attica, come this way. Attica, it's the first time we have seen Axel GP on the podium here in Rotax. Talk a little bit about your race.
Well, the start was pretty bad. I mean, it wasn't really my fault, but I fell to, lower than the top 5 for sure. But then I made a few positions, and I came up to 5th, and then I pretty much stayed 5th for most of the race. I didn't really have the pace, but I came to finish 3rd in the end. I made a move on the fast double left and on the last corner, second last corner. So it was pretty good moves.
Yeah, because what happened? Because Charlie went in for a move on Austin. They both ran a little bit wide, and you saw the gap and just went for it?
Yeah, so basically Austin went a little bit wide, so I could only get one person in that time, so I got what I could do at that time.
Now, I know the Queen of Kashmir likes to make a little bit of history now and again. Became the first female driver to win a race in the Rotax International Trophy last year. Now you're the first driver to stand on a podium in the UAE Rotax Challenge for Axel GP. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel pretty good. Of course, they're my sponsors, and it's a pretty good and big team. So it feels great to be one of the first drivers in Minimax to step on the podium.
I didn't say in Minimax. I said the first driver in Rotax to step on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you again, Henry. Our 3 Minimax final podium. We are next out with Junior Max, and the big question is, who can beat Mumbai Falcons' Connor Clancy, who has looked very, very much on his game. The first driver that's on that list of whether or not he can achieve that is Via Chopra, of course. The M&M driver is going to be right on his tail. Mitansh Jain from Mumbai Falcons. Well, he starts on the second row, right behind his teammate Connor Clancy. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see a Mumbai Falcons 1-2 out of turn 1. The teammate of Via Chopra in the form of Pierre Abu Diwan from M&N. Well, he starts behind Chopra on that right-hand side as well. Oliver Spencer from JNKD, he starts 5th with Mumbai Falcons' Aran Qureshi starting on the 3rd row of the grid. So Mumbai Falcons very well represented in this top 10, as is JNKD, with Leo Anya and Ari Kallenberg from George Gibbons Motorsport. He will start 8th. 5th row of the grid is Ray Haber and Giuseppe Montanari. We've got Aaron Mason and Floris Schenkenberg starting on the 6th row. 7th row is Gabriel Baracordi with Faris Hurun. And then on row 7, Savelli Kojai and Brando Londono. 9th row of the grid is Jaden Hidding and Harrison Stevens. Julia Engelhard and Jack Doe start on row 10. Row 11 is Jan Miklasova and Erin Otak. We've got a message for Erin as well. Come on, Erin. That's from Fatima Ramiz. Good luck to Erin. Erin starting on 22nd place. So behind that, in fact, there's been some changes, would you believe? Hang on. 22nd, we've mentioned, Erin Otak. Samuel Turner starts on 23rd. Derek Rivera starts 24th. Burad Baramova starts on 25th place. And then rounding off a 26 kart field, Johansa Senanayakai will start at the back of this Junior Max grid. Henry has managed to make his way back.
Yes.
Great interviews once again. A lovely bit of insight that you're capturing after these races, Henry. It's worth the sweat, mate.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, no.
To run back.
It is. And my waistline also thinks it's
and you
worth
need
the
the
sweat.
steps. You need the steps.
I do need the steps. If we could just move the podium to the Dubai Kartdrome, because then that amount of steps would actually really help my waistline. I've got to say. Do you know something? The first 2 finals of the year, all 6 drivers have been happy. And that sounds really strange, but not every podium finisher is always a happy podium finisher.
I absolutely agree with that. Sometimes when you do a podium interview, it's like you're asking the driver for a kidney. It's like, hang on, you're on the podium.
Yeah,
but that's how intensely competitive some of these drivers are.
Yeah, that's racing drivers.
Yeah, that's the kind of what we instill in. And after all, these are only children who are racing. But it is, and you know what? The objective of the exercise at the end of the day, for all of these kids who are racing, is for the kids to smile.
And there we've got our the usual XL Motorsport perch.
That's the XL Motorsport balcony,
You've got Lockie Robinson and Rob Gunnari there. There's a GGM interloper, and you've got Mr. Montanari to the left there.
They've been joined by a bearded Paul Hardy, who is drinking Heineken?
No, it's Perrier.
It's Perrier water,
it's
isn't
Perrier
it?
Water. No,
of course it's Perrier.
As a proper northeaster.
It's a long time since he had a northeast accent.
I tell you what, but
long time.
No self-respecting northeast would be seen dead on camera drinking Perrier fizzy water.
I'm going to clip
what
this.
What have you become, Paul Hardy? What have you become?
He's been here too long, hasn't he? You've given him some sort of culture. There's your grid, which we've already had a run down, so I'll leave our viewers to peruse that. Connor Clancy, I was mentioning, Henry, Conor Clancy's going to be hard to beat from what we've seen so far. However, I'm sure via Chopra, Mitansh Jain and Pierre Abu Douan, just to mention the drivers that are directly behind him, they're going to want to make me eat my words, aren't they?
They're going to want to get about Conor Clancy early. They're going to want to drag him into scrap. Because like we talked about in the pre-final, Conor is a very, very good defensive driver. Not necessarily defending all the way.
It's what we saw in the pre-final, isn't it?
Of just being
subtly
defensive, being
defensive,
frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, really, annoying the drivers behind. Not because he's a lot slower than them, just because, hey, they may be as quick, if not a fraction quicker than him. However, his knowledge and his ability to put his kart in exactly the right place at the right time every lap means he's a very, very difficult person to pass.
We're in the Al Ain desert here. We're in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. We're in the desert. It's very windy. There is a narrow line here in the UAE, I've noticed on these tracks.
Yes.
And then the track is delineated by the white lines either side. However, the track is a lot narrower because of that dusty offline.
Exactly.
And if you try to defend by going way offline and getting onto that sand, you can see, look at the rubber that's being put down there by 2 days of running so far. 2 weeks ago we ran, and this track gets used every day, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yes.
So look, you can see the line, but have a look at the colour of the tarmac offline, and that's how dusty it is. And that's when you defend your line, you can't defend too aggressively, because that's going to absolutely ruin everything for you. And everybody knows that, of course.
Exactly. So you've got about a cart's width to make a move. And Conor Clancy knows that if he puts a quarter of his cart in that cart width, it's virtually impossible to get through. So that's why I think they're going to want to set about him and set about him early.
Have a look for the orange livery for the Mumbai Falcons leading into turn 1 as we get things underway with Conor Clancy. Is that going to be given the go-ahead? Yes, we've given the thumbs up and the green flag. The lights have gone out, and it's Mumbai Falcons. I called it 1-2 for Mumbai Falcons with Conor Clancy and Miniax Jain off towards the back bumper of our pole sitter Conor Clancy. And if he can do a team job with 14 laps remaining, it's going to be a big ask for anybody to stay where they are right now.
Up in the third position has come Oliver Spencer. Now, what has happened to Pierre Abu Diwan and also to Harrison Stevens? I thought they have just clocked up. Pierre Abu Diwan has lost an awful lot of time. So the person now to watch for me, third place driver, Oliver Spencer, because you can talk all you want, and then Oliver Spencer will do stuff like that. He'll send it inside. Here's the kartshop.me replay. Perfect illustration. I'm going to go right to the inside. There's no grip. Crosses it up under braking, and will drop back. However,
did well to keep it on the track, Henry. He was way offline, carrying a lot of speed on a very dusty offline line through that corner. That just didn't work. Nice try.
So, but this is Oliver's family have only just moved to the UAE from the UK. He's only just moved up from mini to junior. So he's not only getting used to the new type of asphalt, the new type of racing, and the full-size go-kart. In his Miniax car in the UK, that would have been a move that he would have made all day, and it would have worked.
Yeah,
not over here.
He wouldn't have any dusty sand on the inside line as well. That's what he's learning all the time. Every day's a learning day. Here comes the leader then, Conor Clancy, under immense pressure now from Chopra, who sits there on his rear bumper. Mitansh Jain not that far away as well. 3-car battle here, absolutely glued together down that little stretch towards turn 2. Into the right-hander, onto the infield section here. Chopra looking for a way by. It's just not there though, is it? Here we come. We've seen people pass here. They're on the run towards 7, which is a bit of a kink before a hairpin. But no, Chopra settles in, takes the optimum line through the hairpin at 8. Here we are at 9, very quickly followed by an acceleration zone. That is turn 10, and then we've got that run up to 11 and 12. Just look at how close Chopra is, right on the bumper of that Mumbai Falcons kart of Conor Clancy.
Now, this is what makes Clancy so good. He's defending and driving defensively. Is he backing the entire field up? No. There's a 3-kart breakaway, then a gap back to Spencer, Aina and Ray Haber. So he's not alone, like white lining it, even though he does have the inside line, and slowing the entire field down. Oh, this is what Via Chopra's got to try and do. He's really got to get aggressive, and he turned the aggression level up to 11.
Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay here as Chopra on the dirt, pushing the all-plate holder Connor Clancy wide with him, and that has allowed Miniax Jain to get through and into the lead, so a new leader by a country mile in relative terms to what we've already seen. And Jain will continue to pull away. We've got, who's that in second now? That's got to be that, yes, Spencer. Oliver Spencer. And Leo Anna as well. Aina coming through as well.
Well, so
Connor Clancy back up to third, by the way.
Connor Clancy's third. So, and there's the risk that Clancy runs. He sat in a defensive position, going down the straight. Chopra stayed there. Chopra didn't back out. Chopra didn't swing wide. And as a result, Chopra slid into the back of Clancy and just eased Clancy offline going into turn number 2. And that is the risk you have run. So, Clancy, he spent all day going on defense. Now we're going to see Connor Clancy on offense.
Here we go then. Let's see what Connor Clancy can do. We've seen him defend leads. This is what he's going to be leading the lineup now. Oliver Spencer in that second spot. Miniax Jain just pulling away ever so slightly now at the front of this field. And there's the move down the inside. It's not there though. Needed a tin opener, didn't he? Because the door was slammed shut in his face from Oliver Spencer. Recently moved up from Minimax. The wider kart here in juniors is no problem whatsoever for Oliver Spencer. It is at turn 1 though, as Connor Clancy opens the door for him, and that is that Spencer down to beyond?
It is.
Is that
Spencer
down to 5th?
You can see, here's the kartshop.me replay. Spencer, he went out wide and he tried to jink to the inside. It's a little bit too late, by which point Clancy was already there, and that was a Minimax move, a Minimax defensive move that Spencer put on there, which again doesn't work in the full-sized chassis. So Clancy now sets his sights on his teammate Miniax Jain with Aina, Ray Haber, and then where is Via Chopra? There's Via Chopra in 5th, and Spencer down to 6th.
Chopra coming back through the field will keep a wary eye on his progress as well, as we are not even at half distance. That is only 6 laps. It's the end of this lap that we are at half distance, and the gap is exactly 1 second from Jain to Clancy, who is in second place. The two Mumbai Falcon karts at the lead of this field, but spaced out by a second. And you can see that. You don't really need a stopwatch to see that gap coming down. You can see it coming down before your very eyes. Into every braking point and every acceleration zone, Connor Clancy is gaining ground. But who's this coming with him? Look at that train of karts. The two JNKD models from Leo Anya and Oliver Spencer.
Yep.
They've settled down and they've learnt the lesson of let's just figure out how to get back on terms with that leader who's disappeared. And who's this with them as well? It's Via Chopra getting onto the back end of the two JNKD drivers. The M&M driver back into contention, I think, for a podium here.
Yeah, Ray Haber isn't far back either in 6th position. Spencer up the inside of Leo Aina. Spencer was trying to defend from Via Chopra, and as a result, actually moved past his teammate. So by virtue of trying to defend, Spencer actually gains a place. Chopra goes with him. Aina back 2. Then it's Haber. Then a gap back to Ari Kallenberg, Jack Doe, and Jaden Hidding. Hidding is up into 9th place with Sava Kogai rounding out the top 10. And still all 26 drivers. Well, as I said, no, sadly, Murad Bayramova is out of the race, becoming the first retirement by Ravmova, Murad.
Yeah, here we go then. 8 laps completed, onto the 9th lap. And that is the battle for third. That is really hotting up here. Oliver Spencer having to defend ever more from Via Chopra, who looks like he's got momentum. He's certainly got speed and pace and performance, because he dropped down the order. He's moved back up that order. And as we watch that battle for third and fourth, the lead battle has come together. That gap of 1 second has disappeared in literally 2 laps. They're on the infield. They're side by side now. Mitansh Jain has got his Mumbai Falcons teammate, Conor Clancy, our pole position driver, back towards the back of him. He lost time, remember, being sliding wide with Via Chopra. Both drivers losing massive amount of ground. But this is the lead battle now, with Chopra staying in that 4th place behind Oliver Spencer. We'll keep a wary eye. It's not going to be long, Henry, before the 2 at the front are going to be joined by 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
Well, it depends how much Mitansh Jain defends, because I noticed that Spencer in 3rd position is also beginning to defend quite resolutely from Chopra, Aina and Haber, which could in turn, allow these 2 to race amongst themselves no matter how defensive the battle gets. This is important for Mitansh Jain. 2nd to Nathan Capon last year. He was the bridesmaid. Conor Clancy didn't do the full championship last year. Is he going to do the full championship this year? Possibly. He doesn't. Mitansh Jain doesn't want to be the bridesmaid to another Mumbai Falcons teammate. So at some point, Mitansh has got us. He's got to stretch his, get his shoulders out and say, okay,
Well, I'm sorry to put a dampener on that one, Henry. It's clear to see that Conor Clancy has got massive pace here. He started on the pole, he dropped way back. Now I think he's playing a waiting game. There's still 4 laps left. There's 4 laps to go. And Conor Clancy, he's not going to make any silly moves on his Mumbai Falcons teammate. That would be an awkward awning to be in at the end of this race. He's going to play the waiting game. He's going to weigh up his opportunities. He's going to see where his teammate is perhaps a little bit weaker than he feels he is, and he's going to have the opportunity to make a clean move. Now that clean move might just be about to happen. They're going to come through 11 onto 12, and then it's getting in the toe down the back straight. Both drivers ducking their head back down the fairing. This is not going to happen at 13 though, is it?
No, I mean, Conor Clancy, he's driving like a Rolls Royce. He looks smooth, he looks in control, it looks effortless for Conor. Mitansh Jain, and this is a little bit of, he's a very quiet, he's a very polite, well-spoken young lad, and sometimes you've got to get nasty.
There's the move. He wasn't nasty enough here.
No, he wasn't.
Conor Clancy just waited for the move. I've got to say, Jain took the optimum line through turn 1. Yeah. By doing that, you leave the door open, and as we saw from the CarChop.me replay, that's exactly how and why Conor Clancy was playing that waiting game. He knew that was coming.
Now, this is something you want to have a harmonious team environment. You do. But within that team, Mitansh Jain has to think, okay, am I going to be number 2 again this year? If he wants to be number 1, he's going to have to dig deep and do something that might, and I'm not suggesting he does anything dirty. Please don't get this the wrong way. If he wants to be number 1 in this team, he's going to have to do something to Conor Clancy to get him out of the way. Yellow flags down at turn number 1. You can see a driver in the marshal post there. Mitansh is going to have to start really hassling, really annoying, really upsetting Conor Clancy now. And he may just have to try and... He's a nice kid, but he might have to get a little bit nasty.
Well, he's certainly keeping with Conor Clancy, pace-wise. However, it's the last lap board coming up. They've got to get through this infield section now, heading towards that back straight here. Through turns, the left-hander here is 11, and then the 12, the all-important 12, governs your speed all the way down this back straight. And Mitansh Jain just beginning to lose that connection to Conor Clancy. Conor Clancy knows it's his Mumbai Falcons teammate that is on his tail, so he hasn't got to worry too much about a silly move perhaps. Or does he? As you said, Mitansh Jain just learning the ropes of junior Rotax here, and a little bit of subtle defensive driving there from the leader.
I mean, Mitansh has got to send one.
He nearly did there.
He nearly did. But you know what? Even if Connor gets out of the way, even if you send one and you miss the apex and you lose position, show the O-plate, show the Dubai O-plate champion that you got some minerals. And that is, it's got to be done, Mitanj. Got to be done, or else you're going to sit and be P2 in the team for another year.
Well, time is running out, and Conor Clancy on that O-plate turns through the two corners. That will bring him back towards the paddock here. The run down here on that back straight. Conor Clancy has pulled a bit of a gap big enough to hold off his teammate Mitanj Jain, and it will be a Mumbai Falcons 1-2 across the line for Junior Rotax in fine style. Who's going to beat those two drivers going forward? We're going to do all of this again tomorrow, and we're going to see if that question I've just posed can indeed be answered. Veer Chopra, we missed Veer Chopra getting ahead of Oliver Spencer and back into that third place. He's got to be a contender tomorrow. The M&M driver there coming back through the field, having dropped a little bit down the order with that off on the dirt. As I said, Oliver Spencer 4th, Leo Aina in 5th, Ray Haber in 6th. Jack Doe finishes in that 7th spot. Jaden Hidding, what a great drive from Jaden Hidding, all the way back up to 8th place. We've got the Minimax champion from last season, Ari Kallenberg, now up into Junior Max. He came through in 9th, so he'll be happy with a top 10 finish. And then rounding off the top 10 is Derek Rivera. Rest of the finishers there on the screen. We'll have a quick rundown from 11th down over. It's Gabrielle Baricori, Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Mason, Arthan Qureshi was 14th, Faris Haroun, Brando Londono, Jan Mikelecheko, Savi Kojai, Harrison Stevens 19th, 20th was Pierre Abu Diwan, Samuel Turner was next, and then we had Giuseppe Montanari. Erin Ortak did finish and complete the 14 laps. Johansa Senanayaki was somehow, not sure how Johansa ended up down there in 24th. We had Murad Bayramova, who ended up finishing early on 13 laps there and pulling off. And Julia Engelhard was a retirement on 11 laps. So that's the Junior Max final complete. Our podium, when we get down to the Parc Fermé, it will be Conor Clancy, Mitanj Jain and Veer Chopra, who will be talking to Henry Baudet. We've got our podium presentation, our trophy presentation, that we will be live streaming after the racing's finished. There'll be a bit of a 30-minute break. Stay tuned, go off and make yourself some afternoon or evening tea, wherever you are in the world, and come back to us and watch our very delighted drivers take their trophies for the first round of the UAE RMC. Very hard fought it's been. Didn't go. Looking at the results, you would see Conor Clancy starting from the pole position for Junior Max, and you would see that he took the win. However, it wasn't quite as simple as what it seems on paper. With a hard fight there, an incident with with Veer Chopra, culminating with both of the carts almost going off. Chopra did indeed go off. Both of the drivers down the order. Conor Clancy coming back through, fighting with his Mumbai Falcons teammate Mitanj Jain, eventually getting by him to take the win. Of course, we'll be racing here again tomorrow for round 2 of the UAE RMC. It's a full day's racing again, starting with qualifying in the morning, and then again exactly the same race program as we've had to date, with heats, pre-finals and finals. But right now, Junior Max down there in the Parc Fermé. Not quite ready yet down in Parc Fermé. We'll see if we can. We know we will bring you our 3 podium drivers. However, they've got to get through tech inspection before we do that. DD2 Masters will be next. Sorry, not DD2 Masters. DD2 and DD2 Masters will be up next. This is our gearbox class of Rotax Max Challenge Racing. And it will be a 14-lap final for DD2. The big question going forward into this one is Tyler Harris. Tyler Harris has been absolutely formidable in the heats and pre-final. It's whether or not anyone can find the pace to get on terms. He will start on the pole position with Adam Malek alongside. Hamza Ashisho will start on row 2 with Moritz Konopjes on row 2 alongside. Kyle Blockley will start on row 3 with Sami Al-Assad. Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo share row 4 to round off an 8-car field. Leading DD2 Masters, starting 4th overall, is Moritz Konopjes. Kyle Brockley second in the Masters. Greg Watt starting in 7th. Kyle Brockley starting 5th overall, I should say. 7th overall and 3rd in DD2 Masters will be Greg Watt. And it will be Bernardo Del Castillo who will start 4th in class and 8th overall. Team-wise, Mobile Falcons, fresh from their 1-2 in Junior Rotax, will start on the pole position with Tyler Harris representing them. And then we've got the two M&M drivers in 2nd and 3rd. That's Adam Malek and Hamza Ashisho. Mobile Falcons with Moritz Konopjes will start on row 2 as well. So it's Mobile Falcons and M&M really consolidating the front 2 rows. We've got the KAA team in the form of Kyle Blockley, and then M&M with Sami Al-Hassad. Greg Watt is in his Honolulu Racing livery, but he's running as an independent, not with any team, running himself. And then the Telios team with Bernardo Del Castillo, their driver, representing them, starting at the back. So don't forget, we've got our podium presentation coming up after the racing's completed. We've got our official photographer for the series, Altug Madek, who's our photographer here this weekend. His photographs, which are a pretty high standard, considering it's not Altug's primary job. He is an airline pilot. So when he's not plodding around taking snaps of kart racing, he's up there in the skies, flying us all over the place. His website is X The Road. X The Road, that's where you will find his work available for sale. And of course the series being well represented with Altug's work on all of the social media channels that we see. Altug Madek we'll see down in the podium presentation, I would say. He'll be taking and snapping away the podium and the trophy presentations, where we have a lot of happy, smiling people. Please do join us, even if you haven't, I know it's a hard one, no consolation. If you haven't won a trophy, there's always tomorrow, but do try and join us, make it a bit of a great atmosphere. I know you will. It's a very pleasant paddock here in the UAE RMC. I've got to say it. A lot of smiley faces, loving their racing. We're all kindred spirits. We all have this common interest, which is called motor racing. And indeed, in this case, karting, which I've been around for far too many decades, I wish to mention. So we are just waiting for our DD2s to be released. Then you'll see our grid graphic. We've mentioned Tyler Harris. And whether or not anyone out there anyone in this DD2 field can beat Tyler Harris today is going to be a big ask. He's been absolutely dominant with this one. This is the gearbox class that we've mentioned. Just as if it isn't hard enough to drive a Rotax Max kart around any kart track wherever you are, let's just add in the complexity of putting a 2-ratio gearbox on underneath the motor to drive the rear axle. You've got first and second gears. You've got a paddle shift on the steering column. The left-hand paddle is for first gear. It engages first gear. The right-hand paddle swaps out first gear for second gear. And likewise, if you're running in second gear, you pull the left-hand paddle, it'll swap out second gear and engage first gear. This assists the drivers in, certainly down the box, in braking efficiency as well, using the gearbox as well as the brakes to slow the karts down, so you get some really, really narrow braking distances towards the corners. And you'll notice also that the karts brake very stably with brakes on the front axle as well as the rear axle. It gives the kart true gearbox kart style of braking in a very controlled manner. So with DD2's about to come out, we wait for the green flag. Before that, though, we can indeed head down to the Parc Fermé where we've got Henry Baudet with our Junior Rotax podium winners.
Well, thank you. Again, Ken Park, the race director, wanting to speak to all the drivers after the final. Conor Clancy, well, started from pole, then went backwards, then had to fight your way back through. First of all, defending earlier from Via, what was going through your mind when you lost the lead?
Yeah, so obviously started pole, got a good start, but Via was rapid, honestly. So caught up to me. I was like, okay, I need to get on the white lines here. So I did that. And then me and Via had a bit of an incident, but we both kept going. We both lost a few positions, but yeah, I just kept going.
Now, closing back in, got back to P2 on your teammate. Were you expecting Miniax to defend more, or, did you think that your experience was going to, play in your hand?
No, well, me and Miniax are very close as friends and as teammates as well. So we kind of just did the same thing. So I pushed him for a few laps and he pushed me for a few laps, and then, yeah.
Made the move easy as that. Who'd you like to thank?
Mum and Dad, Gilly on the spanners, whole team at Mumbai Falcons, everyone in England, my granddad, my nan, everyone, Uncle Louise, the dogs, and my barber, Tia, for the fresh trim every time, follow-up swag. Yeah.
Do I get a fresh trim as well?
Yeah, I'm sure Tia will fix you up with a good trim.
Excellent, thanks Tia. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Well done, Conor Clancy. Miniax, Shaheen, second place now. Okay, you were second to one of your Mumbai Falcons teammates in junior last year. You're not going to be second to another one of your teammates this year, are you?
No, I'm going to go for the win this time.
Going to go for the win this time, okay. When you were leading, did you think about starting to defend a bit early, or did Conor sort of catch you a little bit by surprise?
No, I knew Conor was catching up and I knew he would catch up, so I saw him pushing me for a few laps and okay, we're going to play a team game now. We're going to create a gap. He went past, okay, fair enough, I'm just going to push him. Last lap we race.
And he just came out on top last lap. But at one point, I was saying, Miniax, you're one of the most polite, nice drivers in the paddock. When are you going to get mean and nasty when it comes to fighting? Because he's smiling over there. But hey, he'll tell you, hey, you could be the best of friends off track, but there's no friends on it, is there?
No, there's not.
When are we going to see mean Miniax? Tomorrow?
Probably.
Probably, there we go. Thank you very much, well done. Okay, Via. I mean, when you came in, there's a what? Oh, there we go. Come stand out the way of that wassop. Right, you tried. You went in for a move. You both ran a bit wide, and then the fight back got you as far as third. I could tell you were a bit disappointed, but for the second time in succession now after the Invitational, you've run Conor so close.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good effort from me. And I tried to keep up, and then after that incident I just tried to not lose my focus and then just get back.
Let's flip back to this time last year. You would have been over the moon speaking to me on the podium at the end of a junior final. What's changed?
I think I've just gotten more mature and I've improved my driving a lot.
So now the expectation is to achieve more?
Yep.
You've certainly got the speed. Now you've got to try and think your way past Conor Clancy, because he's frustrating, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
He knows how to drive defensively and put his car in the right places. That means you're going to have to pull something out of the bag pretty spectacularly, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, you can think about it all night. You can put it into practice tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Great work there with our junior Rotax podium sitters. And we'll see them at our trophy presentation coming up after the next two races. We've got DD2, the DD2 and DD2 Masters final coming up next, and that will be followed by our Senior Max final. So expect fireworks. We're going to see a different kind of racing here, the gearbox class, the 2-ratioed gearbox on the DD2 card. It's the same engine, the 125cc Rotax engine, but it sits atop a 2-ratio gearbox driving the rear axle. Brakes on the front of these carts as well as the rear axle as well, with a completely different style of driving that we're going to see. Tyler Harris on the pole position, as you can see. Adam Malek alongside. Hamza Shisho and Moritz Knopschers on row 2. Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Hassad with Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo is your 8-car field. We are told that we have more DD2s coming out for the remaining rounds of the UAE RMC. This season we'll see at least another 4 or 5 that we're being told about. So that would be good. 8-cart field, or you need 2 carts to make a race. Well, we've got 8 here, so we saw some very interesting racing here. The way that these drivers have to race these carts and race and overtake is a completely different art form than what we've seen in our other classes, and certainly what we're going to see in the senior Rotax class. We get a much more what looks like a more agile car. It's not necessarily more agile, it's because the rear brakes, acting on the rear brakes in the senior Rotax class, is the brakes only act on the rear axle. So the carts are sliding around, you get the cart to rotate a bit more. Not so much in the DD2. Yes, you've got to get the rear rotating, coming around, point you in the right direction out the corner, but it's a less aggressive style that we're about to see. Tyler Harris leads the field out of the collecting area and will go as fast as he can through the infield section here at Al Ain, onto the back straight now towards the kink at 7, through the hairpin there, the left-hand hairpin at 8. This right-hand hairpin at turn 9, then the right-hander at 10. Takes them on a short blast down to turns 11 and 12. And then this is where he will form up the grid. 2 by 2 then, Tyler Harris, Adam Malek, Hamza Shisho and Moritz Knopschers. Then we've got Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, and it's Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo who round off this 8-cart field. Line astern at the moment, they'll start forming up in 2 by 2 and head down towards the rolling start. Nice pace from Tyler Harris, slowing them up nicely, and now with the lights go out and we are racing. Tyler Harris on the left-hand side on the inside line going into turn 1, and he has to defend, Henry. That was a really aggressive defend into turn 1.
Yeah, and the same situation that you had with Conor Clancy in juniors. The rest of the DD2 field will want to get at Tyler Harris early because of how difficult it is to overtake in DD2. Also, you know, they haven't seen Tyler under pressure in a final. Will he make, you know, 1 or 2 slight mistakes? Will the fact that he's driven direct drive karts here for the last 3 or 4 seasons, will he suddenly have a brain fade and switch back and forget to flick up a gear or forget to flick down a gear? You just never know.
Well, I did mention, while you were waiting up at Park Ferme, I mentioned, let's just add and it's already a pretty tricky thing to do is drive a Rotax Max car. Let's just add in the complexity of 2 ratios, you know, final drive as well. And then, you know, that really does
that really does give you a lot more to think about, as well as the way that we're seeing here, driving nose to tail.
Well, Alan Malik and Hamza Hashisho, I think Malik is looking a little bit frustrated behind his teammates. He's sort of certainly shoving him down the straights and giving him a bit of a bump draft almost, if you were. Possibly, you know, out of frustration more than, okay, let's work together. Can the Mumbai Falcons become the first double race winners here this season? We've had XL Motorsport win in Microax. In Miniax, we had Sam Pollitt Racing. Junior Max with the Mumbai Falcons. Matthias Nagem Motorsports, M&M running second and third here. And what about KAA, the Kart Advisor Academy, currently leading Masters with Kyle Blockley. So Kyle, in the number 531 kart, has got past Maurice Knyoppers for the lead in Masters.
That's been all day long, that little
that's
tussle,
been a
hasn't
long
it? That's been
time coming.
Yeah, and hopefully that will be a season-long rivalry that we'll see in the Masters series, the Masters subclass of this DD2 field.
Yeah, and Blockley's there, P4 overall. Not quite on the outright DD2 podium, but only one place off it. Harris now looks like he's into his rhythm. Hashisho, again, who is quick, but this is only his second full season of Actually, he's now been karting for about 12 months as Hamza Hashisho. The Invitational was his first win of any kind.
So he's done no karting prior to that?
None. Canadian mum, Qatari dad, and his dad is here as always supporting him. But yeah, Hamza, I think I commentated on his second ever kart race, which was at the Muscat Speedway in December last year.
Well, he certainly picked this up quite quickly, hasn't he? Because to keep pace with the likes of Tyler Harris and Adam Malik, you need to have some ability about you, don't you? There they are, dipping their heads behind the fairing. The two M&M drivers trying to work together to at least keep Tyler Harris in sight. However, Harris has just keep putting in those purple sector times there. Mind you, Hashisho not that far behind. Green, purple. Fastest lap of the race, 56.169 for Hamza Hashisho. That's the kart in second place there, just at the front of those two.
Yeah, do you know something though? We talk about how Tyler Harris has got to forget all about the direct drive intricacies for this two-speed kart. Hamza Hashisho has never driven a direct drive race kart. So he only knows how to drive one of these DD2. So he's not got any old habits that he needs to sort of erase from his memory banks, because he doesn't have any memory banks of direct drive karts to erase. All he knows is the two-speed DD2 kart, which is why he is up to speed with the likes of Adam Malik, with the likes of Tyler Harris, after just 12 months in a seat.
There are some drivers that have the brain capacity to be able to take in the busyness of driving around a racetrack, and certainly it's a lot busier a lap when you have to consider the two ratios and how to get the best out of the kart. These karts rev to what? 14,000?
Many thousands.
Yeah, 14,000, 14,500.
Lots of thousands.
They're buzzing up, and if you forget to go to second gear, or even in second gear forget to go to first and have it drop off the power band, there's a lot to think about.
Yep.
And I remember moving from, I did it backwards, forwards. I raced a Formula Ford, and then I went to karting, and I found the karting, there was a lot less to think about until I learned that you have to adjust your mixture on the straight.
Oh, yes.
And then you have to fan the choke, and there was a lot more, and then that became much more complicated when you have to, try to be competitive.
Yeah.
And I would imagine it's a similar sort of thing here, with lots going on and lots to think about in optimising your run. And then Tony Hogg was telling me you have to consider the change down at the point that you can help the gearbox to break the kart.
Yeah.
break the car, B-R-A-K-E, not bust the car.
No, because you've got to be looking to change down just as you're sort of braking and turning in. Because, of course, with the front brakes on this car, that means braking zones are much shorter, which tends to mean that you're braking as you're turning. So you've got to brake, turn, and downshift at the same time.
I need to ask somebody this, and perhaps for another paddock show of ours as the season progresses. But how easy is it to lock the front brakes, especially when you're braking and turning into the corner? When you unload the inside wheel, I know it happens in a race car with suspension acting for you, but here in a kart, it's not sprung at all. But you do, so you end up lifting the inside wheel. Certainly at the rear, you're not going to lock the rear. I mean the front. How easy is it to lock the front brakes? I should have asked Tony Hogg that when we talked to him last week.
I don't see it.
No, we don't see it, do we? But I think Henry,
and I don't know if that's a skill thing or if that's just a part of the equipment.
But I do think that it would be so minuscule a lock that you wouldn't see it. It wouldn't be like you would see a puff of smoke, like you do in car racing.
No, that's very true. Tyler Harris extends his advantage to 1 and a bit seconds. Kyle Blockley's time at the front of Masters has, temporarily come to an end. Although, as I say that, you look and you'll see the bright orange kart and the orange crash helmet. There is Maurice Kjoppers, and he is pulling away from Kyle Blockley. Samir Al-Assad runs in P6. 7th is Greg Watt. Assad is 4th in the DD2 class. Greg Watt 3rd in DD2 Masters. Sadly, the Telios racing kart, Bernardo Del Castillo, has retired.
Yeah, that was that little inter-sea battle of the Masters drivers there, Moritz Knopses and Kyle Blockley. That one we were thinking would go all the way to the flag, but Moritz must have been listening to us, Henry, and he thought, no, I'm not having any of this. Get out of the way, Kyle. Yep. I'm going to show you the way forward. And he's pulled out a bit of a gap. As has Ashisho. Ashisho seems to have broken free, slightly free, I should say, of Adam Malik. Malik was looking like he was about to pounce. However, that looks like that chance of pouncing has gone away. Not unless, of course, he can start bridging the gap. And as I look across to the infield, he has indeed bridged that gap, and he's challenging again.
Malik looking the most aggressive he has looked since about lap 2 or 3 of this race. We're on lap 10 out of 14. And Malik will be very, very frustrated at himself, because he will believe in his heart of hearts, I am the quickest, I'm the most experienced DD2 driver on this grid, not in the Masters, but in the main DD2 category, and therefore I am the fastest. Why am I therefore only 3rd? That will be frustrating for him.
Yeah, he's going to say, who are these pesky newcomers to my category?
And I would have run away with it if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
Absolutely. We're on lap 11 of 14. So time beginning to ebb away from Adam Malik to make a move on that Hamza Hashisho second place. Now, as time gets narrowed towards that checkered flag, we might see a little bit of desperation creeping in. We've seen a bit of tyre and race management going on here, no doubt about it. But the two M&M drivers who have been circulating together, absolutely on it, I've got to say. They haven't really been managing the pace. They haven't been driving at 7/10. They've been driving at 9.5 to 10/10 most of the time, these two. And now we see Hashisho beginning to, this is where he does pull out here, I've got to say, Henry. Mm-hmm. And it's round, just let's watch this next lap here. As we go into lap 12, this is where Malik is able to now gain that ground back. He loses the gap on the straight and down the back straight, but here in the more technical parts of this track, he absolutely closes the gap down to the point where he's almost pulling alongside.
Now, this is going to sound strange, but trying to win a championship with a small number of drivers in it can sometimes be harder than trying to win a championship with a full grid, because you only have, at the moment, there are 4 drivers scoring, well, there are 8 drivers scoring points in DD2. 4 in the main category, you know. So Tyler Harris, okay, so Adam Malik, for example, yeah, you know, it's going to take Adam, if things finish as they are, then he has got to hope that tomorrow he wins, but that Hamza Hashisho somehow picks up the pace as well and finishes ahead of Tyler Harris. Because Tyler can already think, well, I can just sit behind you, Adam, tomorrow, and I'll still be leading the championship, because there are fewer drivers to take points off
away.
each other.
Yeah.
So Adam Malik is thinking, number one, a retirement is more damaging in a class that's very small, but number two, every move, every pass is more important.
Yeah.
This 3rd place is potentially more damaging for Adam Malik than 3rd place for any other driver in any other class, simply because of the numbers that are on offer, that are on the track in DD2.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, mathematically. It's the last lap board that's been shown to Tyler Harris as he crosses the line now. This is the race for 2nd and 3rd place, as Tyler Harris. Let's just watch Tyler on his final lap here, because he's had very little camera time, and he really deserves some, because he's been absolutely formidable here in DD2. And just look at the smoothness of that drive. Very little steering input. Look at that. That's proper race car driving, and indeed proper race kart driving. Just very little minuscule inputs on the steering, just using the change of direction on the kart. And as we get out towards the back straight, now back towards the paddock, and the general direction of the paddock, he'll sweep through the penultimate turn here at 13, and now he's got one more corner, and then he's flat out through the gearbox, up to 2nd gear, and across the line to take the DD2 first round of the UAE RMC. In 2nd place, Hamza Hashisho. In 3rd place, Adam Malik. It's Moritz Konopses who will take the 1st position in class, 4th place overall. He's the first of our DD2 Masters. Kyle Brockley finishes 2nd in the Masters, 5th overall. And then we had Sami Al-Hassad finishing in 6th. Greg Watch will meet Henry Baudet down at the podium this afternoon when we do our trophy presentations. Bernardo Del Castillo went out of this race on lap 5 as Henry heads off towards the Parc Fermé to get our winning driver interviews. We look forward now to our DD2. You're going to go on out. This is our producer, Nick Damon. Or any people familiar with Karting Live TV, he's my co-comms.
I normally am. Just a quick thing, because the timetable is running slightly late, they're going to run the senior final ASAP, and Henry's going to talk to the winners of both the senior final and the DD2 final at the end of the day.
So we're going to have 3 sets of interviews, because there's DD2 and DD2 Masters.
There's going to be a lot of interviews after the final race.
Yes. It's nice to hear you, Nick. I'll switch him off. Yes, Senior Max coming next in our final race of the day. If you've enjoyed the coverage from the UAE RMC, well, get back tomorrow, because we're going to do it all again. And it's a hello to Peter Carley, who says it's great to have the live stream. Well, we think so as well, Peter. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. Gives Peter the chance to cheer on Oscar Lambert from our home in Altrincham in the UK. Well, I'm glad to have you along. Don't forget, Peter, that we are back tomorrow with a full day's racing, starting with qualifying for all of our classes and the same format as what you've witnessed today. Heats, pre-finals and finals. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. It'll be the 2nd point scoring round for the championship. So a very important part of the championship to kick your season off in great style and maximise your points haul. It's going to be a very, very competitive 12 point scoring round season. Yeah, just have. You weren't listening, were you?
So we had a very well subscribed Senior Max field. We've got 37 karts that have qualified for the all important final, and we split them into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and then they went off and formed the grid from each driver getting 2 heats. George Nasser will start from the pole position after some fabulous driving all day long from George's. Mohammed Menamai will start alongside Nathan Kappen and Oscar Lambert. Hello to Peter Carley again. Oscar Lambert starting on the 2nd row for the Mumbai Falcons, and he's certainly in contention. Zain El Hamasani will start alongside Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who you can never discount. You can't discount GNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He's starting 6th. 4th row of the grid is Alessandro Bigi with Ryan Damadasa. We've then got Ryan Caruso, Ryan Qureshi. Aaron Dewan and Jules Dormont start on 6. Row 7 is Kian Kreinbull and Naaman Karija. Leith Nomina and Louis Hartman will start next. I'll try and get through these before we have the grid forming up underneath me and heading towards the start lights. Row 10 is Oscar Backhouse and Shivan Kartek. We did have the grid order on the screen. I hope you caught the driver that you are supporting as we have this full field of Senior Max heading down towards the start. The lights have gone out and we are racing. Georges Nazar on the inside. He's got the ID line. We've got carts off to drivers left there. We've got a cart pointing in the wrong direction. A couple of carts spinning off as well. But Georges Nasser off and into the lead. The driver with the Lebanese license with the other Lebanese driver, Mohammed Menamai, on his tail, and these two breaking away. In fact, Menamai absolutely nose to tail, as is the rest of the field.
Just looking up, sorry, Joe. There are 2 drivers.
Oh, there's more than 2, Henry, down there.
Parked up at the entrance to turn 2. And maybe 1 or 2 more. Rayan Kairus, Kia Kremble, Naman Krasia, Manaf Hijawi, and Krishai Gute. I think they're amongst those that have had issues on the first lap. Alexis Alzia just scraped in, so did Alicia Canessa. There's Canessa and Abdullah Al-Qaita. Enzo Tesluk, another driver.
There was an incident at turn 1, Henry, just as you were getting back up here as we went to the start. Meanwhile, at the front, got a train of 6 karts now breaking away. It's Nazar, Menamai, Kappen, El Hamasani, Damadasa. Oscar Lambert has dropped from 4th to 6th. Qureshi 7th, just off the back of this train of 6 there. So Oscar Lambert, he's the 6th driver there, but behind them, well, it's pretty much the whole field in line astern formation in a train. We've got a battle for 4th place there with 3 karts trying the same, to be all part of the same piece of real estate there as the first 3 break free.
Keeping that go-karting guy happy, the 4 CRGs that qualified for this race are still in the race. Andrew Obeid, 24th, is the best of them. We'll concentrate on the leaders. Here they come through turn number 3. Nassar, Menene, and Nathan Kappen. El Hamasani, Damadasa, Lambert, Dewan, Montgomery Swan, Qureshi, and Leith Mumina. Great start for the Saudi driver, Leith Mumina. Both Saudi drivers from Skyline Racing did make it into the main event. Abdul Razak Al-Quraishi, 25th, having survived the opening lap skirmishes.
The train of karts behind these 3 are pretty much the whole field. Yes, there's a few stragglers at the back that were caught up in incidents at the start of this race, but there's a massive train of karts from 3rd place down, as Oscar Lambert, he's got to the head of that train of karts. He's got ahead of Rian Damadasa. Zain El Hamasani has dropped to 6th now. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, he's right there as well, and they will be wanting to perhaps work in conjunction with one another and close that gap. If they close that gap to these 3 here, the top 3, it's going to be a huge train. And there you can see.
Oh, yes.
Look at that train of karts. That they are coming. They are coming now. And if these three start squabbling for first, second and third, that could be anybody's race, Henry.
Well, yeah, because you've got Omar Ganoum in 14th position, and they're squabbling for second place. Manane defending P2 from Nathan Kappen. But then you've got, Lambert, Damadasa, El Hamasani, Montgomery Swan, Qureshi, Dewan, Dumont, Biji, Luminar, Haddad, and Ganoum. That's down to 14th place. And then Amani Kinua is all on his own, but he's travelling like a freight train and is trying to close in as well. George Nassar, he'll be getting signals from his mechanic, Jamie Zaira, from the side, and I think Jamie will be saying...
Jamie Zaira is George Nassar driver coach?
Yeah, he's mechanic this
weekend.
Yes,
is he really?
And I think Jamie signals being, head down, go, don't even think about looking behind you, because if you do, you might soil yourself, son.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a very composed looking leader, but they're on the dirt, down the inside. Can he stop the cart? No, he cannot. And Lambert just made a great move there, but the cartshop.me, the 351 heads down the inside. Nathan Kappen it was. He just couldn't get the cart stopped because he was barely touching tarmac. He was on the very dusty, sandy inside.
Yeah, and that opened the door for Oscar Lambert, but it has given George Nassar breathing space, more breathing space than he has ever had before at this stage of a final. It does mean that from Manane there in kart 372 running in second place, he's 1.8 seconds behind the race leader. Kinua in 15th place, who's just set the fastest lap of the entire race, is 4.6, so 2.8 seconds separating second to 15th.
This is going to go all the way to the flag. This is playing very nicely into the hands of our leader, Georges Nassar, who's now pulled a gap of 2.8 seconds, and that's because Mohamed Maneme has gotten by Oscar Lambert again. Nathan Kappen there drops to fourth. These are just swapping, willy-nilly swapping places, and because they are racing like this, the rest of that field that Henry ran through a moment ago, all of those 14 carts, they are not that far away and can capitalise on any kind of incident if this lot here trip over one another. And you know what, Henry? Anything can happen. This is racing, isn't it?
It is indeed. Jeremy Montgomery Swan has had an issue in the number 334 JNKD kart. A slow last lap. It looks like it was an off-track excursion. He now runs 30th and last. Believe it or not, we lost the 4 carts on the opening lap. K-Roos, Crayenbull, Kukrasia and Hijawi, and Backhouse and Gutte also, so 36 carts started, but 6 carts went out on the opening lap. Everyone else still running.
Half distance then, 7 laps completed, 7 laps to go. Georges Nassar extends the lead to 3.6 seconds to Mohamed Manene, but the Mumbai Falcons cart of Oscar Lambert and Nathan Kappen, both from Mumbai Falcons, they are right there with him, queuing up as Manene breaks away. And then we've got Oscar Lambert, who was the cork in the bottle, isn't he? The number 321 of Damadasa has got ahead of Kappen, has he?
Yes.
He's got ahead of Kappen, and he's the one that wants to queue up behind Oscar Lambert. The bright orange livery of Mumbai Falcons is clear to see there, and behind them, swapping of positions. This is why this pack is dropping off the 2 leaders.
And look at the Telios cart, the black and white with bits of gold on it of Jules Dumont. Jules Dumont in kart number 337, the Spanish driver. He is also now featuring, he's just behind Kappen, so there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th there. You've got Dumont 7th, Qureshi, Dewan, 2 more of the Mumbai Falcons carts, and then another of the XL carts. Laith Muminar, the Skyline Racing. There's Dumont getting it all crossed up under braking. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me replay. You'll see Dumont in the black and white car, and suddenly his arms start moving like, oh yeah, we missed our braking point, and luckily there was a front bumper of another car to help us.
Well, that might be a bumper penalty coming.
It may
if he did make contact hard enough as we get towards we're not even near the final stages. This still is the mid-race stages of this race with 9 laps completed, 5 laps to go then. Georges Nasser, 4.3 seconds is the gap for that young man, the M&M driver, absolutely showing everybody a clean pair of heels. Mohamed Menemene has not closed that gap, Henry. I thought he might, but there's the best lap, fastest lap of the race, has gone to the leader, Georges Nasser, who was absolutely outstanding. And I've got to say, unbeatable here this afternoon.
He's been in top form. I mean, that one lap to take him into the lead or at the front of the field at the early stages of the pre-final set the tone, and really he has just controlled this race wonderfully. There are 3 of last year's 6 title contenders, 4 really with Ganoum. Ganoum, Montgomery Swan, Lambert and Nassar are all back here. Rafael Jesus isn't back for whatever reason. I don't know where Rafa is. But George Nassar, he's got unfinished business. 2 years ago, he had a horrific accident in practice at the Dubai Kartdrome under the bridge. His kart spun and was sideways and was then broadsided by a kart travelling at full speed. That ended his season 2 years ago, and that wasn't long after he won the MENA Nations Cup for Lebanon. And then last year he got the sponsorship from Yas Heat, and it was one race really in the last weekend that cost him a chance of the title, because he was right in there, and then he went from 1st to 10th in the space of 2 corners, and that was his title hopes over. So he has unfinished business.
11 laps completed then. Georges Nasser, 5.2 seconds from Memenat, who has got Rian Darmadasa now closing that gap as the rest of the field come through turn 1. We've got an incident on the outside of turn 1 down in the midfield pack, but this is the battle for second that we're going to look at the moment. We're on the infield section here, about to come out of turn 6 and onto that little fast stretch there, blasting towards the kink at 7. Darmadasa has caught Mohamed Menemene. He wants to spoil the day for the XL driver in second and get that next step up on the podium. The chances of him doing that are now becoming very limited as we're on lap 12 here. It'll be 2 more laps to go after this one, unless we see a challenge. They're side by side, but that's good driving from Menemene, who just takes the defensive line, and he's got to wait another chance. Another chance has got to develop before we get to the checkered flag. We're on the penultimate lap here, and again defensive driving.
I've got to say, the kart that we saw having issues going into turn number 1, and they weren't issues of its own making. It was Jules Dumont, his great drive in the Telios racing kart is over. Still 28 karts running. Still 20, all 30 karts still running. Antonio Haddad in 30th position, Dumont now 29th. We've got a very interested spectator watching from Bahrain. I imagine he's watching from the Bahrain International Circuit, where he is practicing for the grand finals, and that is Tony Hogg. Hello Tony. Glad you're enjoying the coverage.
Into the last lap, there is Georges Nasser. His gap was 5.8 seconds. 5.8 seconds is the gap going into the final lap. He has to just bring this kart home, whereas behind him, Mohamed Menemene and Rian Darmadasa will do battle for second place as Nasser goes towards turn 7 through the kink and into 8. I think Darmadasa has got by for second as we stick with the leader to give him some...
Nope, not quite.
Yeah, there he is, back into focus there as he comes through and onto the back straight here. The question is going forward, Henry, is who can beat this young man? He's got a Lebanese flag flying above his helmet, and he will be
87 kilos of gold hanging around his
87
neck.
kilos of gold hanging around his neck, and he can bring that home and take a very, very decisive victory here. And there is the battle for second. It's still Mohamed Menemene who will hang on to that second place from Rian Darmadasa. It was Nathan Kaplan who finished 4th, Zain El Hamasani, Ryan Qureshi, Omar Gunan, Oscar Lambert. What happened to Oscar? He's just dropped down to 8th place. Alexander Beachy is 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Arav Doohan. So as Henry scoots off to get down to Parc Fermé, remember we've got some interviews to get through. We've got the Senior Max podium winners of Georges Nasser, Mohamed Menemene and Rian Damadassa, and we've also got our DT2 drivers who finished the race prior to this one. So we'll get through that. Let's have a look further down the order then. In 11th, Amani Kinyua. 12th place was Yagrat de Troya. And then we had Manaf Al-Balushi, Lith, Mominar in 14th, Adash Mehta in 15th, Andrea Remy, Faisal Nashko, Andrew Obaid, Lewis Hartman in 19th, and then Linas Volangavicius in 20th. Jamie Montgomery Swan ended up at the back of the field and then recovered to 22nd. Not quite sure what happened to Jeremy. He must have had some sort of off. The GNKD driver having to play a bit of a recovery drive there. Abdullah Al-Keita, Alicia Kinesia, Alexis Elzer, Enzo Tesluk, 26th, with Jan Zigangriov, Jules Dormont, Abdulaziz Akrashi, Antonius Haddad, 30th and the final finisher. And then we had several retirements: Rain Carouse, Kian Cranbull, Naman Kukreya, Manaf Jawi, Oscar Backhouse and Krishna Gupta. So that concludes the racing for this, the first day of the UAE RMC. It's certainly nowhere near the end of our coverage. We're about to go down to Parc Fermé, where Henry will get our driver interviews. We will get the inside story from our winners, certainly in the Senior Max category, with Georges Nasser, Mohamed Menemene and Rayan Damadassa. They will be down there in Parc Fermé to talk to Henry. It was M&M who took the win. XL was second. GGM, George Gibbons Motorsport, in third place. Just off the podium was Nathan Kaplan for Mumbai Falcons. Same again tomorrow. I can tell you we're going to begin our coverage at 9 a.m. with qualifying for our classes, Micromax, Minimax, etc., etc. And we will be running to the same format as we've ran today, with qualifying followed by heats and finals. Are we ready to go down to Parc Fermé? We are indeed. Let's head down to Henry, who's got our Senior Max drivers.
Well, I've got our DD2 winner to start with, Tyler Harris. Tyler, it's okay. You know, Joe, it's all right. Tyler's now having flashbacks because he never quite was a Senior Max winner, were you, Tyler?
Not in a final, no.
No, but you are a winner now in DD2. Well done. That obviously wasn't as easy as you made it look.
I thought it was quite a relaxing drive.
I mean, considering, though, that you've got a lot to take into consideration now, driving a DD2, were you aware that, you know, behind you, Hamza and Adam were pushing really hard?
Yeah, but I was kind of like just thinking about what I'm going to do later, like what food I'm going to eat.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you going to eat later?
That's why I haven't figured out yet.
Oh, really?
No, so I'm still thinking about it.
You're still thinking about it? Okay. Well, a first win in DD2. Obviously, it's a long season to go. There will be more drivers coming in. But you have a chance to win a ticket to go and race in Rotax's ultimate class.
Yeah, the grand finals would be amazing to do if I manage to get time to do it next year.
Because, of course, you're juggling A-levels in the UK with this over here. I noticed a couple of your ex-senior rivals have just appeared on the thing, and it's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. Well, yeah. What else have you got planned this year?
Getting into Oxford. That's my plan.
Get into Oxford. There we go. Win a ticket to the grand finals, represent the UAE, and go to Oxford to study
Economics.
And then he can buy a kart team and pay his dad back for all the money that he spent on your racing, correct?
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan. Well done, Tyler Harris. Thank you very much. Morris, well, at one point, Kyle Blockley, hang on a sec, sir. There we go. Almost made it 2 out of 2. Kyle Blockley made a great start. You had to really work on that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. You know, the good news is that Kyle is going to make a good season. We're going to have a great season together, so it's going to be fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about the move that you had to put on to get to the race lead.
Just I launched it from far, and he let me live, and I let him live. So we're racing respectfully, and we're just here to have fun. Yeah. It was a pity that the other number 2 and 3 there was a big gap, and it would have been nicer, but you never know. Tomorrow is the next race, so.
Now, we were talking earlier, it goes, would you have been happy with just winning this? I said no, because there are karts in front of you. There are karts in front of you, and that will make you upset, as any racing driver would.
Yeah, no, I would. For Mumbai Falcons, it would have been great if it would have been a 1-2. But obviously, I need to be a little bit quicker. We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's race number 2.
Tomorrow is another day. Okay, thank you very much, Morris Coppers. Do you think your son will be happy with that one? No, of course not. Okay, well, we'll see about. Sam was on the live chat, so we'll get Sam's opinion on the old man's racing. No problem at all. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. We're going to wait for a moment. We're going to wait for a moment just because, once again, the race director wants to speak to all the senior drivers. So we'll come back to me very shortly when I will have found our senior Rotax top 3.
Thank you, Henry. He's off to herd the senior Rotax Max cats, isn't he? Which is exactly what it's like down there, herding cats. So Henry's now on the search for George's Nasser, Mohammed Manamai and Rayan Damadasa. That was great chatting to our DD2 podium from earlier. Just to remind everybody that we are staying live here on Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC live stream, as we are going to bring you our podium presentation for all of our classes. We've got a podium presentation for today and tomorrow. This will be exactly the same format, so stay tuned. We will be giving you an idea of how far away we are from our podium presentation, but it's usually about a half an hour from now. We are going to play the paddock show again. What a great idea. That'll fill a lovely little period. The reason why it's 30 minutes is you've got to wait 30 minutes for the results to become official. So we can't just go ahead with the podium. We've got to have the officials ratify and make our results official. Thank you to everybody who has been chatting on our live stream. I'm pleased to see there's a lot of people that has enjoyed the coverage. Same time tomorrow. If you're going to hang around, go and put the kettle on, cut yourself a slice of cake or whatever it is you fancy, and we'll wait a few minutes, I think, Nick, because Henry is still down there herding cats. So racing over then for the first round of the day. Let's head down to Henry, who's got our Senior Max category podium sitters.
Well, the biggest field of the day, and it wouldn't really have mattered because you left them all trailing in your wake, George Nasser. First of all, tell us how you pulled that one off.
I just drove and drove. That's it.
I mean, you had a good start, but then, obviously there was a big queue behind you. You got the gap, I think, when, Mohammed started battling with a few other people. What was the gap? Because one of the races you started, I think, was it on the 10th row of the pre-final? You were able to make a good start. Was that the key to your win, the first lap or two of the pre-final?
Yeah, in the heats when I was far behind. Just a good start helped me to get the momentum, you know, the momentum to just charge and overtake each guy one by one.
Exactly. Now that you've won, this is a business that you still haven't got hung over from last year. Unfinished business, this class, yes?
Yes, exactly. Was a little bit, felt a little bit stolen last year due to an accident, but that's okay. Coming back strong this year.
Who would you like to thank?
My team, M&M. Fantastic job with the cart, honestly. Just ripping.
Absolutely ripping. Well done. There we go. Thank you very much, George Nassar. We'll bring in Mohammed Benaim there. Mohammed, one of your best results, if not your best result of the championship.
Yeah, still first race of the championship, keeping it consistent and thinking about it in the long term.
Okay, you know, but you, I mean, while George had cleared off, at one point it was from you in second back to 15th place, all in one line. Were you aware how many people were chasing you?
Yeah, it was quite a lot. Managed to keep myself calm and yeah, just defended.
Talk about, like last year, your team, XL Motorsport, you won the title with Omar Ganoum. Omar may not do the full season, which means that there's a new sort of who's going to lead XL Motorsport this year in Senior Rotax. You're putting yourself in prime position for that role, aren't you?
Yeah, looking forward to do good things with the team this season. So yeah, looking forward to win it, hopefully.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my sponsors, my team and my mechanic. He did a very good job this weekend.
Okay, well done. Thank you very much, Mohammed Benaim there. Well done. And finally, wow, Rian Dharmadasa. Rian, another podium. Okay, after the Invitational, things didn't go your well. You didn't appear on the podium after we spoke. Hopefully you will this time. You must be quite pleased with how you've been able to bounce back and claim this third place.
Yeah, I mean, considering we started 8th, the third is quite decent. Yeah, but I mean, could have been better.
How could it have been better? Explain.
Just made a couple of mistakes in the earlier heats, and then in like one in the middle of the final, which just cost us a few positions, which probably cost us the win.
I mean, without that mistake, do you think you could have gone with George and hung with him and maybe challenged for the victory? Were you that fast?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I think definitely would have had a better chance of winning.
Well, yourself, Rian, and all the other drivers can give themselves another chance to win tomorrow. But we got the presentation coming up in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Henry. Great insight from our Senior Max winners there. We stay tuned we're going to run the paddock show now, and stay tuned. We're not that far away from our trophy presentation. We'll be back with that very shortly, but for now, enjoy the paddock show, which was very entertaining, I think.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV, and welcome back to Al Ain in fantastic Abu Dhabi. We were here a few days ago for the Rotax Invitational. We are back for the official opening 2 rounds of the UAE RMC, confusingly called round 1.1 and 1.2. Today's round, of course, Saturday. Tomorrow's round tomorrow on Sunday. I might be confused by the round numbers. A man who's not confused about anything to do with UAE, RMC and karting in general, it's Henry Burdett. Henry, you are Mr. UAE RMC.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'm not sure about that, but I've been here for 3 years now, and obviously my association with the UAE Rotax Max Challenge goes all the way back to my time when I started with the Rotax well over a decade ago, and it just gives me a huge amount of pleasure to see the championship growing year on year in so many different ways.
And of course, you say it's growing, but also, of course, the teams are coming on and the drivers are improving. Are you seeing real material improvements?
Absolutely. Number one, we've got world-class venues. Al Ain Raceway here, Dubai Kartdrome, Yas Marina, an actual Formula One circuit, and the Al Fassan Sports Club. They've always been here. Now you've got teams. You've obviously got teams from the UK and Europe that have come over, but there are now homegrown teams, Emirati teams, that are sprouting up, and they are doing so with European-style technology, European-style organisation, and they're bringing with them drivers that have competed on the world stage from around the world, which just makes it a lot better for the local drivers to compete. The competition in their home is higher.
Now, I think we need to hear from these teams and these drivers, but I think, to be honest, I can't send you on your own. I think you need to go and find Joe Bradley and deliver a paddock show for us.
There are two drivers for Ital Course Middle East who are novices. Felix Jebjerg, you're in your second ever race, but Rafael Zagatti in Miniax, this is your very, very first race.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start with the youngest member of Ital Course Middle East, Felix. What did the Rotax Invitational teach you 2 weeks ago?
Drive smoother, be quicker basically, just improve everything and then try to beat everybody.
Try to beat everybody. Now, you've come back and you've had a bit of practice today. What have you learned? Are you quicker already now, today, than you were 2 weeks ago in the racing?
Yeah, I think so. Without the yellow flag, we could have been much faster, maybe like a second, but it's fine.
Now, in Microax, there are over 20 of you racing. Where do you think that you are going to end up come the final on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I believe I'm the best novice, so I think P1 rookies.
P1 in the rookie class. Okay, well, we'll hold that thought for a minute. And now we'll move over to our Minimax driver. Okay, so, Raphael, first of all, tell us a little bit about what got you into karting and how this came about.
So it once started when one weekend I tell my dad, please, can we go try karting? He said, okay, I'll book you a session. We go to Dubai Autodrome and the indoor session. I start racing with like 8 professionals and I get top 2. I'm like, ooh, this is very fun. So then I keep going there almost every weekend, more and more. And then my dad tells me, oh, there's a karting school. You want to go there? Obviously I do, yes. And then, up till now, I started going into professional karting. And it's been a long journey.
It has been a long journey, and you haven't even, done your first race yet.
Yes.
Are you excited about, this first weekend? Nervous? What are your emotions?
I feel a little bit nervous, but also very excited that I can see, compared to other drivers, what I can improve and how are my times.
Okay, but now, even though Felix by there is a younger, what has Felix been able to tell you about what a race meeting is actually like?
He told me all about the racing starts, also about the first lap, that there's a lot of people and you have to be very cautious of where you turn and also be very aggressive.
Okay, so cautious at the start and then aggressive, is that right, Felix?
Yes, if you want to win, then you have to do that.
Now, if we're standing here now, this is at end of the day testing on Friday. Felix, if you could give Raphael one sentence or one word of advice that will help him this weekend, what would that one word or one sentence be?
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat. There we go. That's a true racer's answer. Keep it flat. Thank you, Felix. Good luck. We'll be looking out for you in Microax. Raphael, in Minimax, you're driving the brand new Ital Course chassis, which is very unique as well. Now, as a driver starting their first ever meeting, you maybe don't understand how unique this is. That's why we got Luke Thompson, Ital Course Middle East team boss, who's going to come in and he's going to show Joe Bradley a little bit around your go-kart. But, as a brand new kart, what is your aim this weekend?
Get top 10.
Get a top 10. There we go. Get a top 10. Well, there are the two Ital Course Middle East drivers. We'll now have a chat with the team owner to discuss just a little bit about what makes the new Ital Course chassis so unique.
I've had to snatch the microphone off Henry for this one. Luke Thompson here. Luke, I'm a bit of a geek because I'm a bit of a race engineer myself, and when I came across the Italcourse chassis, the thing that struck me was first the kind of sloped steering wheel, but more importantly, this geometry change that I can see here with regards to steering angle. I would imagine I'm trying to work it out, and I'm kind of feeling what are these adjustments here? And these we can see here, Nick, the different segments and the different settings. Can you give us a few secrets as to what this Italcourse? What do you call that for a start?
Well, to start with, it's just the steering column mount.
Right.
But
okay.
the uniqueness of it is that it's movable. So
Yeah.
the main benefit from it is the Ackerman and geometry setting. So usually we have our old chassis here that Felix is actually driving this weekend, and Raphael's on the new 2025 chassis. But the benefit from it is the quickness in how you can adjust the Ackerman and geometry.
Right.
So if you, say on the standard chassis, wanted to change the toe in, toe out, or just the general Ackerman setup of it, you know, you'd have to get the alignment tools on and play with it and fiddle around with it. Whereas if you wanted to do quite a big step forward and back with the geometry, with the new steering column mount, it enables you to do that very quickly. All you got to do is loosen the screws and you just slide it around.
I would imagine that's really going to be beneficial everywhere else but in the UAE. when it goes wet to dry, that's a very simple process. But in the dry conditions, the consistently dry conditions we're going to see out here in the UAE, is that something that you play around with regards to, you know, getting into the driver's liking?
Well, like I said, the benefit of being able to play with a setup like that, we are a new team here, and Italcourse has only started in UAE this year in 2025. So, I mean, with tools like this, it makes it easier for us to find a more tuned up setup to each track, you know.
And does it give you the opportunity to try things because of the speed of that setup change? You can try things perhaps where you wouldn't be able to with the longer process from the older system.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, today the boys just came from school, so they only got 2 sessions today. But between the 2 sessions, we had an hour break.
Right.
So, I mean, the setup change only took about 10 minutes, so we fiddled around with it a bit. And the second session, we did find a little bit of performance with Raphael. So, yeah, for sure, there's quite a big benefit in how fast you can change the geometry of it.
And as we've spoken already to the drivers are pure novices, absolutely. So I would imagine their feedback is, they're learning the trade. But you mentioned their performance gains. That's how you would measure it, Luke.
Oh, how would I measure it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you would measure it. Performance gains, if you get your driver to go quicker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the first session compared to the second, Raphael found 2 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Okay, a little bit in driving, but he also felt a bit more comfortable in the kart as well. So for sure, there was some performance gain as well there for him. And like you said, him being a novice, he doesn't really have all that detailed feedback just yet.
Yeah.
But if he can feel that there's a little bit of an improvement, it's already a proof of concept.
And like I think you mentioned confidence there, and that is massively important in a young driver. He's got to have the confidence to turn into that corner without the rear end coming round and catching him out.
Exactly, yeah. And as Felix said earlier, try to keep it flat.
Yeah, keep it flat, absolutely. Well, Italcourse is going to try and keep it flat. I wish you all the very best of luck, Luke, and best of luck to your novice drivers as well. Thank you.
Very much.
Last season's Minimax champion, Ari Kallenberg here, has not able to retain and have a go at retaining his championship because, well, you grew up, didn't you? Yeah. And you became a junior. Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
Why?
Because it's faster and better.
Right, it's faster. I knew he was going to say that. Right. Wider, sticky tyres on a junior Rotax, both front and back, and more importantly, much more power than that Minimax, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Tell me the major differences. Tell me, first time you ever got on a junior Rotax, what did it feel like?
I was just feeling really short in the car.
Well, could you not manage to reach the pedals hardly?
Not really.
Right, what did you think about the performance?
I got quite tired on my first day, but I kept growing my stamina and I got better.
So what do you mean about tiredness? Where was it taking your energy? What was taking your energy so quickly?
My neck.
Your neck, and that's because of the grip level in these things?
No, because the G-force.
Right. From the grip.
Yeah.
Much more grippier than a Minimax?
Yeah.
Right. What about the power? Did that blow you away?
Not really.
Right.
Just a lot more bottom end.
What is it like to race with drivers that are a bit older than you, aren't you? I mean, what are you 12 now?
I'm 11.
Oh, so you're still only 11, right? Yeah. So you could race with people who are 15 and stuff, can't you?
Yeah.
Right. Is there a different attitude, different personality from the older drivers?
No, they're all just numbers.
And that's the way you think. That's just a driver with a helmet on.
Yeah.
And is there anyone that you kind of thought, you know, when you move up to the older class, there's people have reputations, don't they? You know, quick drivers. Yeah. Do you consider that?
Not really.
So what? How do you get your head around that? What's the psychology of that?
I just think that everyone's the same.
Mm-hmm. Focus on hitting your braking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you got a chance of back-to-back titles in different classes?
No, because I can't score points.
Why is that?
I'm too young.
Right, that's what caught me out. That's why I thought you were 12. So when are you 12?
Next year.
Oh, so 2026, you're 12. Right, so can you score points when we go to the 2026 rounds of this championship?
Yeah, I can.
Right, so you're going to be on the back foot for, well, this one, Alpha San, and then the December round as well. You're going to lose a lot of points, aren't you?
Yeah, a lot of points.
So tell me, Ari, is this just a building exercise going forward to win a junior Rotax championship?
Yeah, pretty much. I've got 3 junior years. This is like preparing for my next years.
Right, and so how's it going so far then?
It's going all right, better than I expected.
Why is that? What did you expect?
I didn't expect to be as fast. I thought I'd be more of a mid-pack runner, but I'm like top 10-ish.
You must be pleased with that though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you belong.
Kind of.
Only 11 and already at the front of the junior Rotax pack. That's pretty special. GGM's obviously giving you good kit in this class, yeah?
Yeah, they've been really good. When I joined them in December, they've helped me a lot until this point.
And does it help when you've got a team like GGM around you that you make that transition to the faster class?
Yeah, it was quite good. George helped me learn how to get better and learn how to drive the junior.
So it's not like you just throw it into this cart, get on with it. You actually get coached and also I would imagine the team are helping you with understanding the dynamics of the handling and the setup, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how much input do you as a driver give to that process?
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Give me an idea. Think about people out there who don't understand the technicalities like you and I do. So what exactly would you be saying to your engineer after a race about things like setup?
Like, I'd tell them how the power felt where I'm losing and where I'm gaining. I'd tell them what I think about the handling of the car, like if there's too much front end or too little, and then ask them if they could change it a bit.
And are you at the stage now where you understand the kart, and are you asking for changes like give me a different tyre pressure, give me a different camber, or do you leave those decisions to your engineers?
I leave them to George and Bertie.
Right, so you basically feedback as the driver, they do the engineering?
Yeah.
Right, you much prefer that?
Yeah.
Just get on and overtake people?
Yeah.
Right. Ari, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Well done on last year's championship, and best of luck for the coming season. It's a shame that Ari, because of age, won't be scoring points, but I would imagine we're going to see him at the front of the junior Rotax field.
2 years ago, the Dojo Moto team morphed into one of the most impressive outfits in the entire UAE paddock, the Mumbai Falcons. They're some of the most recognisable karts on track, and the team have become one of the most successful off-track as well. I'm here with team boss Anjum Sheikh. Anjum, thank you for showing us round your awning. First of all, tell us a little bit about how the Mumbai Falcons came to be.
Well, we were doing well as Dojo Moto, and I got a call from Mumbai Falcons and said they wanted a karting division, and they made us an offer, and then we said, let's do it, yeah. And then now I still handle the whole team myself. It's just a different brand, and of course it's an arm of a F4 team, so we start from karting and then go into F4 and F3.
Now, I mean, obviously, you're not India's national team, but you represent India in the karting world on a bigger scale than any other. So you're certainly India's most recognisable karting team, and now probably the only pathway for Indian drivers to go from karting into cars?
Yes, yeah, I would say so, because eventually we will go into India as well and have the karting team in India, and then from there we go into F4s and everything. But at this moment we are just starting as Mumbai Falcon for the last year and this year, and then graduate the drivers into F4 and then eventually into F3s and that kind of stuff.
So let's have a little look around your own, because you cater for all classes of kart. Now you've got Maurice Knyoppers is coming back in DD2 Masters, a famous driver in these circles, a multiple champion before, coming back in after some time away.
Currently world champion electric now.
Yeah, and the reigning E20 Masters champion in Rotax. Over there, you've got your data thing. Now, Harry the Lion Hannum, a multiple champion, is here doing some driver coaching as well. Talk a little bit about the driver coaching side of it. How important is that been for you guys?
Well, it's very important because we have drivers coming from everywhere, and we have our local drivers as well. So it's always better to just have the champion that you've had before coach the drivers, and there's more respect and they know what they're doing. And Harry has driven in every single track in UAE and around the world as well. So it actually makes more sense, and the drivers take him more seriously. And his knowledge is, very important for us.
Okay, well let's keep having a little look around. So we've got Arhan Qureshi, Arhan Qureshi's kart. We've got Mitant Jain. Now Mitant was last year's runner-up in the junior championship. Nathan Kappen. Nathan was your first champion, wasn't he? He was the junior Rotax champion last year. He's now moved up to seniors. What was it like getting the Mumbai Falcons the name as a champion?
Well, I think if I'm not wrong, Harry was the champion first. Harry got the O-Plate championship, and then that, I think a few months later, Nathan got his first. So yeah, it is pretty big for us, because as a rebrand, as a complete different team, you need to have some sort of championship as well. And we were hoping for more, but at least we are happy to have two.
And of course, Harry's an expat, but Nathan is an Indian driver. You can see the Indian flag next to his name. That must be something that's quite important, obviously, because India is quite an underserved nation in terms of karting. When the nation of India wakes up to the sport of karting, I've got a feeling there's going to be an awful lot of drivers wanting to join and get involved in karting, and this would be obviously their first port of call.
Yeah, 100%, because it actually opens the door for them, and then they know it's an Indian team internationally, and then Indian driver winning the championship, and we have about 5 drivers from India just flown in here just to do the race, to the championship actually. So yeah, it's paving the way, and it's actually good for the whole sport in India.
Okay, well, we'll keep moving down the order. Now, you had a really good Rotax Invitational, Oscar Lambert winning in seniors for you. We're going to try and find out one of your drivers as well. We'll keep going down through, again, the setup, the awning, very impressive. Did you take a lot of inspiration from European teams to make it look like this?
I mean, you always have to look up to people and, do better. We've got in fact, it was supposed to be 4 tenths. We have 4 less drivers. Next race, there'll be 4 more drivers coming in, so we'll have to do another tent as well.
And you've got the hospitality unit by there for the mums and dads as well.
That's just keeping them out of us.
That's just keeping the parents out of the way. That's always a good tactic. Arav Diwan will come in. We've also got a grand final Rotax champion here, Scott Marsh, helping to do driver coaching. In fact, we'll try and peek in and see what Scott is saying there. But what are your hopes this year and beyond for the Mumbai Falcons karting team, as we see one of your Microax karts coming in behind us there as well? So really you're serving drivers from Microax all the way up to DD2 Masters.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the hopes are still win every class, but we all know racing is not that easy, and but we keep trying, and we want to win. everything we can, and we'll keep pushing for that.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Let's have a little look. As you can see, the data coaching, such an important part of modern day karting. You've got 2022 Rotax Grand Final Junior Champion Scott Marsh here. Several of the other drivers. Who have we got? So this is Nathan Capper. Nathan, last year's Junior Champion, now up into Seniors. What's Scott teaching you, and what are you learning from all these data equipments here?
I'm learning how to improve as in pace wise, so hopefully if you get a good qualifying you could be at the front.
What does it mean as an Indian driver winning an international championship for an Indian team?
It means a lot, honestly, representing my country, so it feels quite good to be at the front representing India.
Yeah. This year, only 38 other seniors to deal with. How are you going to cope with that?
Just try to be quick so I could hopefully get into the lead and pull a gap and make an easy win.
Okay, well, easier said than done. But there is a look around one of the most impressive teams in the paddock, and officially, India's #1 karting team, the Mumbai Falcons. Birrell Art Middle East is now called Motorscape Middle East. The team may be different colours, the drivers are largely the same, including Jack Doe in Junior Rotax. Jack, welcome to the UAE Rotax Challenge. You were at the Invitational, and I think it was fair to say it was a mixed weekend for you?
Yeah, correct.
How about this weekend? How is it shaping up?
Shaping up good. We have some decent pace in practice. We didn't go new tyres this morning and we didn't test yesterday, but at the moment it's looking good.
Now, talk a little bit about racing out here in the UAE, especially in Junior Rotax. How difficult is it? How aggressive is it? And how much do you need to learn very, very quickly?
It's definitely very aggressive, all the drivers. Most of them have got a lot of experience in Europe as well, which obviously makes it a lot harder to compete with, but overall it's a brilliant championship.
Now, last year you were racing for, 5 Motorsports as well, which was, I think, your own family-owned team, is that right? Now, is that still going to be waiting for you when you finish karting?
That is the plan, I think, but yeah, it's not done, I don't think, yet.
It's not done yet. So tell us a little bit about your kart this weekend, who's running it, and what your plans are, what your hopes are this weekend.
So it's a Birrell, obviously. I have Marky Mark and Sanad. Sanad's the engine guy and Marky's the chassis guy. I hope a top 5 would be a decent result, I think.
Who are your main rivals this weekend? If you had to hand-pick a couple that you're going to have to beat, based on practice times, but also based on last year's championship results?
I think the goal is definitely 219 Veer, and Connor Clancy is obviously a good competitor. He's won a lot in Europe and here, so I think there'd be good rivals.
Okay, no problems at all. Well, final thoughts. So, what rounds you've got here? You've got Dubai Kartdrome, Alpha San. You've got what are the tracks that you think are going to be? And Yaz, what are the tracks that are going to favour you the most this year?
I think Alpha San is going to be the best one for me. It's very physical, and I like the track a lot. And I think I'm adapted and suited as a driver to it very well. And I think that'll be a good one.
You say very physical. What do you do in terms of fitness-wise to keep yourself in shape for karting?
So Monday, obviously I have school. I don't train that day because I've driven all weekend. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the gym, and then school after, and then sim work a lot.
So sim work. So it's a combination of staying in school, obviously, but then going to the gym and being on the sim when you're not actually in the seat.
Yeah, correct. My school is actually online. It's called Minerva, which helps a lot because it's flexible. So I can do sim work and also be at the track and do school.
There we go. So you've been doing school today?
No, I skipped it today.
Skipped it today for testing. Well, there we go. Never mind. But Minerva is your online school, yeah? Do you find a lot of the drivers use that now?
I think there's 1 or 2 on the grid that use it, but it's definitely growing in the Middle East, yeah.
Okay, well, there we go. That's Jack Doe, driver 205, one to watch in junior Rotax.
everything now finished. We are just a few moments away from the live streamed awards presentation at the end of day one of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship for 2025 to 26. Can we have all of the award winners and novice medal winners and all supporters, please, even if you're not getting on the podium, please make your way over to the driver's enclosure to lend support to our winners, who will be very pleased with the nice trophies they're about to collect. So show some support. Hopefully you'll be up there tomorrow, and all of your friends and fellow paddock users will be in the audience to clap you on. So all drivers, supporters, please to the podium now. And in a moment we'll be handing over to Mr. Henry Baudet to take care of the presentation.
Okay, before we get the presentation underway, couple of things. Specifically, the cameras and for the live streaming. If you are on this side behind the barrier, now you stay on this side until we're finished. If you're on this side of the barrier or this side behind the team from Ain Today, you stay on this side until the end. We can't have people walking back and forth across in front of the camera, okay? So, pick the sides now. And if you want to stay there, then you stay there. Right, happy days. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium presentation here for round 1.1 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge here at Al Ain Raceway. We have podiums for all classes and the all-important team award dished out. Drivers for every driver scores points for their team in every single race. We will begin with Microax. Drivers, we'll need you all up to the podium in your race suits and crash helmets, and then when we have our top three all on the top step of the podium, the press corps can come in to the front and have your photos. So, without further ado, let's get underway with Microax. First of all, our best novice in Microax, finishing 17th overall, Sebastian Storer. Well done, Sebastian. Now we move on to the top three. Finishing in third position for George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon. Finishing in second position, driving for Matthias Nagem Motorsport, Samar Chopra. But your winner, for the first time in the Rotax Max Challenge, driving for XL Motorsport, Adam Al-Sheikh. Great sportsmanship there, great sportsmanship. Okay, drivers, trophies in the air, please. Trophies in the air. And then if we could have all three of you or all four of you on the top step of the podium. Members of the print and photographic media, you can come into the front now. Okay, media, are you happy? You can come into the front. Yeah, press, you can come into the front now. When they're all on the top, you can come into the front. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Your Microax podium and best novice. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you. Okay. Now we move on to Miniax, and taking home the award for Best Novice, finishing a very impressive 8th overall, Gleb Abukov. Well done, Gleb. Come and stand up by here. Oh, you got to move back a little bit, 'cause you're too tall. There we are. Now we move on to the top 3. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Axel GP, the Queen of Kashmir, Atika Mia. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for JNKD, Benjamin Karachkovic. But your winner, driving for Sam Pollitt Racing in association with Anderson Chilcott International, Albie J. Stubbs. Okay, you're going to move forward a little bit, and we'll have all the trophies in the air. All the trophies in the air, please. And now, if we can have all 4 of you onto the top step, and members of the press, if you want to now come into the centre, members of the press in the orange, you want to come into the middle now with all the 3 of them. Don't worry about the cameras now, you're okay. We're very pleased to have such a large amount of media colleagues here for various websites, magazines, and obviously drivers' social media channels. Thank you very much. We'll just wait. One more drivers, one more. Happy? There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Your Miniax podium. Well saved, Elaine. Well saved. Promise it wasn't me. Okay. Junior Rotax. No novices in this class. Although 1 or 2 members said that most of the field drove like novices in the final, but we'll brush over that. It's not a major issue. No novices, so we'll just do the top 3. Finishing in 3rd position for Mateus Najem Motorsport. It's what's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra. Finishing in 2nd position for the Mumbai Falcons, Mitan Shaheen. But your winner, completing a 1-2 finish for the Mumbai Falcons, one of his last junior races, it's Connor Clancy. Okay, we'll do the same as for drivers. Trophies in the air, please. Via, smile. Smile, 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 smile. There we go, that's better. And now we'll have all 3 of you on the top step. Members of the press, if you want to come forward to the centre, you're more than welcome to get your shots. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Oh. Happy? Are we happy? Thumbs up? Okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your junior Rotax podium. Now we move on to seniors, our biggest grid nearly 40 drivers. Once again, no novices to present awards to. We have our top 3 finishing in 3rd position. For George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Rian Damadasa. Well done, Rian. Finishing in 2nd position for XL Motorsport, Mohammed Manemne. But your winner, winning by the biggest margin out of anybody here today, driving for Matthias Najem Motorsport, it's George Nassar. A dominant performance for George. The rest of the field have got some catching up to do, but rest assured, George, they won't leave you alone again like that tomorrow. Trophies in the air, please, drivers. Mohammed, smile. Try harder. That's better. And once again, can we have all 3 of you on the top step of the podium? Press, photographers from around the world. Well, sort of. Take your shots. Are we happy, press? Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, Senior Rotax. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. Finishing in 3rd position, Greg Watt. The Honolulu Racing team colours on the podium once again. Our top 2 in DD2 Masters, both making a comeback to the championship. Sorry, Greg, I know you were hoping they wouldn't, but they have. Finishing in 2nd position for Kart Advisor Academy, it's Kyle Blockley. But your DD2 Masters winner, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, he's the reigning Rotax Grand Finals E20 Masters champion, Maurice Knyoppers. Now, drivers, smile for the cameras. There we are. Seniors, take note. And if we could have, we do trophies in the air as well. I know it's been a while. Kyle, he wants to put his trophy in the air. There we go. And we can just about squeeze you all onto the top step. Yeah, I think we can. That's not a bad thing. Well done. Our DD2 Masters podium, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Well done. Now we move on to the overall DD2 podium. And after a penalty for Hamza Hashisho, finishing 3rd overall in DD2, it's Maurice Knyoppers. Finishing 2nd in DD2 for Matthias Najem Motorsport, it's Adam Malik. But your DD2 winner on his class debut for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Tyler Harris. Congratulations. Now here's a trick, Morris. Tyler, smile, 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 smile. Trophy in the air, Tyler, like a good boy. In the air, like, come on, come on. Adam, mate, Morris, you sort it out. You know, come on. There we go. Okay, we'll settle for top 3 on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall DD2 podium. It's all right. Tyler. Right. Shh. Your mum is driving up to Manchester and she was loping to listen and see you smile on the podium. Do you want to say hi to your mum very quickly? Yeah, you do.
Hi, Ma.
There we go, there we go. Thank you very much. Okay, we have one more presentation to award. It is the Team Award. Now, in every category, every driver, the top driver in every class for their team scores points. So, across the board, teams that participate in the most classes have the best chance. It's this championship's way of trying to encourage teams to, cater for drivers across the age spectrum, from micro all the way up to masters. Third in the opening round with 354 points were XL Motorsport. Second with 398 points were Matthias Deger Motorsport. Which means your team's winner with 476 points, the Mumbai Falcons. So we'll need the Mumbai Falcons, drivers, mechanics, team bosses to come and stand at the podium. I believe this is the first time they have won this award. And there is Anjum Sheikh. Anjum, if you'd like to come and accept the award. You've got your team managers, mechanics, some of your drivers. What's that? I can't. All the drivers? Okay. So, there are your round 1.1 teams champions. There are 19 teams here in total. So well done. Winners. Winners, Lee. Winners, yeah. Okay, one more photo, please. Can we have all our podium drivers, please, on the podium? All podium drivers onto the podium, please. So, we're going to have all the P1 drivers top on P1. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll tell you what. You organise yourselves. You organise yourselves, drivers. George, up you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the podium finishers for round 1.1 of the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Please join us again tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time on Karting Live TV and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, when you see all this lot and a whole lot more. Do it all over again in round 1.2. Thank you for joining us.